and having a cruiser duo or a cruiser and battlecruiser duo will be somewhat efficient because at this point it's like there's relatively little threat. Some missions might, but those two missions are not that dangerous.
That did it. You
Here's
needed to restart OBS, it seems.
lovely. One less problem.
Yep, stream's running nice and smooth now. There we go.
Alright, we're heading through the gate. Now
Hold
that
on.
we have technical issues out of the way.
Good timing.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Yeah, OBS might have been asking me to update for the last 3 or 4 weeks, and now another update, so I'm 2 updates behind. So it might have been OBS saying, hey, you, behave, do as you're told.
Yeah, that might be a small indication. Like, oh, you don't want an update, do you? Well, let's see what happens if you don't.
Oh, yes. I am a sucker for not updating, I will admit.
To be fair, I very rarely update my stuff unless I really desperately have to. I went about 6 months without an update to my phone. Just every single time I wake up in the morning, the phone is like, hey, you know we do have an update for you. I know, you've had that update for like half a year now.
Pretty
I don't
much.
care. Click.
Yep. If it's any critical security update, then fair enough. But otherwise, usually it's just bloatware at that point.
Uh-huh. It's like, you really don't need to update my phone like once every 2 weeks. Just quit it.
Right, and dock.
Warp drive active.
Oh dear. Techies in there. Oh. Okay, I thought somebody was shooting then. No, it's just the warp gate. No, it's all in a bid to milk people's data. And I'm fairly certain that as phones age, they put out updates to basically kill the battery, force you to get new one, update, grade. Surprise, surprise.
Yeah,
my old
that's been an old thing for a while, unfortunately.
Yeah, surprise, surprise.
Your old what?
My old phone, smartphone that I've had for I think like 5-6 years now, battery's still going strong because I didn't update. And yet its sister phones all have battery issues. Surprise. I think it's a Galaxy 6 I think I've got.
Yeah, that reminds me of the fun things with I had this interesting conversation with somebody I know in my own country which just insisted that Alexa wasn't spyware.
Oh, that's funny.
And I just had to ask a simple question. So, okay, wait. So, Alexa doesn't spy on you and record everything you say. But how does it know when you talk to it? Like, how will it possibly know what you're saying unless it's recording so that it can pick up when you say something?
A very simple question that blows
I've yet to get
a
a good response to that because there is no response to that other than, yes, she will have to, literally, just to be able to talk back.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. And people don't realise this. People will take it for granted.
They don't think about it. It's just magical. It knows when you're talking. Like, it doesn't know how you're talking, but purely by magic, my dear. I'm sorry.
And the only way it knows via accents and whatnot, if it's all recorded and translated, which means all those people that are doing the down and dirty in the bedroom are getting listened in on as well. When you tell them
Not
that,
only
that's
that,
when they go, what is
like,
sheet?
Yeah, like, it knows when you're fucking. I'm sorry.
What a shame. Right, next job acquired. I need to go to Nibian. I'm just going to call it Naboo because it's easier. Have you got yours?
Yeah, I should be done there soon. This is one of those missions where you have 100 gates to go through.
Oh, you want... Oh, I didn't see that second gate. Whoops.
Yeah, there's several. I am not done. Not yet. But I can simply just finish this. If you take another mission and you wait in the system if you are already back in perimeter.
Okay, we'll do.
Mm. In fact, feel free to do the mission if you wish.
Okie dokie.
I mean, depends on which mission it is. If you have a courier mission, for instance, I can't help you anyway.
I think this is another kill mission.
Oh, I'm looking at your stream. You gotta kill the pirate campers. Yeah, you know what? I'll catch up with you because you're gonna be there for a while.
Okie dokie.
Remember, it's the pirate camper mission. You're gonna have multiple waves.
Fun.
Yeah, it's one of those level 2 missions that are actually worth salvaging and all that.
Fair enough.
Heck, you know what? I'm gonna dock for a while when I'm done with this mission and just grab a tractor beam, and we'll see if we get something nice from salvaging that, because I do have a salvage boat ready to go.
Ooh, sounds good to me. Sounds good to me indeed. There is one feature I've noticed that's been lost.
And that is?
Stopping in the middle of a warp, so you can just drop yourself in the middle of a system in the middle of nowhere.
That has never been possible.
It has. I've managed to do it once.
Yeah, but the only way you can do that is if you deliberately make sure you don't have the cap to reach the whole way, and then you emergency stop. If you have the means to reach your destination with the cap that you have on board, your ship automatically goes that whole way.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I don't know how I did it then.
Well, there are many ways you can do it. For instance, you can do that deliberately, but you have to be planning for it. Like, you have a ship where you have, say, newts on your ship, and you deploy one of your own drones, and you newt your own drone. Of course, you're not going to get any effect from that. Like, the drone isn't going to care, and you don't get aggro for shooting your own stuff. At least you didn't used to do so. I have no idea now. Yeah, and so when you're about halfway through your capacitor, or almost dry, then you warp off to somewhere. And the capacitor is going to run dry immediately, and you'll be deposited somewhere in the middle of nowhere.
That would do it.
Yes, but here's a counter-argument to that. You don't have to do that. You don't have to do that at all, because all you have to do is, you know how you make bookmarks to bookmark things, right? Yeah. That's what you do for your, that is of course what you do for your bookmarks and saves.
That's
well, true. Just warp from one celestial to another, preferably the furthest away thing there is, and then halfway through the warp, you just make a bookmark.
That would do it.
Yeah, because the bookmark just marks wherever you happen to be in transit at the time.
I see.
Yep. Then you just warp to that location, and you're in the middle of nowhere, and you repeat this process a few times, always making new bookmarks halfway between what is now halfway between empty space.
Gotcha.
And yeah, and that's how you get several deep saves.
Nice. Makes for nice emergency jump points depending on what alignment you're at, just in case.
Yeah, what you need to do. The only real problem with that is that you can't really get a good bookmark that is say off an axis, because the solar system you're in has the sun and then multiple planets and then belts and so on around all of those. So all of the bookmarks you make in these are always going to be between X and Y object. It can never be like far out in the middle of nowhere and off of any one of the geometric orbits in the system.
Lot of patience.
Yeah, unless you have a lot of patience. Hop in an inti and just burn off into nowhere.
Yep. A rifter's getting, I think I've managed to get a rift to go up to like 3,000 kilometers a second at one point. I mean, he ate
no offense, but that's kind of easy.
Yeah, it was a while ago, I will admit.
You can do that now with virtually any what should I call them? Light frigates or fast frigates. Like every race has those.
Yes.
For you, for instance, I think it is the Condor, and you strap on the MVD and some speed upgrades and lows and just some capacitors in mid, and you burn off in a direction.
Oh yes. And you do that, go to the shop, come back later, find yourself in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, but it's not going to be terribly deep out.
No,
you'll have to do that for a day or two if you want it truly deep, but with enough dedication, everything is possible.
Yes.
Okay, you are, I think, one click out, correct?
Yep.
Okay, try to pay attention to your standing again, because I want to see if you get standing now that I'm going to deliver this mission.
The agency was
You go to your wallet and you go to your loyalty points and see if you get loyalty points when I deliver.
my wallet, loyalty points. No, that's mail, wallet. I see
The big fat set.
Big fat
All right,
what's up?
let's have a look. Completing the mission, and
Oh, I gained a lot of ISK just then, so yeah.
yeah, you got the ISK and you got the standing. So at least one jump out, you get things.
Nice. That works.
Righto, taking a new mission, and I'll just come join you in your system.
That mission is done. I only had five people to kill.
Oh yes. Campers is the light version of the mission. I forgot. Like there's one where there's a few camping on the gate, and then there's the one with all the waves. What was the one with all the waves called then?
I'm not sure.
Doesn't matter. We'll get it sooner or later. Statistically guaranteed.
Oh yes.
Anyway, waiting outside station.
Cool. Cool.
New destination linked. Let's see where you get your missions.
Yes. I'm not I'll see you in the next mission.
Drive active.
I like the effect we're having because my standing with Kaldar Navy is 1058. And that's because I've been sharing every single mission reward with you, which means you get half of all of them. And my standing with the Omar Navy, after doing a crap load of those solo, is 3700, so you're almost caught up to my standing with the Omar Navy with the Kaldar Navy.
Very nice.
We're actually just efficient, yes.
Sounds good to me.
Docking request accepted.
Now, of course, eventually we're gonna reach the point where we can run level 4s and should technically have a very dependable, if somewhat slow, income of ISK. So that'll get you the money you would ever need for all the things you want to do. I wanted to ask you, what's the goal for this? Like your little EVE adventure? Anything particular in mind, for instance, that we can look forward to?
As in ship-wise, or...
No, like what do you want to do? Like, I sincerely doubt you wanted to get back to EVE Online just to sit around and mine, for instance. That's just gonna be, I guess, something you do now and then for fun.
That's very true. Also, I'm in the same system for your next one. As for
Excellent.
I don't know. Suppose exploring Nullsec and just doing something down there. Cause all my entire EVE existence has pretty much been in HiSec, so I've never ventured because I've usually been on my own for the most part. It's a bit dangerous going out there solo.
Yeah, it's kind of funny that it's pretty much dangerous to go anywhere alone, or even in groups, but there's always things we can do.
Yeah.
Null adventures, you say? That is perfectly doable, and especially if you're just prepared to lose whatever you're flying. You know it's a one-way trip, but you can afford it.
Yes.
There's plenty we can do with that.
I'm currently sitting on 7 million ISK, so yeah, that's something.
That isn't bad. Alright, once we are in location, you can warp to your mission. And we'll just do yours first.
Cool. On to location.
Warp drive active.
Trimming the fleet. No, trimming the
Trimming the
fat.
fat.
Could trim the fleet, but there ain't much fleet to trim.
No, not really.
Okay. That's really thing. It?
It's kind of funny because there is actually some difference between doing missions for the various empires.
Yeah.
For instance, when you do missions for the Caldara, you are not very likely to get missions that go, "We have ourselves a heretic, please go kill him." That's more what the Amar will go tell you to do. So
Okay.
I'm thinking the whole trimming the fat is a very dedicatedly Caldari mission.
Yeah. Seven Fist, Kaldari. Yeah, it looks like it's the Kaldari one, that's for sure.
It's not just that, it's more like this could have been the Caldari version of any other mission, like Avenging a Fallen Comrade is a classic, and everybody gets that.
Okay.
Yeah. But this is one of those specific, oh, we got ourselves an executive in one of the corps that just needs to go away, so you'll be doing the deeds.
Hmm. Get my right ammo in. There we go. Bye-bye, executive. There we go, that's that mission done.
Alright, let's go to mine then. A moment.
Warp drive active.
Right.
I need to kill some rogue drones. Should be easy.
Hmm. Sounds good indeed.
You're getting valuable advice in chat though. Even though
Oh,
that is
hello.
something that is very useful to you only if you very specifically go for that kind of damage. I suppose it works for you because you could do the most classic. You could do the most classic mission running Eve has to offer. You fly a Kaldari missile boat.
Yeah, very true.
Like that is. It's funny. Like in the ancient times, quote unquote, like 10 or so years ago, 20 years ago, when the game was fresh, the most typical mission boat was a caracal because that's what people could afford.
Yeah.
Then, as soon as battleships were the norm, it was ravens. And as soon as they introduced battlecruisers, it was the Drake. And the Drake became the single most flown ship in the entire game.
Oh.
Yeah, because it was a heavy missile boat in this particular instance, and most mission runners were using it because it's efficient and piss easy to use.
Okay.
I think it's scattered out a bit more now, but Kaldari missile boats are still one of the most popular PvE options available, so you're a little bit out of the usual norm, given that you fly Kaldari and you like gunboats.
Yeah. Specific damage done while tanking is valuable info. Passive shield tanks. Yeah, I think that's
Not using a repairer, but using just a lot of shields and warping out when you're getting low.
okay.
Yeah. And that's the difference between passive and active tanking. Active tanking is what we call native heals, for instance, your own repairer.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So once again, we're doing the opposite of the norm. Oh, so I'm not being very money efficient at all. I'm using Tech 2 ammunition to kill rats.
That means you're going to be missing most of your shots, yes?
No, it means that I'll be paying for extra ammunition because, contrary to what most people think, laser crystal can degrade, but it's only the faction and Tech 2 ones that do.
Okay. You can fit module rigs that'll increase your shield regen buff. If it's high enough, it's a tank. We got a Minotaur fan here. That's really fun.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's funny because there are two phrases in EVE Online that fits with that. You have Win Matar, which is self-explanatory. And then you have Matar, might as well play another race.
Oh dear.
Well, you can probably imagine the opinions of the people who came up with these.
Yeah.
We need to go through the gate. We're not done.
Cool. Approaching
Yeah.
gate.
Like, Minotaur is a very good race now, like virtually every race is. If I were to judge solely by what is, shall we say, meta in Null Warfare, any race except Galente is very good.
Yeah.
And even with Galente, there are certain very useful picks, but the effort on drone warfare and blasters isn't very conducive for Null Warfare, so you don't see that much of that. But we don't care about that because we are doing missions in HiSec.
True. Pumpkiller says, "Good day, commanders." And Yuck Null. Yes.
Hello there. I prefer Capsulaires, personally, but I'm an old fart.
Oh yes. HiSec's a good place if you just want a nice chill session. That's for sure.
That's the good thing with MMOs. You pick your own adventure. You can do as you please. You don't have to go to Null and be part of World Wars. I mean, there's a reason I have multiple different characters. This one is not for nullsec warfare. That's what the other one is for.
Very true.
Yes. Oh, I forgot. This is one of those missions where there's only one rat.
He just got melted, didn't
Yes. Yeah, he did. I'm kinda over-prepared for level 2 missions. Like, grotesquely over-prepared for level 2 missions.
he? Well, these poor rats. Yeah, not gonna know
Yes.
what happens.
Well, it's good for us. The quicker we get to level 3s, the quicker we get to some proper pew-pew fun. And by the time we get there,
Yes.
I would love to see you come up with a cruiser you want to fly. Because I'll sponsor it for you, we'll just see how that goes.
Nice.
Yeah, I think 2 cruisers in level 3s will be a bit more of a challenge and a bit more interesting.
Yeah, well, there's pretty much only really one. Actually, that currently I am equipped to
You-
jump on right at the bat, and that's the mower.
Yeah, of course. I mean, if you want to be classic, you have the 2 options. The gunboat in the MOA or the caracal for a missile boat. And with you, it seems like you want to go specifically for a gunboat, so the MOA is pretty much the brain-dead option pick. Like, what else would you do?
Yeah, pretty much. That being said, the
I
one...
mean, you could fly the Blackbird and start jamming the rats, but that's not very efficient.
Yeah. Oh, you should be dead before you even get to them. Oh, come.
Yeah.
Come on. What you doing?
And Tara suggests you train projectiles. Maybe if they decide to sidespec into Minotaur, but that is a lot of work from a Kaldari player perspective.
Train projectiles? That as in missiles, torpedoes,
No.
javelins?
Train into projectile weaponry, which is what the Minotaur use.
Oh, gotcha. I'm with you now. Yeah. Da.
Yeah.
Speaking of, there is a ship that's really caught my eye, and that's actually the one above it. It's come on, map move. That's the Naga. But
But
that
the
doesn't
problem
large
with that
though,
is,
so,
I was thinking of kind of cheesing it with missions and go really off kilter and use the Oracle. Problem with that is the Oracle is the Amar version of the Naga. The Naga is a large projectile boat, right?
Yes.
It's not very fitted for tanking. It's like a battlecruiser-sized destroyer. It does a lot of damage, but it can't tank for crap.
I get you.
Accepted.
Yeah, so for missions, that would actually be a poor fit.
Yes.
Unless, like the idea
Lots of
is,
DPS, no tank.
yeah, the idea is if you have 2, for instance, if you have 2 battlecruisers, I could go in with a Harbinger, which is not the tankiest option. Harbinger or Prophecy, right? So
Yeah.
I'm taking the fire, and you hold back and just slug them down with railguns. You could do that, but we're then at the mercy of the RNG when they spawn in a new wave and they go for you, for instance. That would be annoying.
cannons.
Also,
Okay.
Tira, just to put things into perspective, yes, they already have the shield skills, but that just means that they share a tanking option. Right now, they would have to train up the ship skills. They would have to train up the projectile gunnery skills. A different set of drones if they want those drones, particularly.
True.
And that's a lot of effort when instead they could simply focus on what they're doing. You could easily say they could also just spec into Galente, which means you already have the gunnery skills, now you just need the ship skills and the armor tanking skills and you're good to go.
This is true.
And it's like, it is basically the same amount of effort no matter which race you pick.
Okay, I've got a local drug deal that I've got to bust. Lovely.
Yes.
TV battle cruiser, lots of DPS, no tank, unless you get 10 people. Yay,
I need to
pray,
implement the
RNG
saboteurs.
Jesus. But you just said Galente was useless. You've been
No, I
called
did
out.
not say Galente. I did not say Galente was useless. I said that when it comes to null warfare meta, Galente has far fewer options and aren't being used. You don't see
That's
people
all right,
using
well.
brute access in naval doctrines, for instance. They use fair access and hurricanes and things like that.
Active.
You do see some EOSs and you do see some Ishtars. Yeah, like they are being used, but it's very little. Like null warfare is predominantly Kaldari ships, Mimitar ships, and Amarian ships. Various different flavors. Oh man, Terra. Yeah, you've missed a lot of politics, but not necessarily that much in development. Yeah. I don't care terribly much for Null either, but I wanted to go back and be part of the big adventure in a way, which is kind of my drug in this game. But it taxes a lot on your patience with all the Null politics and crap, so here we're here to chill with a friend.
Exactly. Activate.
I have
gate.
arrived. Let's go through this gate.
Yeah, that's one of the bonuses about not being involved in any of the large corporations and whatnot. Ignorance
Yeah,
is
you can
bliss,
just
as
chill.
they say.
Not just that, but you can just chill and do whatever the heck you please.
Dang. That's a long way away from the game, that's 6 years.
Yeah, industry, it became easier but also more demanding in a way because you're limited in what you can do. If you want any high-grade minerals, for instance, you have to cough up the stomach to go to low sec or null sec, or otherwise scavenge your stuff. Like, there's actually now a much bigger industry in doing missions in high sec and then just salvaging things you get for the sake of the minerals. Because that is one of the few ways to get high-end minerals in high sec without having to leave high sec.
Buy orders for junk, items I reprocess. Okay, fair enough. So you're one of the people that basically
Skill training complete.
grabs the stuff from idiots like me that just automatically sells everything without checking the market. Fair dues.
Yeah, Tina, that works, but Tira, sorry. that does work, but you have to keep in mind also that this is very cost inefficient unless you know exactly what to buy. Because at one point, if you just need things and you don't do it for the, say, joy of producing your own stuff, then you're going to have to start filtering what you're selling and what's not. Because some things are more
Very
worthwhile
true.
to sell for ISK.
True.
Yeah.
Yeah, I suppose it's because I take one look at the market and it's in order to get the best sale possible, it's like massive spreadsheet time, but a little bit intimidating for somebody who's not really marketly minded.
Yeah, but in a way you could argue that's the case for every game. Like, take World of Warcraft. Let's say you want to do raiding in World of Warcraft. They did so much work on the new skill trees, they are beautiful. And they work very well and they give you a lot of options. But the problem is, with every skill tree, with every such situation, you're always going to have, this is the most optimal build. So the most optimal build becomes meta build. And if you don't do
Yes.
the meta build, you get yelled at in raids.
Oh, yes.
So it's the same exact thing. It's like, okay, here's the stuff that you will be doing if you want to have super efficiency. You could still be successful on market if you just want to sell things. You just gotta accept the fact that, okay, you just get some stuff, you go to the market, and then you sell it by underbidding just a little bit. Yeah, nothing more than that. Just underbid a little bit and sell it. Somebody will be forced to buy it off of you, or you wait until the more expensive ones are gone, and then yours will sell.
3 billion? Oh, you could probably afford the blooming pilot licenses without even need to show up real get money. That's not bad.
Yeah, that sounds like a typical market game, Tira. You can easily make a lot of money in a short amount of time if you juggle the market, which is exactly what Tira is doing.
Yes. Yeah, Mum. Take them down. Thank you.
You just said you did. You do buy, sell materials, and you sell hulls. So you're feeding the demand of the market.
He builds things. Okay. Reprocess.
Yes.
Build.
Yes, but you're producing the hulls that are in demand, and you sell those, and they sell. I've done the same thing. Before I moved my null character, if I want to call it that, to null, I was sitting in Federation Highsec, and I was producing things like mining barges, for instance. They always sold.
Mm-hmm.
And so I made a very large amount of money from getting what I needed and producing the hulls as cheaply as possible, and then selling them on the market.
Okay.
What are we done here?
Rescue prisoners from cargo container. There's a cargo container. Open.
Righto.
It's not too far away, thankfully.
Let's see who gets there
Okay.
first. Race you to it.
Yeah. Oh, you're coming down from the top.
So Tira, speaking of, what do you build? Let's hear it, because if you build something interesting, I might just be interested in buying something from you. Yoink, I have your prisoners. I'll give them to you when we get to the station.
Oh, yes.
Let's go.
Drive active.
Okie dokie. Jamitsu.
You build up of certain Tech 2 BPOs. You have Tech 2 Blueprint Originals, aren't you lucky? I think those got phased out. You only ever get Blueprint copies now by reverse engineering Tech 1s. So if you have some of the original Tech 2 BPOs, you've been around for a long time.
What the heck's a...
Yeah, okay, look, if you're sitting on the original Tech 2 BPO collection, then no wonder you're making a lot of money.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't get to brag when you're basically guarding the golden goose, okay?
Oh, dear. I'm guessing...
That's like saying, hey, I make trillions of ISK a week. Yes, I run a large Null Alliance. What about you?
I'm guessing Blueprint Originals are like rare ships or something, or...
Basically, well, almost every ship in the game has a Tech 2 variant. And in fact, soon it will be every ship, because they're introducing Tech 2 Dreadnoughts and Titans and things like that. So soon it will be every ship has a Tech 2 variant.
Oh, dear Lord.
And the thing is, initially, yes, I know, Tech 2 Dreadnoughts, insane. Initially, it was the same blueprint system as you have for Tech 1, that you could produce originals. Like, a blueprint original is a permanent thing, it will never run out. You have infinite
Okay.
runs. And so if you can make an infinite run of, say, an interceptor, you can imagine the money you can make, because you can make infinite interceptors. Those
Blimey.
will always be in demand, right?
Yeah.
And of course, that system was cancelled after several years. I don't remember how long ago that was, but you could still keep the old blueprints if you had them. You just couldn't reverse engineer any more Tech 2 blueprint originals. Now it's only copies. So you have to constantly remake more copies to build more Tech 2, and that slows down the process and essentially boosts up the cost of Tech 2.
Okay.
So imagine then if you're one of the original industry cats who are still staying on a large collection of Tech 2 Blueprint originals. You would never sell those, because those would be obscenely valuable. So if Tira speaks the truth, if Tira speaks the truth and they have multiple originals of Tech 2, they are very, very lucky indeed.
Oh, this is a lot of folks here.
Goody, a lot of explosions.
Yes. So yeah, Almost everything in Eve has a blueprint. They were seeded through research agents. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Orbit around me so that you keep off your transversal.
Cool.
We're killing Republic dogs today.
Oh geez, I'm pretty much one-shotting most of them.
Yeah, they are in frigates, and your destroyer happens to be very effective at killing frigates.
Hmm.
That then they're slowly streaming into your optimal range, so they should be liquidated quick.
Yes.
Well, yours and mine. We should get you into a cruiser, but again, for a level 2s it'll be overkill. I just want to see what you can do in a MOA.
Oh yes. Would I have any reason not to speak the truth, though? Tia
No, I know. I believe Tara when they say it, because I've met quite a few and know quite a few. I used to be in a player corp that me and a friend made like 15 years back. I feel like in freaking it's more than 15 years now. It's in 2005. That's when we started playing. And we met this crazy fucking chick from Denmark, I think it was, who was completely insane in regards to industry. It was the only thing she ever wanted to do. She just wanted to do industry. She started as a low-end miner in our corp, and we helped her build up her money because we were buying the ores from her.
Okay.
You know, like the corp wallet was used, among other things, to pay for people who played, mined things and stuff. So she built up a decent amount of cash, which she invested into blueprints, which she invested into building and selling. And inside of a couple of years, she was a trillionaire in the game.
Nice.
And last time I heard from her was 10 years ago, so I don't think she plays anymore, but EVE Online was literally the spreadsheet simulator for her. She was basically OCD obsessed with just making money. So she was a business tycoon and just sat in station all day and ran a small financial empire. Like, legit,
Okay.
she just paid other players. Like, I'm gonna pay you, and you to fill my building orders for materials. I'm gonna pay you, and you to get me these rare things. And then I'm gonna produce things and sell them, and that's all I'm ever doing. Ever.
Okay.
So I do believe Tira when they say this, because I've seen this kind of thing before.
That's pretty nuts.
Yeah, but it's just one of those things you can do. They never joined any large alliances. They were never part of any political games. They just built stuff and sold it.
Yeah.
The funny thing is, a lot of people obviously wanted that kind of ridiculous industrial drive in their alliances and stuff, and so they constantly got offers from various alliances and things, like, will you please come to our nullsec empire and build stuff for us? And they were like, nah, I'm happy sitting in highsec and just doing my thing, thank you.
I don't blame her.
Yeah, it's like, I'm just gonna stay at home and roll in my money pile.
Yep. Sounds like fun indeed.
Yeah,
Scrooge
of course,
McDuck.
like, you'd think they would go and do something with their money. A lot of people do that just to fuel their PvP addiction, but they never did. They just made money for the hell of it. That was the end goal.
Okay.
Yep. You know what the worst part is?
What's that?
They sent me proof at one point that they had found a landlord who plays EVE Online, and they had agreed with them that they would pay for their rent in ISK.
Oh,
And they legitimately did. She made enough ISK that she could pay her landlord in-game currency and didn't have to spend a single crown to live where she lived.
oh, that is cool.
That is the coolest story I know from EVE Online, pretty much right there.
Yeah. I can't blame her for it. Why not?
Well, I mean, if I could pay for my rent in ISK, I would be making ISK in game too, yes. I'm way too casual. Like, I like pew pew, I like seeing things explode. So I do the opposite. Every now and then, if I really, really, really need ISK, I kind of just pay for the game time. Because that system is very fair. I let somebody else grind up the ISK, and I give them the tokens to play the game without having to pay in real life money.
Yeah. Mitsu gives stuff away. I don't blame you if you're rolling around in that much. Why not?
If you're rolling in a dough and your money means nothing to you, just by all means. Also, these evil assholes are killing my drones. Make it stop. Oh,
Well, I'm melting them one at a time.
yeah. There's a bit of a pet peeve for me when it comes to NPCs. It's like, oh, I like Galenta and I like drone boats. This character is a deviation from the norm. My null character is Galenta, right? And as well, drone boats is always something I'm just really fascinated with. And it gets under my skin quick when the rats are like, no, no drones, they hurt, pew pew pew, and they blow up my stuff.
Oh yes. The co-op I'm in picked me up when I was stuck in a started mission. So now many years later you try to do the same. That's very good of you, that. Very good
Yeah,
of
that's
you
also a
indeed.
classic story. That's how the I was gonna say butterfly effect, but I guess that also counts. That happens to a lot of people.
Yeah.
I mean, that's basically how we met our little insane industrialist cat. We ran into her mining in a belt in Losec. Like, we were the sheriffs of a local Losec system,
Yeah.
and we basically befriended all the miners because, hey, we like mining and we like some dangerous mining.
Yeah.
So we come by and we pop the rats and we protect them against player pirates. And this chick liked that, so she joined in.
Nice.
Very standard story. Like, make friends in Eve and adventures happen.
That's a shame, because the one time on an old account when I ventured into not even nullsec, just lowsec, with my little venture to try and get some nice juicy stuff, yeah, I had a player come and capped my ass pretty quickly.
Yeah, that happens too. Welcome to Eve, let me pod you.
Oh yes.
Hey Tira, define shitholes. The extra minerals I get from buying / reprocessing goes into shitholes. Like, what do you mean by that?
I guess like the T1 frigates and stuff like that. You know, the dime a dozen holes.
Probably, but they don't sell that well, to be honest. So it wouldn't be, like, it wouldn't be terribly economically feasible to just mass-produce low-end stuff. Now, that may have changed, of course.
The who?
No, I'm just saying it may have changed. That it used to be economically unfeasible to mass-produce low-end things. That may have changed, but again, if you, like, producing a Tech 1 frigate is extremely easy. You can do it in high tech, so it's not like people will be buying that in bulk when they can do it themselves.
Bunk.
Bonk. We are done here. Let's go home.
Okie dokie.
Drive active.
Yeah, remember, I'll have to trade you your what was the freed
The
slaves?
slaves.
Yeah, no, the prisoners. The prisoners.
Oh,
When do we get back?
Oh, what business?
Ah, they're my prisoners now. They're on board on a Marian ship. They must be pissing themselves with fear.
Yeah.
Did I say prisoners? I mean manual labor drones. They're mine now.
What a shame.
Can't do that. It would be. It would actually, one of the things that would be cool, just from a fluff perspective, is if you blow up enemy rats and they drop a resource known as captives, or just, you know, people in escape pods. You can pick up crew, and then you could convert that crew into other things. Like, you can convert them into slaves if you wish, or you can convert them into other things, and you could basically just have a human passenger sort of system. Because you already have missions to just freight materials around, and things like foodstuffs exist only in a like, they have nothing to do with the EVE economy, because the EVE economy is a weapons economy, right? We trade in ships, ammunition, drones.
Oh,
We don't
yes.
trade in food because it has no value, but food exists in the game because of fluff.
True.
So it would be cool if you could essentially trade in prisoners of war and things like that.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah. Like, oh, I did a mission against, say, Ancient Cartel, and now I have 1,000 Ancient Cartel prisoners. I could sell those on the market to, say, the Mimitar Navy, and they'll be like, oh yes, please, hand those over.
Oh yes.
We'll be very kind to them.
Sounds good. You
Yes,
know, there is
let me
one thing
implement
that I think could be cool if they implement it in the game, like with what is the other game called? Avalon, where you've got crews for specific aspects like gunners, engineers, mechanics. If they introduce something like
Uh-huh.
that, so along with your own personal skills, if you get certain aspects crewed with actual people, you gain like a 0.5 or 1% bonus per X levels or something like that. For a fully
Yeah,
crewed ship.
that could be cool if they did. A lot of people have been talking about that in EVE Online if they ever did something like that. And it would be a nice thing, but also the counter argument to that, of course, would be that you're just making the game needlessly complicated. Like, you
that's
already
true.
have many levels of, okay, here's the ship you're flying. Here's the current skills you have for the ship. Here's the loadout you have. Here's the current skills you have for the loadout. Here are your rigs. Here's the ammunition type you're using. And so on. So adding another mechanic of here's the crew you're using and how good they are could just add complications for the sake of complications.
Yeah, that's true.
I would still like it because it would be more fluff, like, oh yes, your ship do have crew, it's not just a drone vessel.
Yeah.
Anyhow, my mission is in system. Let's go do yours first.
Okie dokie. Jump to Stargate.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, I suppose that's right, because Averron doesn't really have skills. I'm guessing that's why it uses crews instead of the skills.
In a way, but you could also then just add another, you could add another 3 worth of skills, like crew management.
True.
I mean, you already have implants that supposedly make you very charismatic and nice at people management, so why wouldn't you put that into practice?
That is very true. And of course, the more charismatic your character is, the quicker your crew skills learn.
For instance.
Stuff like that. Okay. Little nuances.
Hi. Your Discord link is broken. I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Oh, it's probably reset again. Bear with me. I will post in a new link. Bear with me a moment. I've got to remember how to do this. Yeah, I don't know why I created a permanent link for it to so I could put up there, and it doesn't seem to be as permanent as it says it is.
No, if you have to redo it, it's not that permanent at all, is it?
No.
Oh, nice. I just got a agent asking me to do them a special mission, which means I'm getting a bigger boost soon. Good, that helps. I have arrived by your gate, so while you're fiddling with that, I'll just go inside and start popping heads.
How do I...
What do you mean, Tira? Every 16?
There you go, since you're interested in joining. I would ask you not to join the voice for now, because it's just for me and good old here. So we've got a new link there.
Oh,
There you
yeah.
go.
See, here's one of those things, Tira.
If you read-
When it comes to Eve, one of the things I never bothered to figure out completely was how many missions do you have to do to get storyline missions. No idea. If you think it's every 16 missions, it may well be every 16 missions. I haven't the faintest clue.
There you go. Right. Oh, you've already cleared the area for me. Lovely.
Yeah, you arrived just in time. Back to
And,
perimeter.
yes.
And then my mission. Yeah, this is the first in a chain mission of 3. So I'll just do these 3 first before I do the storyline mission. But it may well be that they'll ask me to freight something for the mission after this one, so after this mission I'll just go do that real quick.
Okie dokie.
Yeah, meaning you'll do a mission solo, but I don't think that'll be a problem.
I think you should be able to. Yeah, there we go. Awesome stuff. Alright, like I say, I'll ask you to stay at the VC for now, for obvious reasons.
Unless, I guess, they show up to and help you do missions, but I think 3 people doing level 2 missions might be a little overpowered.
A little bit. Start stepping on each other at that point.
I'm not so sure that would be the big problem. It's more like we're trying to grind you up to level 3s and then eventually level 4s. And of course, once we get to 3s and 4s, the more people we are, the quicker the mission will be done. So it's not like more numbers don't mean more efficiency. It's just that right now we're already kind of completely overspent for it. Like, it's a cruiser and destroyer, and we don't need this much firepower for it.
Very true, very true.
Yeah. Besides, if Tara already has done the game for a lot, yeah, Tara's pointed to the crowd.
Bound to the couch, you alright there, chappy?
Well, that sounds like... Oh, never mind. I'm not gonna get into your kinks.
Oh dear.
I'm getting this picture in my head of somebody tied to the couch, just watching Ewan Line as a form of punishment.
Oh,
And they just respond with, "You can't threaten me with a good time."
With matchsticks pinging up in the ears like in Clockwork Orange. Ears, eyes. Oh dear.
That would be less comfy.
A little bit.
Just a bit.
Right.
Let's see, what's the mission here? Oh yes, activate the next acceleration gate. But
Oh,
there's
that-
probably gonna be somebody's spot. Oh, there we go.
That's another way to warp into the middle of nowhere. I think I tried to warp to you in mid-warp and I've dropped out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, because I was mid-warp, so you arrived mid-between. You know what? Make yourself a bookmark. That's a safe. There you go.
How do I...
Oh, nice. Look at that. This is the first battlecruiser I see in a level 2 mission. Actually something big to shoot.
Dumbass question, how do I make a bookmark where I'm currently at? Like that.
Oh, good question. How did you make bookmarks again? You go to locations, which you find... At the bottom left, there's a... Press L,
Oh.
and you pop up the
there we go.
locations.
Add location.
Yeah, then you click Add Location, and you make a bookmark at this this particular place. Like save 1 or just something. Oh, they're jamming. Time to launch some drones. I want fire on this guy. I could actually use some help in here. These guys are hitting quite hard.
On the way. Right, warping to member. Now bookmark is made.
Oh,
Control
yes.
B.
And
Okay,
I'm
that's cool.
jammed.
So Control B is a hotkey for keybind for blooming bookmarks. Thank you very much for that. I'll remember that. That's an easy one to remember.
I'll try and remember that too. I'll try and remember that too.
Yeah. Activate gate. There we go.
Ooh, it's a row of destroyers now. I need you in here and focusing on the target that I'm shooting currently.
Go.
Because this is actually hurting a lot.
On the way. Nobody does. Yeah, right. What's your target?
Let me... The broadcast target. If you go to your broadcast list, you'll find it.
Broadcast list?
Oh wow, I'm going to have to... I'll help you set that up later. For now, though, I am running quickly out of cap, and my armor is vaporizing.
I see them. I'm shooting. Oh dear, I've got the wrong ammunition from this range. It's up to irons. I'm there. I'm guessing.
Come on, Dire Pitum, explode, you little bastard.
I'm guessing it's the nullifier and annihilator next to you. Yes.
Yeah, now it's the nullifier. Hold on, let me...
Targeting it now.
Broadcast, can I... Yeah. Engage this guy. Let's look at who my drones are shooting at. And who my lasers are flashing on.
Please, I am barely tickling him.
Yeah, you need to close range and switch over to antimatter. Remember the range of your weapon?
Yeah, I'm using my irons, which is a 50-kilometer range, and I'm at 50 kilometers.
Yeah, close in. I may need to leave soon too, so
Cool.
be ready to get out.
Right now, going in as quick as I can.
Oh crap. That's not helping. My hardener just went off, which means the reactive hardener has just reset itself, and I'm taking a lot more of a beating than I should be.
Oh dear.
Like, switching to standards because they take less cap. Half armor. If we can make this, I just need to break even.
Mm-hmm.
You know, reduce their DPS so much that my armor can keep up.
Yes.
But I am barely doing any damage to this guy currently.
Same. I wonder if he's getting a buff from one of his feathers.
It doesn't help me that my capacitor is my ammunition.
Yeah, that's true. There we go. About as close, the closest I need to be. There we
Yeah.
go, he's starting to drop now.
Good. I am barely scraping by here. Speaking of, I need to go. Warping out.
Okie dokie.
Warp out. Oh, good news. We are rid of the 2 jammers.
Nice.
My ass is on fire.
Align to...
Finally, we found a level 2 mission that can kick our ass.
Yes. So I can get...
How many cap charges do we have left? I have 3 more cap batteries, which ironically is my ammo, which means I'm starting to run dry.
Warp drive active.
There we go, I just had to up help myself.
Mm-hmm. You were not running your shield repairer or hardener though, so
No, that's true.
yeah, don't forget about that. You can get liquidated pretty quickly in a destroyer if you don't mind that.
Oh, yes. Oh, hello, buddy.
Right, what is switch to antimatter for a moment and let me know what your optimal range is.
Antimatter. Optimal range
Warping
is
to you
16.
to just regroup from him. Right, so you see when you target something, you have keep at range and you have orbit. I would
Yes.
suggest you set your orbit range to around 15 kilometers, because that should keep you around 16-15 of any target.
Okay.
And then when you get into missions, you aim to get to that range and start liquidating things with antimatter. And you
Okay.
only use other ammunition while you're on your way in. Because, you know, if you use iron or thorium on your way in, you can quickly swap.
Cool.
Yes, let's have a look at the map, the market for these.
Thank you, Mr. Venture. You've helped me reset some of my bits.
Uh-huh. I need more cap boosters. So I'm going to have to go back to, no, not back to Jira. I can dock and fetch them. I will be right back.
Okie dokie. Oh, random Korax just showed up.
Yeah, welcome to where we are currently. It is very populated here.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, we have 153 people in local. So yeah.
Nice. So busy.
See, I went with wherever you wanted to go and whichever race you wanted to make, but I generally detest Caldari space. Mostly because it is so incredibly populated.
I do apologise.
I blame you for this.
Mwahaha.
Okay, let's stack up on some cap booster batteries and repair our ship. I may have to rethink the fitting for a little bit, but that hardly matters because this is a rarely challenging mission. And when we get to level 3s, I'll upgrade into a battlecruiser anyway.
Okie dokie.
So I'm kind of not going to do that. But I'm still going to fix this thing for free, or, you know, in station.
Yes.
Wow, they kicked my butt to 54,000 ISK worth of repair bill. Pocket change, but that's still a decent amount of sum to repair.
Just a bit. Just a bit.
Alright. Stay where you are for now.
Active.
Okie dokie. Oh, stop. No, I'm warping. Oh, no, I did stop. I did manage to stop. Cool.
I think it's Control C to emergency stop your ship.
Okay.
Yeah, see what Tira has to say,
Yeah,
like if you
really?
have 5 strangers in your home system, it's busy. Right?
Yeah.
That's what I like to see. It's why I like to have the quieter areas of Federation or Empire space to play around in, because it is usually very easy to see when you have new people coming into local.
Cool. Control C, copy. Control
Okay.
space, emergency stop. Gotcha.
Righto. Let's get ourselves
I get
back
ya.
to the location.
Warp drive active.
Right. Try round number 2. At least they've
Yes,
been.
sir.
At least they've been dragged away from the warp gate. So there is that.
Yeah, it's not so much that I'm worried that we're gonna get popped. It's more like I like to have more knowledge of who is around, in a way.
True.
And that's impossible when you have 100+ people in local.
True. Activate gate.
Alright, once again, I go in first, take their aggro. You orbit me, and if you get a little bit too much heat, you warp off and come back.
Okie dokie. I myself find it a little bit cathartic having so many people in high sex. It's I could quite easily see being in low sec with just a whole small handful of folks. You see someone pop in, instant paranoia.
Or a visual opportunity.
True. I want thorium.
Okay, Pitum Eraser is next target. You should see on your overview that there is now a target marker on this guy that I have marked.
On the overview, target marker. I'm not seeing it.
Yeah, we need to just look over your overview later on. It's not one of those cases of the balance between. It could be nice to just have you explore how the overview works yourself, but on the other hand, it is always inefficient until otherwise explored.
True.
And it could be very useful to have it more efficient, so I could technically just toss you the overview settings I'm using.
Yes.
We'll have to figure that out later. Just try and shoot whoever my drones and lasers are shooting, and damn, they hurt!
Oh, we done it. Thankfully, one of the ones that I targeted was... I saw his health was dropping. I was like, yeah, that's the one you're shooting at.
Yeah. Wrong. We were going for this one next. The good news is it's relatively few of them now, so my armor is barely holding.
That's
I
good.
just gotta juggle a lot of cap boosters and eat my... Yeah, eat my batteries, basically.
Sounds very micromanagery.
Yeah, high intensity combat in Neve can be very micromanaging. Okay, you're next online. Yeah, I don't have the cap to run everything. Come on. One pulse of the MVD.
Okay. I've upset the
Oh shit!
pirates
Shit.
now. Getting hurt?
Yeah, my partner died on me just for a moment there.
Oh
I need to
dear.
bail. I suggest you do the same.
Cool, will do.
Just right click, find yourself a asteroid belt of planet, warp.
I'll see if I can take one guy out on the way, because I have eaten into his armor now. I can take a couple of hits.
You're
before I
gonna
need to
take a
walk.
while. You're using Tech 1 railguns to shoot him. Even at optimal, they're gonna vaporize you before you get too much. At least call the line out.
He's into his structure now.
Right, okay. Let's see. Remember to turn your shield repairer on.
Yep. One more volley and he's gone. There we go, warping.
Nice work. Nice work.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm just going to sit here, get back some cap, and repair my armor to full, and we're going to go straight back. Because this way we will handle it.
Yes. Right, shield hardener can go off. In the middle of bumfuck nowhere.
So, Tara, assuming you're still here watching, want to brag a little bit because you have my curiosity piqued. You say you have Tech 2 Blueprint Originals. I would love to hear a couple of examples of what you actually have.
Oh, there you go. Getting blinded by the actual sun. Right.
The capacitor is empty.
Right, almost arrived back to the mission warp gate, so you can almost warp to me.
Modules, high slot ships. Yeah, that's about it.
Yeah, I
Some
was looking for
guns,
something more specific, like
some
can you make,
harvesting
let's say Tech 2 point pulse lasers? I have arrived, you can warp to me.
Cool.
Warp drive active.
You know, this also just reminds me and makes me even more pissed that I lost the old account because
No.
I had every Tech 1 blueprint copy for battleships and below.
Ouch. And
I know.
It says
Like,
not
okay,
for
sure,
lasers.
not.
You could invent.
Yeah, well, I can do that too. I was wondering if you had the old school, let's say, medium pulse laser Tech 2 blueprint, for instance. Right, let's go back inside. There's a few more Gurries in there who need a spanking.
Yes. Right, there you go. You're in. Now I'm following
Warp
behind.
drive active.
Mm-hmm. There's only 3 of them left. A battle cruiser and 2 cruisers. We'll focus on the cruisers first.
Okie dokie.
No, we're not, because the battle cruiser is so close.
So battle cruiser it is then.
Yes, sir. And immediately they greet you with that shield-stripping round of railguns.
Oh yes.
Remember again, get to your optimal for antimatter and swap to antimatter.
Already there.
Mm-hmm.
Antimatter. Oh, no.
Yeah, I don't have to worry too much about the repairer now, because they don't have nearly the damage necessary to actually take me. But of course, this is just the first pocket. There could be a lot more pain in the next one.
Yes. Sure you don't want me to just pop in and then kite them away while sniping at them at 50 kilometers?
You could try that, but let's finish these guys off first. I should sit here and lick my wounds for a little bit. I am basically out of cap.
Oh dear.
Yeah. Right now I'm just holding their attention. Yeah, I'm down to letting the drones do their work. Well, the capacitor recharges enough for repairs. It's just because I am trying not to numb any more batteries.
Understandable.
No Amarian stuff, alright. Well, if you can mass produce Tech 2 missiles, for instance, that is still quite the money printer for you. So a few billion in a week is definitely doable. The big question now, I wonder, is what do you do with all your risk? Let's hope you're not one of those silly people who buy extremely rare, obscenely
Okay.
expensive Alliance tournament ships and go lose them to noobs in Lozak. That would be silly.
Oh, in the what now?
I think I told the story last week. Oh, for instance, there was this one person who had an obscene amount of ISK and just bought a extremely rare, one-of-a-kind frigate
Oh, and then
that
lost
somebody
it.
won in a Alliance
Yeah.
tournament and lost it to a noob in Losec.
I remember that, yeah.
Yeah, that is one of those insane EVE Online stories. It's like, yeah, I bought this thing, I moved out, I wanted to gank some noob in faction warfare who wasn't even trying to kill me, he was just shooting back. And through sheer incompetence, I managed to lose a ship worth several trillion ISK. It's like, yeah, good going.
Dear Lord. That's just painful.
That is very painful. Currently down to 2 billion in your personal wallet. Well, one wonders how much ISK you have in rotation, though.
Oh yes, very rich at 7 million.
Yeah, so you're feeding your corp wallet to entertain your 5 members. Ah. See, that's kind of funny
Fair
because
enough.
that's more or less what we did years back. We just didn't have that kind of production capacity, so making the ISK was essentially taxing what everyone was doing anyway, and then just feeding it back to them by the aforementioned buying of their ores.
3 billion a week in purchases. That is, now considering I'm somebody who's never really gone beyond high sec and casually mining, that is, that sounds like a lot to me. I know it's not a lot in the grand scheme of the game, but, ouch.
It's still billions, you know?
Yeah.
Like, a lot of people underestimate what you can do with... Let's put this into perspective. A Marauder, the Tech 2 battleship that is pretty much the perfect mission build. Like the Kronos, for instance, a very well-fitted mission Kronos can run you about $1.5 billion. That sounds like an extreme amount of money, and it kinda is for a single ship, especially a sub-capital ship. But it's still essentially just a very well-fitted Tech 2 battleship. So it's not that much money in the grand scheme of things. Your average dreadnought is like 3-4 billion now, maybe.
Okay.
Let me double check that because I recently killed one, and so it should still be on the.
It's moments like this I miss my Manticore with javelin torpedoes. This guy would be dead in
Yeah.
a second.
Yeah, but you don't take bombers into missions, do you?
You can actually. You just can't use the
You
actual
you
bomb
can.
thing.
It's just extremely inefficient, and no, you cannot bomb them.
Module has run out of charges.
Pretty much.
No bombs in high sec.
Yeah. I've always wanted to use a bomb, but never had the opportunity to.
Yeah, there are many different groups that just take random players and take them out to just do bomber action. Like Bomber Spar, I think, is still active.
A bomb or what?
So there's a lot of player groups that do things like that, that do low sec and null sec PvP, and they just take on random people and fly to places and just attack things for the hell of it.
Okay.
Happens all the time. And I think one of the groups that were active several years back at least were Bomber Spar, and they did literally that. You just show up in your stealth bomber with your bombs and everything,
Okay.
and you go out and you bomb some poor bastards.
All sorts. Yeah, you just mentioned the Bomber's Bar. I'm guessing Bomber's Bar is a specific group, yes?
Yeah, I think one of many.
Okay.
Also, your average bomber cost is around 30 to 40 million for the ship hull and everything.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds about right, does that?
Yeah, it's still a very costly. Like 40 million for a frigate hull is quite a lot.
This guy's pummeling me right now.
Just keep your shields up. Worst case scenario, you warp out, but he is basically not long for this world.
Yeah, once his shield's gone.
Yeah, I am in optimal with him, and he's slowly dying.
Yeah, sounds about right. Does that for the Manticore, about 16 there.
Yeah, that's for the hull. The fitting and everything combined is a 30-40
Give or take.
estimated.
Yeah, I've gone through a
Come
few
on.
Manticores in my time. I'll admit that.
What did you use them for if you were staying in high sec?
I just like the concept of the ship, to be honest. Sneaking around in a little stealth ship.
The capacitor is empty.
Yeah.
Right, time to warp. Capacitor's empty and my shield's dropping.
Warp drive active. The capacitor is empty. The capacitor is empty.
Probably not going to walk very far because empty capacitor, but we'll see.
Doesn't matter. You're getting out of the mission and then you're getting back in.
Yep.
Because we still have the next acceleration gate to go through. And he is back to... Wow, my gun's caught out. That explains a couple of things. He's back to half shields.
Same with hounds, obvious reason. What's a hound?
The Mimitar stealth bomber.
Okay.
And the Nemesis is the Glante one, and the Purifier is the Amarian one.
Gotcha. Yeah, no, I've always liked the idea of covert op ships. Just being able to sneak around without disturbing others or being disturbed.
Recon ships is very cool. I remember the first time I went out in a recon ship with a friend, like we had skilled for so long to get one, and the money for it and so on. We just went skulking around in low sec. We didn't engage anyone. We didn't dare.
Yeah.
Because we couldn't technically replace the ships yet, so we were paranoid about obvious bait, and so we started seeing ambushes behind every little noob in a low sec system.
Yeah, that's
Like,
that's
nah,
all
we're
right.
not gonna mess with that guy. All right, he's obviously just baiting. No, he's just a noob mining. But
Yeah. Oh yes.
oh, that saved a lot of lives. Like, if we're not gonna shoot you, not because we can't. We can definitely just premiere you on the pavement, but you're gonna get to live because we're too paranoid to shoot you.
Oh yeah. This guy's just straight back retargeted me and shooting at me again.
Oh, he loves you.
That he does. Right in time.
He is so tanky. I'm starting to think we weren't supposed to kill these guys. We were just supposed to go through the gate. And I'm gonna laugh if that's the case. If you go through the gate and it's like, yeah, you were just supposed to bum rush through the gate and not worry about it.
Yeah. What's his shield like?
I'm an idiot. I'm sorry. Yes, that's exactly what we're supposed to do. The mission is called Recon. You're not supposed to fight these guys.
Oh dear.
They are intentionally extremely difficult for a level 2 mission.
That would make sense. Activate gate.
I'm not going to complain though. It was fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, just go through the gate and finish my mission for me, will you please?
Will do. Will do.
Oh wait, will it even count if you do it? I'm not sure it will.
Well, we shall see. Warp drive active.
Oh, come on, you're half armored. Just die. Just give up. At this
dear.
point, I am chewing through my batteries just to keep the lasers going. That's like, god damn it.
And the next room is empty.
Yes, because you were just supposed to scout through it.
Oh,
You completed my mission for me. It's done. It's over. I can leave.
nice.
The
Oh no,
capacitor
there's an
is
ambush. There's an ambush.
Yeah. Run. You're not supposed to fight those guys,
empty.
and we're not gonna waste any more time.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Hey, Clara.
Yes.
You know what?
Yes.
Free bounty money. There you go.
Nice.
I'm gonna dock up. That is funny.
Oh dear.
Welcome to a level 2 mission. It kicks your ass 2 days to Tuesday. You're probably not supposed to fight them.
Yeah. Oh dear.
Docking request accepted.
Oh,
Well, that was fun.
that was amusing.
Hmm.
Ah, Tira is online linking me the things they can make.
Thanks that conversation.
Oh, you lucky son of a bitch. You can make Tech 2 mining drones. Do you have any idea how obscenely costly those are?
What now?
Okay, Tira can produce Tech 2 mining drones. And what's funny about Tech 2 mining drones is their yield difference to a Tech 1 is in the double-digit percentages at most, but their cost
Ooh.
difference is like several 100% different. Just look them up on the market. The difference between a Tech 1 mining drone and a Tech 2 mining drone.
Oh, will do.
1 or 2 what tier?
Okay, well, that's drone upgrades. That's not what I want. I want drones themselves. Where do I
Oh
find
my god.
drones?
They're under their own category on the market. Just look for drones on the market. You're right next to Jita, so it shouldn't be a problem.
I see drone upgrades. Drones,
Oh
there
yes,
we go.
I got both of your messages. Thank you, thank you.
Mining drones. So, mining drones, standard ones, 28,000 each. Mining drones, 2. Okay, just shy of $1 million each. 849,000.
Yeah, that's gone down a little bit. But consider the following: if you wanted to cost somebody money, let's say in low sec, and somebody was dumb enough to bring Tech 2 money just because those things are incredibly frail. So if you just pop some of these,
Can
you
I
know.
melt?
Oh yeah, and have a look at, well, while you're at it, have a look at the faction drones and find harvester drones. Have a look at those.
Harvesting drones.
And then you compare the efficiency, mining amount on the free ones. Tech 1, Tech 2, and harvester drones.
Where's the harvesting efficiency shown? Attributes. Mining amount, 42. Yeah, that's pretty decent.
Yeah, Terra, you can produce Tech 2 recon ships, interceptors, and stealth bombers. Like straight up from a blueprint that never runs dry. You are incredibly blessed at this point. I salute you. You have been very lucky.
Residue volume multiplier. What is residue probability?
That is when you mine a particular kind of ore. I think it's Merxite it's called. It takes a particular kind of laser, and there's it has its own skill for mining it, and each level of mining it reduces the chance of getting a damaging cloud. Because I was just about to say, imagine if you're using harvester drones. You didn't check their price, by the way. Imagine if you're using the harvester drones, because it takes particular skills to use Tech 2 mining drones, right?
Yeah.
And so you can use harvester drones right off the bat, because they mine more. And in mining, the yield is the only thing that matters, right? Yeah, ridiculously costly, right? So the yield is the only thing that matters. The yield is the only thing that matters. So people use harvester drones when they can, because Tech 2 mining drones take so many skills to take, right?
Okay.
So just imagine you're sitting there, you're mining Merxite, a damaged cloud forms, and they do damage to everything in the area over time. Your ship's probably gonna be fine, but it melts all your drones.
Oh dear.
Like, imagine if they melt all your harvester drones. That's 5 times 360 million ISK. So I'm sorry to say this, but this is one of those clear cases of you're an idiot if you use harvester drones. Because, sure, they're more efficient, but there are such a thing as... And I just lost the train of thought. Cost versus reward, basically. Risk versus reward.
Yeah. If you're spending more on resource gathering than you are getting from the resources,
Yeah.
I get it. Right. Marusa.
Anyways, people will do with their minutes as they see fit. Thank you for the time, Tira. That was nice to know.
Warp drive.
I mean, I asked you to kind of brag a little, and you did. So now I feel better.
Oh yes.
It's nice to know that people who can still produce ships from original blueprints are still around. It kind of demonstrates that the vets in the game are still very much alive and kicking.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm still amused that we sat there and bashed our heads against the wall for that long.
Yeah.
Why did we do that?
So they're actually still on the market as well. Okay. I bet they're expensive.
Yeah, you can find them on the market.
Gonna be pricey. Right, I'm in
Okay,
the
let's
next
see the next mission. Let's see. I'm supposed to talk to you. I'm supposed to talk to you. Complete this mission. Where's the mission? Oh, second level of recon. Yes, of course. This is the mission where you go to various different locations and reconnoiter to find a safe path to something else. And it's probably going to be full of rogue drones, I bet. But we'll go anyway.
Okay.
Once you've taken your
let's see.
next mission, let's get going.
Yeah, you could probably figure out where BOPs are being used by the ability to keep dropping prices.
Yeah. Yeah, there are, of course, some people can easily mass produce certain things so they can afford to undercut other people.
Yes.
Because when you have to constantly reinvent the blueprints to get the copies, it'll come to a certain point where you can't drop the prices any lower. So obviously the people who can just afford to produce them cheaper can cut the costs, and thus they get the sales.
That is very true. Right, oh.
Whoever is mass producing Tech 2 heavy missiles for people to use in their missions will be raking in bank as we speak. Probably somebody in Jeddah.
Yes. Right, files, open. Stream overlays. Here on that overlay. Right, okay. Right, well, I'm waiting for you to come to me. I'm guessing you're coming to me eventually.
Oh yes, hold on. You are in what system again?
Marassi.
Alright. Marassi. I'm so silly. I forget the most basic thing in the world. I literally told you that you can eventually learn how missions work by just seeing what they're called. And I forget to double check the recon missions and go, yes, we should just move past these guys and not waste our time.
A classic.
Yeah, but hey, a lesson worth telling twice, it will be learned, or not learned, remembered the next time, right?
Indeed.
Besides, it was kind of fun actually to just test the tanking for a bit. It's a little different from the walkover missions.
Oh, yes.
So fucking stupid. Alright, I've arrived. You can go.
Right. What's the location?
Warp drive active.
Well, Tira, it may not be necessarily as overpowered as it used to be, sure, but it's still a very nice benefit to have. Just not having the hassle of having to reinvent the wheel a million times over is actually very useful. That is actually one of the silly ways of the game, in a way, because they call it invention, right? But you're constantly inventing the same blueprint over and over. They should just name it something else, because it's technically just copying. All right.
Huh. Interesting.
Avenging a
Right,
fallen
okay.
comrade.
Onwards and onwards through the gate.
Oh, I love this mission. So, Tara, last week I shared with Clara here the interesting joy of way back when this game was very new and we were playing it. Avenge the Fallen Comrade was the first mission I ever did, and it's iconic because it has this nice cute radio telescope sitting in a mission right next to a small shipyard. Do you remember have such memories of the game from when you started playing it? Like, what's iconic for you? When you think back to Noob Days and Eve, what do you think of?
I got stuck in a mission on day 3. Guy my cup served me in local
Hey.
chat.
What mission was it, if you remember?
Give me the juicy
I'll move over and blow up the habitat, by the way, so you just pop rats as you wish.
Go.
Your mission objective will be done soon. And when we're done with that, I'll just go back to perimeter and do the other recon missions real quick, since they want me running around screaming like a little girl.
Lovely. Can't save me in local chat. Ironic, me being a noob, getting rescued by a bunch of ships. That was pretty epic. Yeah, I bet. The one with the
The one with the quaif. Ah.
Oh dear.
I'm not even sure which one that is, but I think I can remember something roughly along those lines.
Yeah, I don't think I've got any interesting stories like that, really. At least not when I was back in my pure noob days. I'm still somewhat noobish, I will admit. Oh, down they go, one by one.
That one last rat gets to get away with armor damage because I'm warping.
Possible to pull level 5 missions till it spawned in HiSec? Oh, level 5 missions in HiSec? Well?
I have no idea about that because I've never really done level 5 missions, because I was told always that they were pretty much a waste of time because you really pretty much need a capital ship to do a level 5 mission. And that they only spawn in low sec and null sec. So I had no idea you could actually spawn a level 5 in high sec. That if it truly actually needs a cap ship, that begs the question: how are you gonna finish it if you need a capital ship, and it spawns in high sec?
Yeah, it's true.
You could ask Kriba to do it for you in the Vault Knot.
Could ask who and what now?
Uh-huh. So once upon a time, I don't think he plays anymore, but once upon a time there used to be a player who was famous in EVE Online. Well, there's been many players who was famous in EVE Online, but his name was Kriba, and he was obscenely rich because he was one of those special case players who basically only ever did one thing, and his big thing was he liked to do mining.
Okay.
And so he'd just sit around and mine Veldspar basically all day long. It is all he ever wanted to do. And I don't remember how he got it. I think it was a reward from CCP themselves. He got to have a dreadnought, an Amarian dreadnought.
Oh.
And they called it the Veldknot because he just attached 3 mining lasers to it. And he would sit in high sec and just mine Veldspar in his gigantic dreadnought.
Oh dear.
Warp drive
Yeah.
Oh, I suppose if you're min-maxing something, that sounds about right.
Yeah, but the thing is, it is an obscenely inefficient way to mine. It's just a spectacle of it's a capital ship mining in high sec. Because you're not supposed to have capital ship in high sec. And he was very well known as being incredibly trustworthy, to the point where people would only do certain high-end trades if they went through Kriba. Like, hey, Kriba, I'll give you like 5 trillion ISK, which I'm supposed to give to somebody else in return for some other goods. And you either give those 5 trillion back to me, or you get the item from the person and you give that to me.
Oh, he died, did he? Saw a memorial for him near Jitta.
Really? Kriba died? Oh.
I suppose it's always possible. It is a 20-year-old game.
Yeah, I just never heard that.
There's a beacon up. Don't know if he's
Okay,
there.
it could also be that he just left the game eventually, and they put up the beacon out of respect because yeah, Kribbo was probably the number one most respected player in the entire game.
Docking permission requested.
Especially if people used him as a middleman.
Yeah, he was basically also a bank. Like he would hold money for other people.
Blimey. That's
Docking
impressive.
request
Yeah.
accepted.
It is like there's very few people in the game who could be said to have held on to say trillions and trillions of ISK for other people and actually given it back when they wanted to. And remind you, like Kribba is basically he was untouchable because he never
Yeah.
left HiSec, and he was sitting around in his capital ship. Like who's gonna suicide gank his dreadnought in HiSec? That's probably not gonna happen ever.
That's pretty true. That's true.
Yeah. So you only had his word to go by, and he never broke his word either.
Yeah. Right, I've got an unlimited.
Yeah,
private
like
campus.
Tira even used him as a middleman. Like people would back when capital ships was a lot more rare, and you have I have a mothership. You know, back when they were called motherships and not supercarriers. I want to buy one of those, so I am going to have the other guy trade Crib out the mothership, and I will trade Crib out the ISK, and he'll just send those two the other way. Because otherwise, you could easily just get scammed.
I just had a look at with the dreadnought. Oh dear lord.
Yeah, the revelation.
What one of those just with mining. Oh dear
Yeah,
lord.
just run the show info and click on it, see the model. Just imagine that thing with 3 small mining lasers.
He had small.
Click on the icon. Like, yeah.
Oh dear. 3 small mining lasers. Tiny piddle
Yeah,
mining
on the
lasers
side there.
sitting on each of them. Oh dear.
Yeah, they're extra large turret meant for gigantic capital-sized guns, and instead you have these pimply little laser beams going bzzz on one orb.
Oh dear. Ah, it's cool.
Yeah.
It's cool that the game devs trusted him with one of these in HiSec.
Yeah, I
I'm
mean-
guessing it might have been a case though if he'd have left HiSec and come back, the game probably would have automatically said no, you can't because mechanics.
Like, here's the thing. I think you have a limitation that you cannot enter a gate with a dreadnought that enters into a HiSec system, and so he couldn't leave his local system with it either. He could dock, he could undock, he could never leave the system with it.
But once you're there,
Yeah, but still, it's like he's sitting in HiSec in his little dreadnought, mining the one ore he will find in every HiSec system.
Yeah.
Veldspar.
why not?
Why not? If he wants to pay CCP money to just sit around and chill and talk with people and do that day in and day out, and just be a bank, by all means. Yeah.
I'm guessing it's probably got drone capacity to it as well, hasn't it? Oh, no,
I'm not
no.
sure it does, but it probably does.
No,
Also,
it's
Tira, what
got
do you
no
mean?
drones.
What's our current size? And yeah, Kribba was obscenely rich. Like, he did the whole trading game. I think he just also slowly mined for profit. So he never really did anything other than mine and sell. And I don't think he even produced anything. But he was fantastically rich. Like, a lot of players in EVE Online just want to play Capitalist Tycoon, and they do that very well.
Yeah.
Oh, ship size. I can fly up to battleships at current. And I think, Clara, how big of a ship can you fly?
What I can fly? Caldari. All the way up to battle cruiser.
Yeah. Probably not the best skills for those yet, though. Because you're still a alpha clone. Right, last recon mission, and then I'll do the storyline mission. And I'll just do these and deliver. I will not need your help at all, so let's just do this real quick.
Cool.
Speaking of, watch yourself and repair your
Yeah.
shields.
Yeah, it's a little bit.
One thing I would actually suggest you do to get used to it is put your afterburner and your active shield repairer on the F1 rack along with your guns. And get used to, say you need speed, that's on F1, and so you use F1 for your afterburner. You need to repair, that's F2, things like that.
I gotcha.
Yeah, it's one of the things you can do. Like, I do that with everything except for the repairer, though. I'm not sure why. Oh, yes, I remember this. This is an iconic mission. Recon 3 out of 3 is actually a very nice mission. You take damage over time when you're in the local area, but they have one of those extremely nice weather effects that's very old school and very nice. It's a
Okay.
giant swirly cloud. So if you when you get recon yourself sooner or later, just imagine yourself in that cloud when you go there and just look around. It looks incredible.
Oh yes.
You need
Sounds
to
good to
activate the
me.
acceleration gates.
Also, just check that Discord thing. I repasted it in my EVE Online overlay. It's the exact same link.
The capacitor is empty.
I don't know what's going off there. Maybe it just needed resetting or something. That is bizarre.
Capacitor is empty.
Discord doing...
Maybe.
Capacitor is empty.
Discord will do what Discord will do, I guess.
The capacitor is empty.
Yeah, they're just
I
being
know,
silly.
you're empty. I know, you're empty. That should be fine.
Yeah, see, Tara, what's going on here is basically I have set the game so that I automatically share with all fleet members all rewards. So I am splitting the storyline too, of course.
The capacitor is empty.
Okay, again,
All
I
right.
have to hop out for a second.
Warp drive active.
Need to re...
Mission complete. Turning in.
Bye-bye, Demolisher. I'll see you in a minute. Yeah, no, it's just me being the greedy one and not splitting. Men,
If the point is to get you to level 3s first and foremost, then it's hardly great, is it?
true, mainly because,
You're doing what you're following the plan.
exactly. Mainly because Andres here is, as the more added luxury of playing this offline, whereas I'm mainly streaming it, so I'm on the game a
Yeah,
little bit
I
less.
grind Imperial missions.
Yeah.
I'm almost to level 3s there.
Oh yeah, I do like the Sister of Eve ships. They are very pretty ships. To be honest, I am actually tempted to go for one of them, but I'm not sure if they fit my playstyle or not.
The
Yeah.
thing with okay,
Energy
so
turrets,
there's
yeah.
two different energy turrets are for Sister Eve ships. Yes, Society of Conscious Thought also has ships, and I think they are universal in that you can fly them regardless of which racial ships you have, and you can
Okay.
fit them universally too. So you might like those.
What, the Sister of Eve ones?
Yeah, let me link you
Okay.
one. The Gnosis, which is I think the name for their battle cruiser.
Yeah, they've got frigate, cruiser, battleship. Nestor, Stratos, and Astero.
Yeah, the only requirement to fly the Gnosis is Spaceship Command Level 1, so literally everyone can fly this thing. And you see on the bonuses, it's literally universal bonuses.
To fly which one?
In the fleet, I linked you the Gnosis.
Oh,
That is
okay.
a Society of Conscious Thought, or rather also known as a Jovian ship.
Oh, that one. Oh, I was looking at the sister.
Yeah,
Mm,
I'm just saying, these are basically... the sisters are the only ones you need special skills for, but it's kind of like, these are the two, shall we call them, neutral organizations in the game. Like,
okay.
both of them are for research and humanitarian needs and blah blah, all of that, but one of them is more like a reward ship, because the Gnosis was recently handed out to everyone who, had logged in a certain number of days and had been Omega for all that time, so you didn't get it, but I got it on the other character. And I remember when they first gave this out to absolutely everybody.
Drive active.
So it creates an interesting effect in the economy. Nobody can produce these ships, right? So they are a finite number. But because they're given out as rewards to just about any player who bothers to take them, at some times they are rare and they will cost you your soul. At other times they are incredibly cheap because the price gets driven down by the sheer overwhelming supply. So in theory,
Okay.
if you really like the Gnosis, you can just look at the market now and then, and you can find them for relatively cheap every now and then.
Okay.
Yeah. And the cute thing about them is that they're so universal that literally any fitting will fit them. So you can fit them to do whatever you like.
Which faction was this one again?
That's the thing. You won't find them under this here because you cannot skill up to them. They're called Society of Conscious Thought, or the SOTC, but most people just call them Jovian ships because the SOTC is a Jovian organization.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so I think they have battleships and battle cruisers. I don't think they have frigates or anything like that.
Radio.
Yeah, you can look for them in the market. Actually, let me do that myself.
There we go. Mission
View
complete.
market details. Yeah, they are available in Perimeter and Jeddah for like
Warp drive.
41 million.
Okay.
Yeah, as far as battle cruisers are concerned, they're actually rather cheap.
Hmm.
But like I said, literally yesterday was the day when the bonus for Gnosis dropped, so I think the prices have been squeezed down considerably just in the last 24 hours.
Yeah, just a bit. A little bit
Yeah,
of
that's good.
inflation
I mean,
for you.
if you have the money, if
Inflation.
you really like them and you have the money, you can buy a large stack and you have spares.
True.
Anywho, storyline mission. What do I need to do? Destroy all Galanta ships. Yes, of course, Kaldari. You want me to pew a bunch of Federals. Oh, and I have to
Doc.
go to where she lives first.
Warp drive.
One jump out, sure.
Ooh.
I'll just go and do this real quick. You should be getting a pretty decent loyalty point reward soon.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, I mean, that's part of the plan.
Meanwhile, out comes a can of Inch's cider. I'll type in
A
chat.
what?
Select what you wrote. Ah, okay. It's Inch's cider. It's a can of cider. Just a brand of.
Yeah, right, well, I don't drink that, so I have no idea.
That's fair enough.
Oh, but there's the...
It's very much a British brand. This one, I think.
Docking request accepted.
Oh yes, the Praxis. The Praxis is... It's kind of like SOTC ships are very hit and miss for me. They have a shuttle, I think. No, not a shuttle, a destroyer. I know they have a destroyer, a battlecruiser, and a battleship. I don't think they have cruisers or frigates. At least none that I've seen. And their destroyer is somewhat cute, but they have this friendly bling to them that I'm not particularly fond of. And the Praxis battleship has the same frilly details to them, which is just hideous. But there's a lot of people who really love them. And so there's a lot of people who really fly them. And they are meta in many things. Like Praxis is, last I checked, they are a high-end... what's the called again? Jesus. The Sunshine Incursions. They are very often used as an incursion battleship. So they are doctrine in some setups.
Right. My about. Okay. It's not that one. That's odd. Yeah, I go into my Twitch about, click the link, and it throws up that same error. Bear with me while I'm in the safety of the dock. Minerals. Through to there. see, it's because it wasn't using the permanent link, I don't think. It had some generic link for some goddamn reason. I wonder how many people have tried to join my Discord then and failed utterly. That's not good. Right, there we go. Link updated. So let's hopefully that won't happen again. Right, back to the channel. Back to channel. Move you over. And back into the game. There we go. So that's that sorted, I think. Right, start conversation. Complete. And request. Murderer brought to justice. Find and destroy the murderer and his guards and report back to your agent, Marusa. Okay. I'll hop out the station. My current standing, that's a good point. Right, that would be agency, yes. Mission agents. Okay, security agents. Caldari Navy, I'm at 2.64. With the Caldari State at 1.07. With Anyo Pariah himself being at 1. Right, no, that's the system security level. So yeah, I think I'm doing alright so far. Discord going very quiet. Okay. Let's go down, click on you. And I invite myself to my own Discord channel.
I'm back.
The link works.
Oh, Caldari Navy standing 2.84. Yeah, you are very close to level 3, so we might just do level 3s today.
Nice. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, so do I.
Well, we got another 7, 8, 9, still another 3 hours till my usual schedule finish, so...
Yeah, we have been going now for 2 hours, and we've gotten that quickly up, because I think I recall we had gotten to around 2.5 last time.
Okay.
Or 2, around that. Anyway, it took us like 3 hours to get you from level 1s to 2s. And so from 2s to 3s should be a problem. The only things that's going to change is once you hit level 3s, of course, I'm going to stop taking missions because I will still be on level 2s. And I'll just switch fleet lead to you. You take level 3s and you warp us to objectives. And I'll tag along and help you.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah. Of course, at that point, if you really want to, you could start sharing the experience, but I would kind of still prefer you take it, because I can still go and grind up my own Amarian missions to 3 and more.
Understandable.
Yeah.
The Vindicar looks pretty. Vindicator. It's a Serpentis group. Large hybrid turret. It is larges though. Oh, it's a battleship. It was a battleship. Jeez, they've even got a Titan. That's nuts. Okay.
It used to be my dream once upon a time to get into a Vindicator. I pretty much gave that up by the time I realized that faction battleships, things like that, were only so and so much better, and the price difference was much worse. Like, okay, it's not so much that you're getting the enjoyment from flying it anymore then. It would be more the case of just lack of efficiency for me.
I get you.
You know, it's again the case of, yes, sure, it is like 10-20% better than the regular Megatron, which is my favorite battleship.
Yeah.
But then it also costs like how many times more than a Mega, right?
I get you.
I'll just fly another Mega, thank you.
Yeah. That makes sense.
I say that thinking of the fact that
I see.
I'm probably going to end up flying a Paladin for high-end incursions, high-sec incursions eventually.
Yeah.
But that is ultimately also just for the sake that this character has multiple purposes. Helping you out, because that's fun, and getting into high-sec incursions. And I figured out, I was hoping they would take things like, hey, can I come in my regular Tech 1 battleship and Apocalypse? Nah, you can't. They're all basically requiring faction battleships, navy battleships, marauders.
I see.
So that's going to be a requirement. So that's only going to be, okay, Paladin because they say so, not because I necessarily wanted it.
Hmm.
Which of course means that that dream is much further off than expected.
Vindy Weebs, 3x. You hook up with the Rookies. Can learn a Praxis fit. I appreciate the offer, but I should be alright. Praxis, what even is a Praxis?
The Praxis is the Jovian battleship again, which, you know, which I literally said was being used for incursions.
Ah, gotcha. Okay.
And I also said it's one of the ugliest battleships I know of, so no thank you. But yeah.
Oh, yes. Right, just waiting for you, whatever we're doing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they do. I'm thanking you for the offer. I have technically already looked this up to do the investigations for it. I'm not an alpha pilot myself, I am Omega. But the thing is, like, I would sooner just wait until I have a bigger hull and enter at a higher tier than fly the Praxis, even if that would be more efficient for ISK. Simply because I take more joy in what I'm flying than necessarily doing the flying, right?
Speaking of, I've just seen a Praxis undocked from the station.
Yeah, have a look at it. Gander at the most over-designed battleship around. Like, you see those things around? They have no function. It's just for looks.
Oh dear.
Yeah. It's not that it's a bad battleship. It's very definitely a very good battleship. It's just, it looks hideous.
Hold on while clicking it. Well, unfortunately I missed out on that. I'll do that with the next ship.
You can just hold on. Let me help you. Access, and then you mark all that. You right click and you auto link to item type. It's in fleet.
Okie dokie. Show info. Yeah, I think I've got one of these on one of my other characters, so yeah.
Oh, you probably have. I mean, they do drop them every now and then, or just give them away as login and rewards. Yeah, like I like the SOTC color scheme. I like the color scheme because they're nice and bronze, right?
Yeah.
It's just that whole... Yeah. The Gnosis is nice because it takes its bling and puts it the other way in a way. So it's more like a fin rather than a large frill. That looks like a peacock.
Yeah.
That's the peacock battleship with all of its feathers going, look at me, ain't I pretty? I'm like, yeah, you look like a, you know, no.
Yeah.
You're a clown.
It's flying around with a halo. And unlike the Sister of Eve ships where they look like they're actual functional warp rings or something like that.
Yeah, I kind of dislike their battleship too because it's a little too warp ringy, but the design overall is pretty nice. And their cruiser is incredibly sexy.
Yep.
It's another case of the medium ship is the prettiest ship. Their cruiser is incredibly pretty.
That is. That's the Stratos, yes?
Yeah, the Stratios or whatever you call it. Yeah, the Stratios. They have some really lovely color schemes for them too. Even though the white and red for basic is still very, very nice.
Hmm.
Not gonna complain about that.
Oh, that one's bright.
Oh yes.
White and pink. That's a metallic. That's a pearlescent.
Hot
pink
flame
as well.
metallic pink.
No, that's
Yeah.
pearlescent. That's not metallic. That's pearlescent.
I think that skin is very hard to get though. Like some of these skins can be very hard to get.
Yeah. They all cycle on and off every now and then, don't they?
Yeah, they like to have artificial rarity, so they become more sought after.
Okay.
You know, the usual sales trick. The usual sales trick.
Well, it kind of makes sense with the amount of people playing the game. It creates a uniqueness in it, doesn't it? So I can
Yeah.
understand. Oh, that is vain.
I just find it really sad because there was a time, if you look it up on YouTube, I think you can still find it. They had a bit of a trailer showing a well, not so much a trailer, but more of a work in progress showcase when they
Okay.
first came up with the whole skin system.
Hmm.
And it was originally going to be something you could do yourself. Like a corporation's leader could
That's
make
cool.
sort of a uniform for ships. Like every ship in the corp would look such and such if they designed them themselves.
Yeah.
And that was such a brilliantly unique idea to just create a sort of unified spirit. But of course they realized, hey, these are skins. We could milk people for money selling these. So they trashed the whole system, and it's now what you see in the game.
Okay.
Very depressing, but it is what it is.
Okay, seems Discord really doesn't like the Discord link. Twitch doesn't like Discord links. How strange. Gonna have to look up some guides on how to get it set up properly then.
Isn't that isn't that something they intentionally do?
I think so. It's in the in the settings in the Twitch control panel. There's a section for you to put in links for your socials. Put the invite link
Yeah, but
in
what
there.
I mean is, I think certain corporations don't like you linking to other corporations because they're competition. That might be the case.
Normally I'd say yeah, but it's in a section in the Twitch settings. She's designed for you to put other social links in, so I don't know.
Huh, could just be that they're very, very picky or have issues now in the local time.
It's possible.
But yeah, kind of depressing either way if you're still struggling with that.
Yeah.
We'll just have to deal.
Yeah, well, it is what it is.
Yeah, it is.
There we go. Right, so what's happening?
I'm on my way back to deliver the I was gonna say special needs mission, but the special case mission.
It's all good.
Yeah, I don't think you're actually getting standing for it. It looks like it's only an ISK reward, but it is. It's an important milestone mission. Like you have to do this to kind of get ahead. But now I'm getting unsure of how exactly.
Fair enough.
Maybe it's just a milestone. Maybe it's just a milestone mission. Who knows?
Who knows?
Bye, Tura, if you're leaving.
All right, have a good one. Thanks for stopping by.
Yeah, thanks for the company.
Yeah.
That was nice. They were helpful. Making me freaking green with envy because, God, I miss my BPO collection.
Is there no way of recovering that original account at all?
No, I don't think so, because the reason I lost it is that I basically had the original email that it was connected to stolen, so I lost a lot more than the EVE Online account.
Oh.
And I mean a
dear.
shitload more. Yeah, and once you lose that, it's like, there is no real way for me to verify that it was me. I know what the username and password for the account originally was, but those could both have been changed by now. Like, for all I
Yeah.
know, the character I had still exists, and they're still in the corp. But for all I know, they were logged on, all their assets were taken, all their skill points were extracted, and it's just an empty shell.
Ouch.
Yeah, like, I have no way of knowing. So I am just screwed, basically.
That is painful.
Yeah.
I feel for you.
Lesson learned, don't ever let your, Well, I was gonna say, don't let your friends know what your email is, but that was kind of impossible to do. Like, I trusted the wrong person, and they basically stole my email from me.
Oh dear.
Yeah, it sucks, Source, but what can you do? There you go, have some ISK.
Nice. My next mission's in Kimatoro.
Just, I'll have to go back and grab a new mission to begin with anyway, so I'll meet you there, maybe?
Cool. On the way.
Warp drive active.
This one's another destroy the campers one.
Yeah, so you have to go in there, pop 5 rest, and come back. I don't even have to go and help you.
Most likely not. Right.
Oh my god, yes. My standing with Kaldari Navy is barely 2.17. I keep feeding you the standing, so I am progressing so slowly.
Oh dear. That's right, you're gonna have to do a little bit of individual grinding off stream.
Pretty much. And that's only if I want to catch up.
Yeah.
Frankly, in a way, I'm only just doing this to help you get to level 3s faster, but we're not going to stop at 3s though, that's the thing. So I should technically do this off stream, so I can help you grind through 3s faster, so we can get to 4s, and only once you get to 4s, that's when I kinda can hop off.
Oh yes.
Because then if I focus on getting more missions to 4, then we can have some variety if we just feel like it.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah. But mostly just to have pew options for making ISK. Let me see what we spent all that ISK on.
Oh, they're hurting pretty quickly.
Remember to stay in motion.
Paused. Oh yes.
And if you have your things on the F rack, why use the mouse clicks to activate anything at all?
Habit. Habit. Definitely habit.
There you go. Force of habit. There you go.
Oh yes. Okay. God dang it, I outran them.
Here's something people rarely do in missions: kite in a destroyer.
Yeah?
Yeah, like most Kaldari mission runners, they start in a Kestrel, and they do level 1 missions in a Kestrel. Once they get to level 2s, they just hop into a Caracal. Then they get to level 3s and they start using the Drake. And they get to level 4s and they're still using the Drake, and eventually they'll just swap over to a Raven.
Okay.
Usually a Kaldari Navy Raven, which is the penultimate... Well, not anymore. Now you have things like the Golem Marauder for that, but you know, mission boats.
I see.
Yes, you need to activate the acceleration gate, which is behind a wall of rogue drones. Fun times.
There we go. I got this.
Kiting works. What can you say? when I hear a tale of an embarrassing PvP loss that taught me a valuable lesson.
Sure.
So regarding kiting, there was once a time in Federation Militia when I was fighting two Caldari Militia pilots in Drakes, and I was using a God, what was it called? Let me double check the ship tree. What was it called? It was called an Astarte. Astarte command ship. Big, potent blaster bolt will melt your face off if you get close. So, of course,
Okay.
they did their very absolute best to kite away.
Hmm.
And they were very effective at it. I was just a little bit faster than
The
them.
module has run out of charge.
Just a little bit.
Oh dear.
But that tiny little difference, thanks to the range, made such a small difference over the long scheme that they managed to kite me out and keep me pointed and actually slowly demolish my ship.
Oh
And
dear.
3 times in the engagement, the one Drake, which was slower than the one that were faster, managed to warp out and warp back in to keep in range of his heavy missiles. So of course, what I should have done was immediately turn around, move over to the guy who just warped into my optimal, and just melt his face off first and do, fix the whole DPS difference.
Oh,
But I
yes.
was so bullheaded, I forgot about this because my pulse was raging like 2,000 meters per second.
Oh dear.
I completely forgot, and I got myself a very expensive PvP loss, which was completely avoidable.
Yeah. What PvP? Oh my.
Yeah, it was PvP. It was
So
two
they-
players in Drakes versus my command cruiser.
So they
my
played you
command
like
ship.
a banjo.
Yeah, they got really lucky that I basically panicked because I never once changed tactic. I just kept running after this one guy. And the funny thing is, just when I was about to break, I reached him,
Yeah.
and when I finally basically laid my hands on him, my blasters were melting him like wax candles in the desert, right? It was hilarious. He was straight down. But I was halfway through his armor, which was vaporizing when I finally exploded.
Oh dear.
So he got out with like the last few seconds left to live. Was when I died.
Too little, too late. By the skin of his teeth.
Yep, definitely,
Oh dear.
definitely. So that was a very very worthwhile lesson. It was like just keep cool, consider your tactics, and do it
Yes.
differently because he would have gotten away. Like if I had just turned around and melted his friend, he would have gotten away, sure, but I would have gotten away with a kill and survived.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there you go.
Never mind.
Keep cool. Keep cool under pressure.
Lesson 101.
Uh-huh.
Well, the good job I did not play EVE Online last night. I would have passed out for sure with this music.
It's too serene and calming.
Mm-hmm. Very much so. Don't get you saw in the Discord.
That is kind of a double-edged sword. Oh, this reminds me of something else. You know there used to be a jukebox in EVE Online?
But you? No. That's cool.
Yeah, it would play all the known EVE Online OSTs. It would play all of the ambient musics, and I think it also could play basically songs you fed through it from your own list if you had MP3 players. So you could be sitting there doing missions, and you could program the jukebox to automatically play your beloved heavy metal soundtracks in the middle of a mission.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, that was incredibly cool, and I don't remember why they said they was going to remove it, but they removed it.
I think I probably know why. It will have been the
Copyright issues.
Mm-hmm. The Mogul Music
Uh-huh.
Mafia group.
Yep.
I
This is why we can't have nice things.
Yep. That is a real shame. I mean, I would actually love to do art streams every now and then, but for something like that, you either need a big enough watch account who are chatting for you to bounce off to have like a just chatting segment, or have some background music playing. I managed to find a playlist that had non-copyrighted music in it, so I was playing that. And a few days later, after I uploaded it, I found I had a copyright strike against it. I looked in.
Yeah, because non-copyrighted music doesn't mean anything when they just say you copyright.
Oh no, that it was technically all copyright-free music except for one song buried halfway through the soundtrack, which I totally missed because
Seriously?
I was engorged in the art. It was a Marilyn Manson song.
Ah,
Yep.
oh,
In that entire playlist, there was just YouTube decides to inject one copyright song into that playlist, and bam.
you think they may have? You think some people may have done that intentionally, just to mess with people?
It's entirely
Like somebody at
likely.
YouTube did it, because if the list is supposed to be, hey, here's this list is safe with copyright-free music, and then there's this one song that gets you, that sounds like it's deliberate.
Yeah, I suspect it probably was. So, though that stream is still up, I've muted the segment in question which has that song in, which isn't really that much of an issue because it's an art stream anyway, and I wasn't really talking. But still, yeah. That being said, though, it's not the only time I've had copyright issues. The reason why I have the music turned down so low on Final Fantasy for Online is because it's not Square Enix that copyrights me. No, it's the Warner Bros. Company that keeps striking. And I don't know why, because Warner Bros. Has no involvement with Final Fantasy at all.
No, but
I'm not
they are
prepared to
one of
fight it.
those they are one of those groups, unfortunately, that just loves to flex their power needlessly. Because it's not right, it's not even legal, basically, but they can do it because they know nobody has the power to sue them for it. It's kind of like they're kind of like the music version of Nintendo. Like Nintendo will, their bot is rabid. It's insane. It will even copyright strike their own trailers, which is hilarious.
Oh yes, very much so.
Yeah, it's like, oh, here's a trailer for a new Nintendo game. It has Nintendo music in it. Copyright strike. It's like, how dare you? Wait, this is our own stuff.
Exactly. Exactly.
It's literally the
absolutely
case.
stupid.
It's literally the case of they are being eaten by the monster they created. It's kind of poetic
Yeah.
justice.
Well, the thing is, there would actually be a very, very easy way to solve it, and that is if the likes of Twitch, YouTube, and all that lot, if there's a particular group that keeps sending false copyright strikes out, and it's obvious that they're false, that they basically just remove that company, bot, whatever's ability to do a copyright strike, and then if they keep doing it, they then get banned from YouTube or Twitch or whatever.
Yeah, but
So-
that takes effort, though.
Yeah, unfortunately so, yes. Unfortunately so. Right, requesting next mission. The Seven's Brothel objective. Flee.
You're going to save the damsel.
Find and eliminate
Or
Seven's
maybe that's its
forces.
own mission. But the Seven's Brothel is a fun mission. It's another one of those classics you find everywhere.
Yes. Oh, on dock. I think it's local
Yeah,
as well.
that reminds me. So, a level 4 version of the Seven's Brothel and or Rescue the Damsel is very funny because it's basically Evil Line's version of Helen of Troy. Like, there's so many rats in there, and they're all dying over this one bitch.
Oh
Sorry,
dear.
this one lady is like, we're here to save one person, just hand her over. No, we gotta die for this.
Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear.
I should learn to watch my mouth on stream.
It's alright, as long as it's not too often. As long as you don't
Yeah, it's
say
just-
the certain words like the hard R, the hard N, you know, that sort of thing. It's all good. A little bit like swearing.
Yes,
sometimes.
true. You know what's kind of funny about that, though? Eventually, it's gonna get to the point where saying the N-word is in and of itself a slur.
Oh yeah.
I don't know how long it will be until that happens, but when it does, I'm going to laugh, because then it's like, okay, so now we need an N-word for the N-word.
Oh yes.
But yeah, let's try and avoid that.
Exactly. But too much of a hot topic, that one, for us to stream, that one.
Yeah.
Not that it really matters, because me with ADHD, dyslexia, suspected Asperger's, untested for the full-blown autism. Technically speaking, I should be able to use the hard R word, but nope.
But they don't care! Context doesn't matter, you can be talking about yourself.
Exactly.
Oh my god. Nah.
This is a funny world we're in at the moment.
Yeah, we don't have to worry. Once we get to level 4, though, the pressure should be high enough that we'll be complaining about how quickly we get vaporized anyway.
Oh, yes.
Or maybe not. I mean, it depends on what we're flying.
Sounds like fun to me.
I'm not so sure I would. Well, yeah. It will be more. It will be something a bit more interesting than just blazing through level 2s, sure. But you know, if we invested hundreds of millions of ESK into pretty nice missioning battleships and we just get them spanked and dropped in a mission, that wouldn't be so fun, though.
True, true.
We're gonna have to be a little careful.
Yes. Ah, this quest isn't too worrisome.
Which ones you doing? Oh yeah, the Southern Brothel, of
Brothel
course.
one. Yeah.
I'm not sure you have the capacity to tank that, but... Oh no, it's this mission, no.
Huh?
It's the mission where you have to go and scavenge the survey ship. I don't have the means to do that, so I'm going to actually need your help to do this mission.
Okie dokie, I'll quickly get this one complete and then I'll be on my way to you.
Yeah, and you are in... I'll
Yes,
come
I will
to
see.
you.
Ah, so you need the data analyzer, is it? Oh,
Yes, I need a
Okey-dokey.
data analyzer.
cool.
Also, when you linked the system, you didn't link the system, you linked the constellation.
Oh. Whoops.
Yeah, I can't warp to a constellation, sadly.
My bad. Whoops. Didn't know
It's
it was
okay,
down there.
I can see on the map where you are, so I'm on my way.
Cool.
I think maybe by now you're done.
No, I've got to kill a specific target. You need to destroy all the enemies in the vicinity, and I've got 4 more targets left.
Yeah. That reminds me of something else. Another big thing about... Maybe you're doing it intentionally to hide your overview, but one of the big things about EVE Online is the overviews, you know, seeing what people see on it.
Yeah.
And since you're hiding that, that is actually a bit of information from your stream that people are not getting.
That is a good point, yes.
That's something you may want to consider with yourself if you want to actually show, yes or no?
No, in all fairness, that is something that I've been meaning to move and change around. The problem is the overlay that has my follower goals is the same overlay that has the little chat box. So I would need to reorganize things. I would need to reorganize all my overlays or move where that info is, but that would move. I wonder if I could do.
That's a bit more effort than something that can quickly be done, yeah. Oh, hello.
I can move them. Right, switch to antimatter.
I've come to assist you.
Lovely. Now the big guy is down. If I could move, if you look on the stream,
Yeah, you can move the
These.
overview.
these things here, if I could move them, I could then have that here. Until then, it's just going to have to be a little bit short. Capsule a day can be covered, that's not an issue. There we go.
Mm.
The capacitor is empty.
Oops, empty my capacitor. Need to be more careful on that one.
Is empty.
Yep.
There we go. Right, I shall go get my scanning ship, which is back in the dock.
Throttle exploded.
Yes.
Meanwhile, I'll go pick up the cargo container and rescue your fair damsel or whoever the heck was inside the brothel.
No.
I think maybe this is the mission where you just destroy it.
Yeah, no, that wasn't even that. It was just kill the people around the brothel.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you know who I just saved?
The damsel?
No, the damsel isn't here, this is the wrong mission. I saved a bunch of janitors.
Nice. Lucky
Yeah,
janitors.
I gotta save the floor sweepers. They care, they matter too.
Yeah, that they do. That they do.
Ah,
Right, and dock. Oh, sun's moved far enough that I can open the curtain again and let this room cool down a little bit. I've mentioned before that my room's an absolute freaking hotbox.
No, but I can believe you. I'm lucky in that I can just open a window and a door and I get flow through.
Yeah, my window is basically a westward facing window, so I get the sun all through the evening.
Request accepted.
I've got the kitchen below me, bathroom on another, and the main house boiler on another, in a house that has 5 other people living in, so the hot water's being used all the time. And then you throw my PC into the mix.
My window also faces west, but it faces towards a pretty steep mountain, relatively close. So it's
Okay,
relatively little contact with the sun, actually.
fair enough. You get nice shading.
Yeah, half decent. Like half of the day, the walls are being baked because the sun hits essentially the eastern and then southern sides first.
Yes.
Anyway, I am in the mission. It is in perimeter, so you can just warp to me and you'll get to location.
Cool.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, moved up there, warp to member.
Warp drive active.
I'm going to go and grab some food once I get into the mission area. Proper, it is inside the second gate.
That's fair enough.
Yeah, if I recall correctly, when you're done surveying the ship, won't a bunch of rats spawn?
But it's likely.
I believe that's what happened last time. You said you scavenged the ship and then...
And
You
I had
got
to jump out of
the-
there lickety split. Yes.
Okay.
Thankfully I've got a micro warp drive on this thing, so it allows me to really book it out of there.
Ironically, that doesn't help you much if you need to just warp, because when you burn the MVD, your time to warp increases.
It does?
But yes, because the time to warp is based on how quickly you can take your ship from standing still to full speed. And so if you have the MVD on, the time to get to full acceleration takes longer.
I see.
So the best thing to do if you ever need to warp, the best thing to do is kill your MVD.
'Cause
I'll
then you're
let
at
you
max
just get
speed.
past there. And,
Ah. Gotcha.
yeah, like my ship, max speed without is 246 meters, and max speed with is 1,426 meters. So imagine which one of those takes longer to reach max.
Makes sense. Right, I've just popped through the gate. Where's this target?
Bit ahead at the drone turret. You can see the survey ship over there.
Survey ship.
Just move
There
straight
you go.
forward.
Approach.
Lots of empty Rex. That's the kind of thing that I can tell you right now. You can just remove Rex from overview because there's no. If you're not going to salvage them, there's no strategic use to having all the Rex on the overview. It just clutters up your space.
That's true.
And
so,
if you have a dedicated salvaging overview, you can make that and swap to it later.
okay, so then quick question. If I remove Rex from overview, is Rex with salvage in them stay or will they disappear too?
No, it's the overview is only what you see. The Rex have been unaffected. You know, if the Rex have loot in them or not, they will stay the same.
Okay.
So you can just right click on the Rex in your overview and say remove this from overview.
Yes.
Yes. The same technically is true for things like stations and player controlled structures, because you have no strategic use of having those there. Because you find those by right clicking and going to stations or structures and things like that.
Right, it's data analyzer.
I believe so. I will be right back. Try not to die.
I will try not to.
Back. Coming in.
Cool. I have absolutely no idea what I'm doing here.
Yeah, that's the hacking game. I'm not entirely sure what the goal is, but you've already found the exit there. The yellow thing, you should have clicked on that instead.
What's that? Oh, that? Is that the exit?
You see the golden thing? I'm looking at your stream. See the golden thing with the triangle pointing in? I believe that should be the exit, yes.
God dang it. Well, I noobed up then, hadn't I?
Yeah, that just means you'll have to just try again.
Right, yeah.
For now, though, yeah, system hacking failed. Do it again. This is actually good training for you because the exploring includes a lot of data analyzing and hacking. So learning how this system works now is very beneficial. You may want to read over what these nodes do and how they function and so on and so forth.
Might as well. Well, I might get another. Oh, no, looks like I've got to pick on something, and of course they've all got more expensive. And that's a fail. To be honest, last time I just kept doing it and doing it and doing it until I passed, so...
Yeah, you could just keep wailing away at it until you've completed it. You can also look at what you have when it comes to virus cohesion and strength and what these things do.
Virus?
Like that, like bumbling down on a system node that just saps your energy doesn't help. You have to go
Yeah.
around.
I'm guessing these numbers determines how many are around.
I believe they just indicate how many clicks away or how many nodes away you are to something, though it will not tell you what it is.
Yeah.
Or how many clicks away you are to get to the exit.
Protects the virus from 2 attacks. Left click to activate. Okay. Looks like I'm going around the top.
You notice also, the more you travel around, you see those nodes that are blocking your access
They're getting
are getting
higher.
stronger and stronger. They're getting higher and stronger. So the more you travel around and don't deal with them, the harder it will be to deal with them later.
Yeah.
To the point where it's impossible.
Considering I can
So
only do
now you
70.
may well be screwed. Yeah, now you may well be screwed, because if they happen to block the way out, then you're done for, right?
Yep.
And again, if the indications when it comes to numbers tells you how far it is for something, you may want to just try and follow that, so you know which nodes you need to actually butter down.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, it's a learning experience, so this is good for you. Keep going. The best thing is that if this was actual exploration, what would have happened a long time ago is the objective you're trying to get to would have just exploded by now.
Yeah. Oh, come on. Really? Right away?
Yeah, some of these are not worth bashing down. Once your virus loses all cohesion, you're done for, so...
Yeah. What are you? Let's have the occasions for defense system. Okay. Dang it. Okay.
Yeah, at that point, you've gotten to the point where you don't have the wire strength to beat them down, but you have a lot of nodes you haven't explored. So you may want to, instead of bashing your head against the wall and losing, explore the nodes that haven't been explored yet. You might get lucky and find something of value. Because, you know, if you find notable tools like the one you have now, that'll help you overcome the hack.
True.
So just pay attention to what those things do. Some of them repair your wire strength, some of them attack. Yeah, it's a learning experience.
That it is, and I have to go through there regardless.
Are we so sure of that? Well, you bashed it down.
There we go.
There you are. There's the exit.
Woohoo!
Oh, hello, Rogue Jones. Suddenly. Get out of here.
That's my plan.
Warp drive active.
And I'm out.
Blowing them up.
Nice. I guess back to base.
Yeah, you'll just trade me what I need once I get there. Excuse me. Just gonna pop a few more of these and get out of here.
Cool.
Warp drive active.
Right, so far today, lovely progress.
Very.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Right. Say when you're in the station. I've got 2 unclaimed rewards.
Alright, in station.
Cool. Over Amivana Meili, yes? Yeah, because you got the fleet
You
symbol
can
next to it.
go through fleets. You can go through fleets.
Okie dokie.
But yes.
Pilot, trade. What was it I needed to give you?
The survey data chip.
I don't have
Inside
that.
your cargo. It's in your cargo hold.
Yep, I'm looking in my cargo hold. Core scanner, broken drone, burned logic chip, and contaminated nanita.
Huh.
My
That's strange. I guess if you do it, but it's not your mission, then you just don't get anything.
Maybe, unless it's still inside the cargo hold of the thing. I just unlocked it.
We'll cancel this trading session for now, and I'm quickly going to just take a trip back to the mission and have a look, see if it got spat out into a can. Because if not, then it's a case of you don't get to survey somebody else's mission.
It's possible, in which case you may need a data analyzer yourself.
Yeah, sure, but then I can also just skip those missions.
True,
Or get
true.
myself a surveying ship, which is not that hard.
True. Right, while you do that, I'm going to quickly go to the toilet.
Meanwhile, just get back to your missions, and we'll keep going.
Yes. Well, nature calls first. BRB. I'm back. Great. Okay, mission grinding time. Hate the hiccups.
Warp drive active.
Warp to location.
Warp drive active.
Activate.
Warp drive active.
Absolutely nothing here.
Back.
Welcome back.
And yeah, there is nothing here. So somehow you doing it broke the mission.
Oh dear.
Lesson learned.
'Twas not my intention, indeed.
No, it wasn't mine either. Well, that's no problem.
Oh dear.
Slight loss of time, but I'll just have to say, no, Governor, I can't do this. And we'll go on to the next mission.
Fair dues. Oh, these guys are just melting like butter. It's always nice to see. Come on, shoot it. Oh, thank you. Right. That was an easy mission. Let's kill a small handful
Warp
of them.
drive active.
You are in Binen, correct?
I am what, sorry?
You are in Nayar.
I am, but I'm currently warping back to base.
Yeah, don't leave system yet.
Okay. Stopping. Too late. Already going through the gate. I can.
Alright, you can always just burn back to the gate.
Yep. Jump. I take it you got a mission in the local area then?
Yes, I do.
Lovely.
You can use your afterburner to get to the gate faster.
True. Oh, there you go.
F1.
Right. I'm there.
Warp drive active.
This is probably going to be a pop X number of Overland agents mission.
Probably.
It's an orbit on me at 10 kilometers or so.
Done. Fairly rocky area, this.
Mm-hmm. Now we only need specific item in inventory, so the enemies should spawn here somewhere at some point.
Hmm.
Ah yes, that prop in the background, the ruined neon sign. What's funny about this is that this thing has never been seen in a single piece before. And the screen, as you can tell, is actually just a projection screen. And that used to be the case for things around gates and things like that. Now though, everything you see around gates and stations is just the good old-fashioned holograms.
Okay.
There they are.
Nice. Time to get
Yeah.
splatting. One of them's got me web locked.
Remember to turn your hardener on.
Yep. I've got my hardener and my guns next to each other, so I can just activate them both with one press.
That is a little dangerous when it has things like passive modules like your shield hardener, because you could accidentally hit F4 and turn it off.
That is true. That is true. Feeling some pain.
Wow, interesting. Some of those ships are using the Nemesis skin. Have a look at the Federation Navy Soldier.
Currently busy
Those
trying to
are
stay
actual
alive.
bomber skins.
Currently trying to
Yeah,
stay
warp out
alive
if you have to.
I would, but I'm web locked.
Yeah, web, it doesn't mean anything. That literally helps you. It cuts down how quickly you can move.
Okay.
If you were scrambled, on the other hand, that would be harder. But
There
you'll
we
be
go.
fine,
It's
because we
released.
have broken the damage. Yeah.
Okay. For some reason, they all decided to go for me there.
You were closest when they spawned in.
Hmm. Ah, yeah, that would do it.
Now, I need a few Federation Marines on board, and we find those where, I wonder? Nowhere yet, so there's probably going to be more waves.
Wonderful.
Once again, set up an orbit on me, 10 clicks, and use your afterburner to get closer.
The capacitor is empty.
I would, but my capacitor's kind of a little empty right now.
Yeah, I see that.
So I'm going to turn them off for now. See if I can get that built up a little bit before they arrive.
Yeah, we are at range anyway, so you don't actually need them to get closer.
Hmm.
Now let's see, you need specific items in your cargo bay, but I only see wrecks, I don't see any cans. So by mission logic, that means there should be more waves to give us a can of what we need eventually.
Okay.
While we're waiting for that though, let me just read the information while we're at it. There we are.
Nice and far away this time.
Yeah, spawned by the neon sign.
Hmm.
Well, we'll just pop them as they come closer. Combination of iron charges and scorch should probably fix that easily.
Yeah.
not hitting yet, so I'm gonna have to wait until they get closer.
Okay.
Well, one of them is an officer. Maybe he has what we need.
Really?
Bless you.
Thank you. There we are.
There we go. Cargo container.
Good stuff.
Yeah, I forgot to mention previously. I have what one would call a cultural treasure trove on my PC when it comes to EVE Online. So I used to collect a lot of player-made videos from EVE Online before,
Okay.
like really old stuff now, because I kind of stopped that around 2010 at the latest. So this is like PvP footage or people making little stories and things like that are just ancient by EVE standards. So if you want to see some of this, I could probably send you some over Discord or, I don't know, somehow upload it somewhere.
I don't see why not.
Yeah, we are done here, so warping fleet out of here.
Nice.
Warp drive active.
Right. Jump, jump.
Warp drive active.
There we are.
I hear your local birds are busy tweeting.
Oh, yes, they are. Thankfully, I think I managed to persuade them to not build their nest inside my room. Inside my room? Above my room.
I was going to say, how could you fail to not persuade them to build it inside your room?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, are they sitting in your ceiling, haggling over the costs? Perhaps?
Pretty much in the ceiling, yeah. Yeah, there's a little hole in the
Docking permission requested.
what do you call it? Fairing that goes between where you get your gutter and the actual wall. There's a little hole.
Yeah.
They climb up there and they've nested in there. Unfortunately for me, that's right above where my head is because I've got a loft bed.
That is probably not the best idea, actually, leaving them there.
Nope. It's not. Scratch, 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 scratch all day. Thankfully, though, this year I had enough, and the minute I got woken up by it, bang, 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 fist on the roof, flew them away. After a few times, they stopped coming back. So, hopefully...
Sounds like they're still here now.
they're actually at the other end of the garden.
Hmm.
Yeah, there's a lot
Well,
of bushes.
my next
and-
mission is in the local system. How about you?
Marussa.
Right. And you were gonna say?
Yeah, there's a lot of bushes and trees around in all the gardens around my area, so... plenty of places for birdies to hide.
Yeah, you'd think they might be more interested in doing that.
Hmm.
Here's somebody doing level 2 missions in a Navy Caracal.
Oh.
A regular cruiser is already overkill, and Navy Caracal is definitely overkill.
Oh, jeez.
It's also something that you don't really get into while doing level 2 missions,
Hmm.
because they are incredibly costly compared to regular cruisers. So I smell a dedicated missioning vault.
Entirely likely.
Alright, let me guess. All of these guys gotta die. Yes, yes they do. Same plan as before, just orbit me and let's go.
Right, yep. There we go.
You should be able to hit them from here.
Oh, yes. No, not quite. 67, I need to be within 50. Oh, my guns are at 60. My targeting is not quite that far.
Yeah, your if you wanted a more optimized fit for sniping, you should probably take one of your mid slots off and replace them with a sensor booster. But again, this is mission running.
Mm-hmm.
And in mission running, pretty much the only thing that really matters is your weapons in highs, your tanking in mids, and things like weapon upgrades and low slots.
Yep.
That's pretty much going to be your your cruiser fit, I bet. Your MOA, like railguns in highs, shields in mids, and weapon upgrades and cap in lows.
Oh, yes. Well, I know why that's... Okay, just trying to orbit it. Wait, my orbit is... Okay, I don't know what my orbit was doing there. Okay. Those drones are having a happy time there.
Yeah, they intercept things that get too close.
Hmm.
More or less as I shoot them. I'm still not decided on what battlecruiser I want. If I go for a Harbinger, it's going to be predominantly a gun platform.
Hmm.
But the Prophecy is slightly more tanky, and they have reworked the Prophecy into a drone boat predominantly. They have no bonuses to guns whatsoever.
Oh.
So I could technically put a bunch of missiles on it, or I could put a bunch of guns on it.
Hmm.
Oh, we are done here. So we are now going to your system, which was...
Masama something. Masari.
Mirashi.
Arashi, yeah. There we
Warp
go.
drive active.
Um...
Yeah. Oh, Jake Zula, naughty boy. Got a yellow skull player there.
Yeah, low sec rating.
Yeah.
Somebody's been a bad boy in low sec, or high sec for that matter.
Warp drive active.
You never know.
You never know. Yeah, I see another one coming by in a Pontifex. This person is a 0.0.5. Yeah, they've barely been bad, but it may be the start of something worse.
Yep. Right. What have we got here? Straight into an activation gate. I guess hop through.
Active.
Oh, I would, but it seems I'm running against the actual gate itself.
That happens at times when you bonk into the gate.
Yep. Move down a little bit.
Yeah, just burn down a little.
Should be enough.
I guess I'm going in first.
Drive
Looks
active.
like.
Oh, habitat. So the good old-fashioned avenge the fallen comrade, yeah?
Need to destroy the habitat.
I'll leave the rats for you to have fun killing. I'll just rush over to the habitat and scorch it.
Cool.
Literally in this case, given that that's the name of the long-range Tech 2 ammo.
Yes.
Interesting though, for all the use I put them through, they're only 6% damaged, and they will only disintegrate when you reach 100%.
Oh.
So I technically do have ammunition for a very long time.
Nice.
Yeah. I think that also just goes to show with regards to what I should be doing, because efficiency-wise, I should just take the guns off of this ship and use the same crystals on the next one.
True.
You can have some conflict too, because why not? Pew pew. The new weapon design, well, the weapon designs too, but the new weapon effects are very nice. When I say new, I actually mean weapon effects have been in the game for like the last 5 or so years. But I remember way back in the original game, essentially, the original graphics, it used to be that railgun shots were this nice, chunky, it looked like a big fat round with a tracer on it.
Okay.
So it reminded you a little bit of lasers, only instead of a beam, it was just this big round that would just go and hit the target with a tail behind it.
I see.
And that effect was very, very nice. Like, I used to run around specifically with railguns just because I really loved what small railguns looked like.
That's very nice.
And the Glunta Destroyer is called the Catalyst. And so I would do missions with a Mark player who flew around in their Courser at the time. And they, of course, had the whole light show pew 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 pew, pew once they get into system. And were shooting the rats. And they used to comment that they almost wished, or that they did wish they flew Glunta instead because they liked the look of that so much when I'm just raining rounds downrange.
I see.
This was also the time, like, you couldn't stack up your guns, so you couldn't have volley fire. So, of course, I had 8 guns and had to cycle them like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So you had a perpetual rain of shots just haggling down on the target.
Ooh.
Yeah, it was very, very sexy. I'm not gonna lie about that.
Sounds like.
And I kind of missed that in a bit. Like, the new railgun effect is very different. It's like more of like a sonic effect. Like, you see the rail going down range, and you have small ring effects as it goes. It's very, very faint because, you know, it's a railgun. But it's still there, so it's a nice effect. But I kind of missed the old chunky fat round hitting target effect.
Oh, I get you.
Yeah. Now, ironically, the closest you get to that is projectile weapons, because when you fire artillery pieces, that's what you get, because it's, you know, a projectile round. But all projectile rounds are brownish because projectile round, and railgun rounds, though to a lesser extent, like laser rounds, are still color-coded by what you're shooting. So if you look carefully when you shoot antimatter or iron or whatever, you see different colors to your ammo.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. It's faint, but it's a lesser version of lasers. Like, every laser beam has a different color. And it's one of those small details, because in a game that is so focused around spaceships and pew-pew action, it's very important that pew-pew action looks very good.
That is true.
And, well, it does.
Yes.
We are done here.
Drive active.
Cool.
Once you have delivered this mission and I have delivered mine, I want you to check your standing.
Will do.
Because I remember, we're going to have to leave system to get to a level 3 agent.
I'm currently at 2.78.
3.78, yeah. Within the next hour tops, we are hitting 3.0 for you. Actually, let double check that. Is that 3.0 you need to get to level 3 agents, or is that level 4? Is that 4.0?
I am not sure. How would I check that?
You check that by clicking agent level, and then you go from any level to level 3.
Agent level, level 3.
It's in a list under filters.
Nothing's showing up on level 3 so far.
Yeah, but click to show the ones that you need to allow it to see agents you still don't have standing enough to go for.
Three or above, I think.
Yeah. Then just have a look, and it requires. Oh, yes, a 3.0. Okay. Whew.
Right.
Oh, I'm glad. Okay, 'cause for a moment there, I was starting to worry that it was actually 4.0.
Oh dear.
Yeah,
Looks like
luckily you are still close.
Looks like it's a point per level.
Yeah, so level 4 missions should be 4.0 then.
Active.
Yes.
I made a noobish mistake again.
Oh dear. What'd you
Yeah,
do?
I warped myself to the nearest station in the system. I hadn't gone through the gate yet.
Okay.
That's fine, that's fine. I'm just gonna be a bit slower.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Right. Talk to this guy. Complete mission.
Also, a thought that came to me. When we get to level 3s, I think we could always just consider until then, and when I say we, I mean you, basically. Could consider until then if you want to get into a cruiser or directly into a battle cruiser. Because once we get to level 4s, we're going to need 2 battleships. And with you flying a Kildari battleship, that basically just means the Rook, if you want to keep sticking to hybrid guns.
Yeah.
So if you wish, you could always just go over to the Ferox or the Drake if you fancy either of those.
Farrax or the Drake. Yeah.
It would be a bit more efficient, but again, it's either of those really, either or. So it's something to consider, I guess.
Let's have a look at the Rook. Show info.
The Rook is actually very, very pretty. It is surprisingly boxy and symmetrical for a Kildari battleship.
It is.
It doesn't look bad. Like it's very, well, it looks very battleship-y.
It does. Well, it does a bit.
Yes.
Maybe. That being said, the Naga I've certainly got my eye on. The battle cruiser.
Yeah, it is very sexy. I will not lie about that. The only problem is, again, like, it is incredibly inefficient as a missioning ship.
Yeah.
Like, you could do it, but then we would have to make sure every mission is, I go in first, take the aggro, and you stay behind me.
Yeah.
And in any emergency, you would have to be the first to bail, so it could just be very, very slow going.
Is that because it's basically, unlike the battleship, it lacks the armor stuff? I'm taking it.
Yeah, it doesn't... Okay, here's the thing, like, your frigate is fast, nimble, and disposable, in a way,
Yeah.
but not that easy to hit. The cruiser is the jump-in point between that, you know, the average between how quick is it, how easy to hit is it, how tanky is it. The destroyer is the glass cannon in between those two,
Okay.
and then the battle cruiser, the Naga is like the true destroyer-type battle cruiser, in the exact same way. It's a glass cannon, just a much bigger glass cannon.
I get you.
Yeah. So it's not that you won't be doing damage, you'll be doing hilarious damage. You could probably even make a blaster Naga that reaches out very far, even with blasters. Because I know that you can make a blaster Talos that has like 50-kilometer range.
Ooh.
Yeah, that takes a rather ridiculous fit, but it's possible. So I'm pretty sure the Naga can become a very dangerous long-range blaster gun, even.
I gotta admit, that is it.
But again,
very
it's
tempting.
expensive. It is
Yeah.
tempting, but it is also expensive and it's very, very squishy.
Yes. Very, very indeed. Definitely not one to go in without a tank, that's for sure.
Yeah, I can whack if we're English. It works if you have some companionship, but also like the moment the rats decide you die now, it's gonna hurt.
Oh yeah. It's a case of be prepared right off the gate with a backup plan, just in case.
Basically, the moment you arrive in mission, you start dry aligning towards a celestial object immediately, and you don't deviate course.
Yeah. Right. And my next one is in Nayabani.
Yeah, mine is in the local system, so let's go.
Active.
Cool. Sounds good to me.
Anyway, this is also mostly just for fun, so when I say that's not very efficient, that technically doesn't mean shit other than something to think about. Because if you want to play around with a Naga and some other silly setup, we can easily do that.
Yeah.
It would certainly be a different thing for people to watch. Like, oh, here's somebody doing missions in Naga. That's insane.
Oh yes. That will certainly be fun for people to watch, that's for sure.
Again, this is ridiculous. With all these missions, you get a transmission box pop up, and there's supposed to be something in it, but they're always empty. I think there was some sort of bug there. Like
Yes.
the graphics for the mission briefing thing doesn't actually show up.
Yeah, I've had that a couple of times now, yeah. I'm guessing that's unlocked the gate.
Let's go through the acceleration again. Can't activate. I need to go fetch his stuff first. Oh, that might mean that I can only go in alone if I need his key particularly.
Oh yeah, that would do it.
Let's have a look. Actually, I don't even have to test that. Like you can't activate the gate, and I can only activate the gate if I have the key. So literally, this is a one-man mission. You may as well go and do your own.
Okie dokie.
Thank you for the help of popping that one guy.
You're welcome.
Drive active.
I'm welcome.
While we're here doing missions, there's been a massive fight in Null again,
Oh dear.
or so it seems. I wasn't there for that because I was on missions I was on fleet yesterday and the day before, and so on and so forth, and I'm a little tired.
Drive active.
Fair enough.
Oh, well, I remember it. Remember the new guy in the Discord needs their rights and shit.
I believe it's at the moment how it's set is oh dear. Put that out. It's by default you should be able to do the basic stuff anyway.
There he goes.
So yeah, the only time I ever need to intervene is if I need to put somebody into the naughty room or promote somebody.
You know, I find it amusing that there's only two options: promotion or punishment.
Oh yes. There we go. Ah, I am, is this the brothel one again?
Yeah, the seventh bottle. You gotta kill everybody in the vicinity, that's it.
Yep. Right. There we go. Well, that sounded like it hit hard, but it really didn't. There we go. They're all melting. Mostly. There we go. Right, back to base.
Warp drive active.
Well done. My mission is basically to eliminate 3 groups of enemies that are very far apart, so there's a lot of travel.
Okay.
Only thing that slows it down.
Mm. Right, dock.
Warp drive active. Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
I really need to look into getting some blooming channel emotes at some point.
Say again?
Channel emotes. You have channels of custom emotes.
Yeah, don't you need to have a certain level for that?
Affiliate, and you get a basic amount. I can have 6 custom emotes and 1 custom animated emote. So it's not much, but something. Oh, the interactivity that I really should have. There we go. I've now got to destroy a suspicious craft and retrieve its cargo. How was your little
Still
mission?
need to destroy everything in the vicinity, and I don't think there's more of them.
Okay.
I'm just gonna have to wait. I dislike waiting because it just drags at the time.
Yeah, that it does. Yeah, it
This is one of the. I think it's one of the few remaining faults with the mission design after they've honestly fixed the many of the aspects of it. It's that if you have, say, several waves of rats, and you blow them all up, and you still have to wait, they should probably have a timer or a trigger that goes, okay, the last rat has been destroyed. There are no NPCs nearby. Just immediately spawn the next wave. Like, even if you need time for it, you know, eventually you learn that there's time for it, so you save the last rat until you're ready, and then you get going.
Well, I'm guessing that the reason why they've done that is probably because, well, it gives you a time to recover your shields and whatnot, doesn't it?
Shield cap, fix armor.
Exactly. I'm sure there's someone
Oh?
else. I'm sure that it's a case of where if it does just immediately spawn the next wave after the first, eventually that's going to take a few folks out.
Yeah, but it will be a learning experience.
Very true.
Also, there we go. They spawned right on top of me. Goody goody.
Nice.
Yes, do arrive in the middle of my optimal. That's how we like it.
That's a clean hauler. I can ignore him.
We're doing the little cargo inspection mission. That's actually very cute. I wish more that was more widely spread, because I think that it's another Caldaria only mission.
Oh, that sucks. Another clean one. And a suspicious one.
That's a good drone. I was gonna lock off the last rat, but my drones immediately popped it.
Oh.
We are almost done here, or so I suspect. Goody goody.
Now, if only actual haulers were as tough as these ones.
Yeah. It's almost funny, like rat haulers can take a very large amount of punishment. Player ones are very paper mash.
It sucks.
I mean, I just spent several volleys blowing up 2 Itrons.
Oh.
Yeah. And I know if I was out in my 85 and there was a Tech 2 fitted Mallard shooting me, I would just be evaporated in like 3 volleys or so. Or maybe they actually boosted their stats since last I checked, but I don't think so.
We'll see. Oh, I'm into this hauler's armour now. Chip, chip, chipping away. Oh yeah, I'm tempted to order a pizza right now.
Is there anything in particular that's stopping you?
Depends how much money I've got left till payday. Just checking that now. My online banking's forgotten my personal ID. Of course it has. God dang it. There we go. So I've got some email diving to do. Because something like that is not something I tend to keep saved elsewhere, other than in the bank email itself, understandably so. Dock.
Warp drive active.
Dang it.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
There we go. That conversation. Complete. Oh, my effective standing with this particular guy is at 6.9. He's certainly happy with me. Yeah, I can't quite afford it, unfortunately. Never mind. Except next mission is in Marasu.
I have one locally. We'll do that first.
Cool. Ah, hello.
Warp drive active.
That's the first time in a while that I've actually jumped into warp before you in a fleet warp with these ship combos. Normally it's you that hops off ahead.
Well, you align into warp a little bit faster than me. Destroyers are usually faster than cruisers.
True, true.
And we were both going dry in a different direction, so...
what's the task here?
We're supposed to approach something, so just put orbit on me again.
Okie dokie. I do like how this little attention to detail, that the closer you are to the sun, the brighter everything is.
I'm not quite sure what you mean.
It's a very subtle difference, but out here we're quite far away from the sun, so the light glare isn't all that great. But if we're in a mission that's like real close to the star, the light glare is great, the colours on the ships are more vibrant.
Yeah, that is actually very true. Like, the actual distances in space inside systems are very well simulated. You may want to use the afterburner to catch up to me, by the way. And have you ever been in close orbit around the sun? In this game, I mean.
I think I have once, yes. Long time ago.
How many years? Yeah, that was a long time ago. The new lighting engine effects. You may want to just warp to the sun when we're done here and just have a good look.
Will do. Will do. This looks like an old station that's been destroyed. Oh, there they are.
We are done here. I can leave. This was an ambush.
Okay.
Warp drive active.
Taking us out of here.
Nice.
Ah, we got to work together. That's always nice.
Yeah.
And again, if you pop up the watch list, you can have a closer idea to how my shield structure and hull is doing.
Say what now?
And of course, see whether or not the watch list again. You can go to fleet or click me in overview, I suppose, and just go to pilot and add to watch list.
Let the torch in. What's in there? There we go. Cool. There we go. Right, and jump. I'm guessing this is the gate I need.
Yeah, I would believe so.
Soon. Yep, this is the one. Hopping to location.
Warp drive active.
I'm at 2.92. So close.
Yeah, 2 or 3 missions more and we'll be done.
Nice.
Well, not done, but we'll hit level 3s at least.
Oh yes.
What I suggest we do once we hit level 3s is that we do the little celebration where you either simulate yourself a nice cruiser or battle cruiser that you want to use, and you work on that while I work on my own ship.
Oh yes.
Warp drive active.
Before you buy it though, you know, link me the fit. Because I
do.
sincerely doubt there's going to be needing much oversight, but I think we'll just save you the trouble of going through. I made a complete noob ship and I exploded into 1,000 pieces, and now I need to get a new ship.
Yep. Sounds like me.
Besides, I have a sneaking suspicion you might just get yourself a nice little Naga gunboat.
What makes you say that?
Because it would be so much fun, and it's the ship that you wanted to fly, so I don't see why you shouldn't be flying what you wanted to fly.
Exactly. Well, there's a few flies around me at the moment, but thankfully not causing too much of an issue. Come on. Shoot. Thank you. That was interesting. I'd barely tickled that one for a little while. There we go. Activating gate.
Warp drive active.
Silent Informant, another classic, which is universal. Everybody gets this one.
Mm. Oh yeah, you want to do business.
We're going to have to kill all of these to unlock the gate.
Okay. Oh, wonderful.
Yeah, there's the ones that's 100 clicks out. I'm just going to start burning towards them.
Cool.
You pop the ones that are closest.
Will do.
And no sooner do we start, do I hear missiles impacting on your shield.
Oh yes.
I trust you know how to repair those shields, that is.
Oh yes. I'm just cap conserving for now.
Yeah, just, you also keep sitting still.
Yeah.
One thing you may want to do is orbit the elevator, orbit me, or...
That's true. There we go. that little
You
touch
mentioned
should do.
music, and I just decided to turn music on again because I had on dynamic music.
Oh.
But I decided to override it with the classical music again.
Okay.
Oh, I missed this, I will admit.
Oh, what music is it I've got on? Audio. Override dynamic music with classic Eve. Yeah, I'm using the classic too.
Mm-hmm.
I want to get my irons. They're a little far away. Probably should have changed that sooner.
Oh, there's still a few way off. Alright, fine. Another thing that you may find that looks incredibly good is the, you see all these things around you, like the big steel gray white nebula?
Mm-hmm.
That is essentially the core of state space. It's incredibly big here because, well, we are basically splat in the middle of state space.
Yeah.
Then you see on the other side the big red area. That is essentially where Minotaur live, and they are not terribly far off either.
Okay.
And barely seen at one point here, you have a relatively small greenish patch. That is Federation territory. And when you're in Federation territory, you see that big green splotch basically everywhere.
Okay. That's
And
cool.
what I don't think you see very easily from here, because it's on the other side of it, is a Marian space, which is essentially on the other side of this grey cloud now.
Yeah.
Yeah. And also not visible here, at sometimes you see a small green ring, which basically is the region of Cloud Ring, very aptly named. And Cloud Ring and the area around it and near it is essentially where my Null War is taking place. So you see that ring very, very clearly when you're out there in the area.
Okay. That's cool.
Yeah, like one of those things again where we praise the game for doing the whole spaceship game thing very well.
Yeah. So what's that little red area then? Beneath the green one?
Small red area. I don't remember exactly, but that is another region somewhere which is also very reddish. I believe it may be Delve, but I'm not entirely sure.
Okay. Oh, that's cool.
Let's see how many rats are in the last area. It's probably just gonna be, oh yeah, the one guy.
Warp drive active.
Okay. I want to enter an area full of rogue drones, apparently.
That's what we left past. Here it's only the guy, his center turret and his home. I've already taken out the center turret and taking out his home. So I leave you to execute your own mission objective.
Go. Your show. Hello.
You may want to once again pay attention to what your range is and what the range of your ammunition is.
Oh yeah, I'm still in irons, aren't I? Derp.
Yeah. Generally you can tell, like if you're shooting at a frigate for instance with all 8 of your light guns and you do hardly any damage, that is a very good indicator that you're not minding the range as well.
Yes.
This, ironically, is also one of the reasons why so many mission runners really like missiles, because missiles are simple in many ways.
Yep. Doesn't matter.
You don't have to
what
worry about... no, it doesn't. It matters to a certain degree, but the only really thing that matters with missiles is what's the maximum range of your missiles, and are you inside?
Warp drive active.
Because as long as you're inside range, you will hit the target. And the only thing that decreases how much damage you do is the speed of the target versus the type of missile you're using.
True, true.
Yeah. So it kind of makes combat a little bit brain dead in that regard, but I'm not gonna fault people for going for, you know, the most efficient thing in theory.
Yes. Understandable.
Yeah. I mean, everybody does that in every game. Like, we mentioned WoW earlier, and okay, what's the most optimal build? Yeah, that's what you're gonna use.
Yeah. Oh, thank you for the follow, Lava Hound King. Thank you very much.
Hey, we got new followers. That's nice.
Yeah. Really appreciate
Yeah,
it.
you're up to 66 out of 70. It's gone up a
Yes.
bit.
A little bit, yeah, by a little bit. There's one thing I've noticed with regards to followers, is it tends to go in fits and starts. You'll get nothing for a little while, then a few in one go, then nothing for a while. It's not really until you start hitting triple figures that it starts to go up constantly, because that's when you've got a load of people in chat sort of interacting more with each other and whatnot.
Yeah, you have to hit that break.
How do we travel quicker over 49 jumps? I'm afraid there is no quicker way, I'm afraid, at least not in EVE Online. As far as I'm
No,
aware.
it depends entirely on how you set up your autopilot and what you're willing to do for risks. If you click on the A for your route in space, you can see all the various different settings, like you can click to prefer shorter and ignore security status. That is likely going to cut down how many jumps you have to go through, but it very likely will take you through low sec, which can easily get you killed.
So don't use autopilot in that regard.
Yeah, not only should you probably not use autopilot no matter what, even if, like, the only time to really use autopilot is if you're freighting something that isn't terribly valuable through high sec only. And you know, it's a million jumps through safe space, there isn't much of value in your cargo, and you have forever to do it. Other than that, flying manually. But going through low sec is one option. And then, of course, if you click to keep safe, stay in high sec only, and it says these are the 49 jumps you have to take, them's the breaks. You can't get it any shorter.
Yep.
This, by the way, let me double check something.
Hello.
This, by the way, is why a system like Uedama is infamous, because Uedama is a 0.5 system between Amar Empire, Galenta Federation, and Kaldari State Space, where Concord's response time is very low, and a lot of people have Uedama as turned away, so you can't autopilot through it, or you won't get a path through it, because it's a very big haven for suicide ganking.
Oh.
But the problem, of course, is if you want to avoid that system, that'll add an even larger amount of travel to you.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm afraid to say the cost you pay for a shorter trip is a more dangerous trip. And them's the breaks, unfortunately.
Pretty much. Next location for my quest is there. How long have you been going? On this particular session, I think like we're in our 5th hour now. As for in total with this account, probably like maybe a day's worth, 24 hours worth of time.
Also, define stronger ship. You're looking to do combat for outposts. You're going to have to add a lot more detail to that. What are you currently flying? And, you know, what are you currently doing? It's hard to give you advice if you're very vague.
Unfortunately, the meme of the learning curve of EVE, where you're running along a flat and then you hit a brick wall, is pretty much accurate. Adventure.
Yeah, it can be a bit of a painful mistress, that one. Okay, you're using the Venture. You're sitting in the mining frigate. Alright, okay. So, you want to do combat. Well, essentially any Tech 1 frigate will do as a better combat ship than the Venture. Yeah, you got destroyed by 9 ships. You don't tell us if those were players or rats or anything. But which race are you? Let's start with that. What race are you?
Amar, Kaldari, Galenti.
No. Sorry, Clara. I'm asking Lava.
Yeah, I know. I was just reciting through the bases.
Oh yes. Yes. Smart. Outpost mining missions. I don't think I've ever done those. Level 6. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what he's talking about.
Outpost mining missions. What sector of space are they in? High sec, medium, low? Then again, Venture can have drones. Are you using drones? Because what you do is you have one mining You have one miner on the Venture, one railgun, and then you have a couple of drones, which you can have one mining and one combat, or two combat ideally. Because what I do when I'm adventuring is I have two mining lasers, and I've got two combat drones that orbit me. Those give me enough time to GTFO if needed. Because they can defend, and basic drones are pretty cheap, really.
Yeah, if you're literally just doing mining missions and you're getting attacked by NPCs, the best idea is literally what Clara just said. You know, have two combat drones in your venture, do your mining, and when the rats arrive, run away from them. Like, just burn away with an afterburner,
And
and let your drones kill the targets one by one.
Yeah. And rule 101 of mining is never AFK. Because it's, that's when players can come in and one-shot you.
That's hardly going to be his worry in high sec with Adventure, but yes,
True.
generally speaking,
True.
suicide ganking is a thing. And sometimes, yeah, sometimes people do come in and suicide gank you just for shits and giggles, but, you know, that's not actually as common as people think.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's the producer agent from Mining Quests. Yeah, you're doing mining quests. Basically, just outfit your venture for two combat drones, a shield dripper, an afterburner, and try not to sit still to be shot by the NPCs. If you have to, warp out and then warp back in.
Yeah. A little tip for...
Oh! Wait, mining agents give you missions to destroy an outpost now? What the heck happened?
Oh, that's new.
Yeah, are you sure you're not just doing combat missions? Are you sure you actually know which agent you're talking to? Because it sounds like you're doing a... I would honestly... It sounds to me like you're doing regular security missions and they told you to go, say, do Avenge a Fallen Comrade. Which is to blow up a small base. We had the rookie options, but we did those a very long time ago now. And we did those in a proper combat ship. Yeah, I will ask you again. Which race are you flying? Are you Galanta, Armar, Minmatar? Either way, that title was... Yeah, Kaldari. You're Kaldari, okay. So,
Okay.
you sound like you're incredibly new, so I'll just put this to you easily. Buy yourself a Kestrel, because if you're getting a mission that says go destroy something, you're not doing a mining mission. Mining agents will never go tell you to blow something up, and if they do, any agent that tells you to blow something up, you may want to use an actual combat ship for that. So, park your venture, get yourself a Kestrel, outfit it with light missiles or rockets, never a mix, either or. Shields and afterburner, go in and use rockets on the rats and the objective.
Kestrel,
Focus
you
fire
say?
on one thing at a time.
Kestrel,
Yeah,
did you
Kestrel.
say?
Show him the Kestrel.
How's this one?
Yeah, because it's the most user-friendly. The most user-friendly ship. Like we just said about missiles being the most user-friendly option. Buy one of those, get yourself rockets on it, get close with an afterburner, and just drop the rats one by one.
If you bear with me, I will be able to show you that bit.
It should be cheap. Yeah, it should be very cheap, like tens of thousands of ISK.
Yeah. If you bear with me a second, because I am currently in a mission. I don't want to get blown up while I was doing the... I should be good. Market.
I'm on my way to help you out, by the way. I figured out which system you're in.
We want ships. Frigates. No, that's not that one. Faction frigates. No, standard frigates. Here we go.
I listed it in. I've listed it in.
Oh, I'm already there now.
In fleets.
So, where is the jitter? Why is it not showing jitter?
Because we're in a different region. We are
okay.
actually in Federation territory now.
Oh, okay.
Bear
with us a moment. Once I get back to base.
Yeah, let's give us a moment. Give us a moment. We'll tell you in a bit. Jeez.
Yes.
Running missions while helping people over chat overcome their difficulties. That's new. That hasn't happened before.
Ah. I welcome the challenge.
Yeah, it's an interesting difference.
Da, 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 da. Thankfully this one's just to destroy all enemies, so it's not too difficult. Oh, we actually know each other from World of Warcraft of all things. Role playing specifically. Raj and Dawn.
One of those random chance meetings that turn into more chance meetings, and then eventually we just start hanging out together. I knew this poor green-haired sap long before they were a VTuber, or streamer for that matter.
Yes. But... Ah, so the link worked that time.
That's amusing.
So it worked for one person, but
That
not
is
another.
very amusing.
I have no idea. Wonder if there's some regional shenanigans going off. Yeah, since you joined the Discord, react to the, read the rules and react to it, and good to go. And welcome to the Discord. And thank you for the melon. I do like my melon.
Alright, I'm currently working while shooting the rats and failing to hit because I didn't double check the range. Hold on. I'm currently working on a bit of a fitting. I will link that to Clara, and Clara can link that to you to show you in a bit.
Wonderful.
It's a half decent setup for a combat kestrel. Somewhat basic, but it should do you just fine. But yeah, the basic idea is very simple. You hop into a proper combat ship for whenever the agent says go do combat stuff. You know, obviously. And that should be easy enough to do, as long as you just remember to leave whenever the going gets really tough. You can always come back later.
Yep. Pierce, I shall ask you not to join the voice call for now, because naturally I would want to vet you for a long time first. Hope you don't mind. In fact, what I can do is... There we go, that works. Dragged you into a different channel. But it's a secure channel, one the others can't join in, so there we go. Just prudence. Hope you don't mind.
Sure.
But yeah,
No, it's
so...
fine.
Is that the, no, that's just the ship itself you linked there, wasn't it? Oh.
Yeah, let me give me more. Just a moment.
Oh, these guys just keep on coming, don't they?
Yeah, they're a bit persistent like that. Equilibrium of Mankind is a good and proper suicide cult. Amar Origin. Blah blah blah, the world is impure, blah blah blah, we should kill everybody, blah. Remind you a little bit of the Twilight's Hammer, only they don't have any old gods to worship, so you know.
You're out?
Different
What do you mean
flavors.
Out? Cool, cool. Oh, there we go. We got a big boy just turned up.
Right, I linked the fitting in the fleet. So if you
Right,
want,
so?
you can show that on screen when the mission is over.
Okay.
Should be a little
so
bit of help.
Here's the fitting for you. Oh dear, no, I don't want to put you in there.
Now it's in the way due to chat.
There you go. I'll leave that up there for you to have a little gander over.
Very basic light missile kestrel fit.
There Let's unlock you. Don't want to accidentally target a friend.
Yeah, welcome to EVE Online. It can be a hard nut to crack.
Yes.
But a rule for the wise, your various ships are good at various things. Specifically, will tell you what they're good at. Venture, it's a mining ship. Don't take that into dedicated combat. Not a
Yep.
smart idea.
I mean, I once did it a little while ago, but what I did was I just stuck in a micro warp drive, maxed out its cap, and put a lot of missiles on it, and it did kind of work. But boy, did I sweat for
Yeah,
a few
see,
days.
Combat Venture is cute in that it's a little bit of a meme. There are specific loadouts for it that even I've used because you can bait out pirates with it. I mean, actual player pirates. And with all the medium slots, you can even fit enough E-War to really mess up somebody's day. But
yes.
that is the case of, oh, we have a large mining fleet out, and we're looking to get ore in low sec, and we're using this thing as cheap disposable tackle. Key point here is cheap and disposable because it's squishy.
Yep.
So when you're alone, just grab a regular combat ship.
It's definitely something only for the experience, that's for sure.
Yeah, somebody with a plan.
There we go, once these EMR priests are down, I think that'll probably be it.
I'm impressed though. I mean, usually 3-day-old rookies who need help, they don't necessarily go to streamers to ask for help, they ask in game, but I'm not gonna complain.
Well, it shows initiative, so that's something.
Yeah, initiative goes a long way in EVE Online.
Yes.
Now, if these EOM scum would be very, very cooperative and just spawn closer, that would be nice.
It would be.
Well, I can at least target paint him from here so that my drones and your guns will do a lot more damage.
Nice.
Speaking of drones, eat him. Go.
Well, that's a pretty ship, actually.
I
Actually, rather like that ship. It's very pretty.
It's the Ogorer, only with the EOM skin.
The what?
Using railguns though, because they're gonna be so special.
Yeah. There we go.
We are done here, excellent.
Yes. The Algora, did you say?
Yeah. It's the Amarian Tech 1 electronic warfare cruiser.
Warp drive active.
Arbitoire.
Cruiser.
Okay. The Arbitoire.
Oh, Jesus. Why did I say Ogorer?
Arbitrator.
Yeah, Arbitrator. Jeez.
See, I'm not generally
That was a brain fart in FR.
I'm not generally
Go
a
on.
fan of the Amar ships in general, but that one's actually pretty nice.
Anything wrong with the gold ships?
It's not necessarily the colour, it's the shape of them. They're very, pointy.
That's kind of the part that I like about them.
Is it a pointy? Yeah, it's,
Especially the Mallor. Like, the Mallor is very, very sweet.
I think it's because it reminds me of, like, crab legs and beaks and that sort of thing. Yeah.
Mm.
I don't know. I noticed that when I travel to different stargates, I could do the same missions again, so I could get more of the same rewards from some agents. Well, progress is still saved in the other stargates. Oh, sort of. It's because mission. If you go, let's just say, we'll say, System 1. You got a bunch of missions from agents in System 1, but those missions can spread into System 2, 3 and 4 as well, so... Yeah, I don't know.
Warp drive active.
I'm not entirely sure that's how it works.
No.
Basically, you've just gone to different places and picked up different missions from different agents. I'm not even sure if that... I'm confused again. when I travel to a different Stargate, I could do the same mission again, so I could get more of the same rewards. Well, yeah, you're doing missions on repeat. Many missions are repeated because there's only so many missions.
Yeah, that's true.
Like the joke in like the EVE Online does, in fact, in case you're wondering, have a roleplay scene. And one of the cardinal rules of the roleplay scene is that nobody ever talks in details about doing missions, because every player has, for instance, avenged a fallen comrade a million times. So if you say you did that specifically, that's stupid. So the only thing you ever say is, "I worked for this and that agency," you know.
Missions reset in a
Reset in a different. I'm not sure. No. Missions never reset. They can time out. And if you go and do a mission, if you clear out a mission pocket, but you never deliver it, then they will reset after downtime, and the rest will be back, and you can kill them again. But yeah, that is not efficient at all, because you're only getting the bounties from the rats.
Yeah, that would
That
be
is an extremely inefficient way to do missions.
I'm guessing what you've done is you've gone from station to station to station. You've just sucked up all the missions like a vacuum cleaner, yes? Because admittedly, that's what I do on Final Fantasy and World of Warcraft. I grab every mission around me. The problem is the difference between EVE Online and other MMOs is the missions have a time limit on them. Well, there are some time limit missions in World of Warcraft, for example, but if the time limit drops, the mission fails, you have to restart. So that's probably what's happening here. And because every mission has, like for example, request mission, you scroll down, where is it? The following rewards will be awarded to you as a bonus if you complete the mission within 2 hours and 8 minutes. There's probably something regarding that.
Mm-hmm. And that is also one of the reasons why in EVE Online the most efficient way to do missions is literally just to go to an ER agent, take one mission from him, go do that mission, deliver it, take another mission.
Yep, stick to one agent, definitely. Because, like, for example, my standing with this
3.6, nice.
Yeah.
Nice. I'm going to finish this mission that I currently have, and I will see you in Jeddah.
Yes. For example, this...
What you can do... Sorry, go on.
Yeah, let me finish. So, for example, Lava, for this entire session and the last one, I've only been doing missions from this one guy. My standing with him is 7.2. If I was to, let's say, start a conversation with this lass... Come on, load up. My standing is only at 3.1, because I've not done anywhere near as many missions with her. Yes, I was in one system, maybe my producer to level 6, and star jumped to 4 systems away from it, and the agent was level 1. I'm confused.
I think what he means is that he went 4 systems out, and he talked to another agent, which was a level 1 agent.
Okay. Yeah, that could be it. Right, to Jitter, I guess. I did just pick up this quest from him, so...
Oh, okay. You better finish that first. I mean, yeah. I'm still finishing mine, so...
As for me, well, I'm pretty much fulfilling the role of sniper using railguns. Sort of, anyway.
And if he was asking what type of missions you're doing, we're doing security missions currently.
Yes, security missions. It's a very good quick way to earn a bit of money, that one.
Well, to be fair, virtually any type of mission can be done for money, but the question is what kind of things you want.
Yes.
Because when you do kill missions, you do get other sorts of rewards, like, okay, there's the agent payout and the agent standing, which also falls into faction standing, which gets you to when you can take out your rewards
and you
in the form of, say, faction ships and such.
And if you've got patience, that's when you get the loot. Like, for example, all these items that I've got the little blue tick next to here, these are, oh no, I've got skills. I thought that meant I had it in my inventory. But anyway, yeah, no, if you loot as well, sometimes you'll find you'll have an item that you need, which you've already got, and you don't need to necessarily buy it again. But that So looting is definitely something you want to consider if you're running solo, because it will help you save money in the long run. But it does eat time, so it depends on how quickly you're willing to go.
It's simple time versus work incentive,
Ah,
which is
okay.
literally why I've told, which is why I told Clara here that it's generally not the smartest idea to salvage level 1s and level 2s, because the effort of salvaging versus the value of the loot isn't really optimized. But 3 and onwards is better, so you're soon about to see us do it. I
Yes.
have a salvage bolt ready.
I actually like combat, so I'm thinking I'm going to be start learning towards fighting. That's why I asked about the ship. That's fair enough. So then I suppose the next question will be, fighting, what's your ultimate goal? Is it... Oh, shit. Oh, shit. No, no,
Yeah,
get
also
out of
crap.
there,
That
get
actually
out there.
reminds of something else. I gave him the Kestrel, right? Did we ever ask him what kind
Jesus.
of skills he has when it comes to combat? Get out, get out, get out, get out, get out, get out,
I'm
get out!
good,
Or
I'm
you may
good.
not actually... Yeah. You almost got to the point where you'll need a new ship sooner.
A little bit. See, even better ships are very easily, as you noticed, killable. Dear Lord, what the heck?
Yeah, that was a lot of pain.
Just a bit. I was just going to sit here and recharge my shields for a little bit. Right. I've got 4 75mm railguns. The go bomb bomb bomb. Yeah, no, that's true.
Oh, you're using guns, right? Yeah.
And I fill them with ammo again. Yep.
If he is treated, I forgot the new system because you, Clara, when you link up the Kestrel fit, it basically tells you don't have missile skills. So I completely forgot that the new player for Kaldara, they don't start with missile skills.
Nope.
They start with gunnery skills.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
The fitting I linked to you is worthless to you.
Whoops.
But yeah, essentially just grab yourself a combat ship, Merlin will do, and get yourself some railguns or blasters on it, fit it for combat, and use that.
I need to read this mission. Read details. Reports from the thief. Dear Lord, that...
Yeah, you ran into people telling you how you can get 1 million skill points. And you actually did the thing, which I'm still amazed is not a scam.
Wait, what? I thought...
You remember the whole thing that people keep telling about in local that turned out to not be a scam, which I thought was a scam for so long until I checked it?
Oh,
I told you it was
okay.
actually not a scam.
Yeah.
Yeah, he accepted it and got his 1 million skill points.
You dodged a bullet there. I still didn't trust it even after getting confirmation.
I didn't either until I basically heard it from somebody I do trust, and then I double checked. I was like, wow, this is actually a thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it still blows me away that they would do that. But then again, they give you skill points for login rewards, so that's probably not so surprising anymore.
Wish me luck going back in.
Good luck! Don't die!
I'll try not to.
Yeah, just burn away immediately and start kiting them as you do best.
That's the plan.
You're gonna be flying a Naga. I bet you're gonna be flying a Naga because this sounds like your thing. Just here's all my guns, pew pew. Besides, I kind of decided to. I think I'm going to go for a prophecy, and just have a decent drone setup where I can have some logistics drones in case I need to help patch you up.
Yep.
So basically, going back to what we did when we had frigates, and I was patching you up with mender drones.
See if I can get one kill before warping out again. Got one kill, warping out.
Warp drive active.
It's going to be a lot of this jumping back and forth, I think.
Yeah, but you're doing well because every entry back and forth gets you more. Well, gets you closer. Also, one little advice for you: align yourself towards an exit point immediately, like a planet.
Yes.
Right. You arrive, right click, you go to planets. Planet
just start
1,
going
align
towards.
2.
Yes.
Yeah, just click
gotcha,
align
gotcha,
2.
gotcha.
So you don't have to turn the whole ship around mid-fight.
Good point, good point. Right, get that recharged.
No problem, Lava, we try. Though I will admit the way you explain things can be hard to decipher sometimes.
Indeed.
You know, it's hard to it's hard to give somebody advice when you're not quite sure what they're saying. So no offense.
It's all good, because it's a... Like I said, Eve is such a massive game that for somebody who's never played it before to just jump in, it's pretty much a deer staring into headlights.
Oh yeah. Like, I mean, right now I'm just having a massive nostalgia gasm because one of the oldest songs in the whole roster just kicked up in the middle of the mission. And I'm just zoning out to the ancient past of all the things when I was a noob. Oh, man.
Oh yes. We all start somewhere. I'm sure I said many a dumb questions back in the day.
I
Unfortunately,
mean, I used to in the very beginning, I didn't actually know you could do missions. So the only way I got myself money was I'd roam around in the belts and pop the rat steer in a frigate. Ooh, look at that. I'm being warp scrambled by one of the rats. We can't have that, my friend. You have to die first.
yeah. But yeah,
Now he webs too.
the difference between me and Buddy here, though, is when I first started playing Eve, I started playing Eve with somebody else who was just as new at me at the same time, old university friend. So as such, a lot of my knowledge is very iffy at best, because I've never been in a large club, never been involved with people who've known the game. Hence why, if you look at some of my earlier Eve streams, which is somewhere on YouTube now, you'll see how I've made some silly mistakes and got quite rightly talked down and given a mini dressing down by my buddy here.
I mean, you're talking to the guy who also started with his own noobish friend, but that was like 19 years ago or so.
Yes.
Well, no, not 19 years, Jesus, my math is off. It was in 2005, so it's a while ago.
Oh, yes. Dear Lord, ship be smoking.
Yeah, that's a bit of armor point off.
A little bit.
And you who prided yourself on that beautiful paint job too, huh?
I know. That works. Warp within 50.
Active.
So what, dropped right down on top of them?
You can try that if it's, oh yeah, it's not an acceleration gate, so you can in fact dictate range.
Yes.
Nice,
My
nice.
irons
That was the
in.
last rat. Now where's the container full of viral agents? Where's the container of viral agents?
Come at me now, you monkeys.
There you are. Come to Papa.
That's better. I want to go further.
Yeah, who's laughing now?
See, there's always a way around problems in this game. Usually.
Just make sure again that you're essentially aligning out somewhere.
Oh yes. I'm currently outside all their range for now.
Yeah, just keep it like that. Keep popping them.
Yes.
Once they get a little too close, you just hit the afterburner and keep running away. There's the viral agents. Now we can go home and rethink our lives.
Nice.
Nope, we're gonna keep going. Yeah.
Well, one person's landed a shot on me. I'm guessing that'll be one of the Kestrels.
Oh no.
Hmm.
Oh.
Yep, it's the Kestrels.
I'm tempted to just make this a complete and utter cluster furb
Oh.
of misery and just go for an oracle.
Oh dear.
Like what can two tier 3 battle cruisers do?
Oh yes.
Well, we'll be running away together. That's one thing.
Hmm. Yep, it was the Kestrels that were doing all the damage.
Yeah, because their missiles can reach you, while the Merlins can't hit you quite yet.
Yeah.
Shame on them flying Caldari ships with railguns and it can't hit you. See, it used to be this joke, or I guess it still exists, that you have the emphasis of the races encapsulated in a few short phrases. I'll just share those in chat.
Okay. I'm gonna save the thief for last, just as a little middle finger to him. You tried it and you failed it. Get them antimatters. And eat my exhaust. There we go. Jump to a Stargate.
Warp drive active.
Apparently I've got one in... yeah, okay. I've now got 11 million ISK. Nice.
Not bad. Also, there's a bit more of a loyalty point reward and such. I'm going to have to do more level 2s, but that will have to be a little later. Now, we're going to go back to that for the moment and start
my.
looking over a fit.
There's a Thresher with a red skull on his name there. Oh jeez. Getting well away from that guy.
A Thrasher, you say?
Yep.
Warp drive active.
Probably not a ganking fit, but might be. Thrasher can have a very powerful artillery alpha. But it's not the same damage per second as a blaster catalyst, so...
Oh dear. I like that. Daka daka daka, burning my holy laser. Hold still, I can hit you from here, and just wait until I'm in range. I'm guessing the Gallente like to get nice up and personal.
They like their drones and their particle blasters. And particle blasters happens to be the single most damaging turrets in the game, but also the worst range.
I see.
So it's like somebody creeping up on you with a double-barrel shotgun.
Oh nice.
It's gonna hurt when they're in range.
Oh yes. Okay. Right, to Jitter. Personal assets. Jump to Stargate.
Warp drive active.
I take it you're already in Jitter?
Yeah, I am about to land in station and start by stripping down this poor little Mallory here. Or
Oh,
maybe
dear.
not, it depends on the other ship.
Ah, this ship has certainly served me well, right up until the end where it gained a few scars.
Yeah. Well, worst case scenario, you strip off the guns and turn it into a salvaging destroyer.
Yes.
Because unfortunately, there is nothing smaller than a Noctis for a dedicated salvaging boat, and neither of us have skills for a Noctis yet. So that means we're going for the good old-fashioned salvaging Desi.
Oh, yes.
Oh, speaking of, I'm going to actually have to go and fetch my salvaging Desi because I parked it where we were at currently, and that's not the right place, actually.
Fair enough.
So you'll have some more time to look over how you want to fit your ship. Just remember to not buy anything, simulate the whole thing first.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because I cannot tell you how incredibly obnoxious it was. Like, how did you get your hangar filled to the brink with spare modules? There is no such thing as simulation. You have to buy things and see if they fit onto your ship, and if they don't, you have to buy something else and see if it fits onto your ship, and so on and so forth, until you find a fitting that works. And then you have your hangar filled with spare modules to test next time on the next ship.
The good old pain.
Yeah. Yeah, good old-fashioned pain. And you can't save any fittings either, other than on notes, so you're just going to have to remember how your fittings worked.
Sounds about right.
Yeah, believe me, when they came with the whole, you can now simulate your fits and you can save them in the list and so on, that was a massive quality of life improvement.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and of course multi-fit, so you don't have to sit there and manually fit every ship.
Yes. Right click,
I have to
strip
go back
fitting.
and fetch.
Oh, you used to be able to write strip fitting down there. Yep, remove. Remove you. I'm going to keep those charges in there for now though, just in case. Right, ship hangar. I've got my badger as well, so I'll use that to grab my stuff from that station later. Right, ship fitting. How do I get into a ship fitting of a ship I don't have?
You go to your ship tree and you right click and you click simulate.
Ah, there we go. That would do it. There I Naga simulate. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Pay attention to what the bonuses tell you as well.
Bonuses. That will be
Just right click it again and check ship bonuses or ship details.
traits. So large hybrid turrets. 5% bonus to damage, 10% bonus to optimal range, with the roll bonus being 95% reduction in power grid, 50% reduction in CPU, and activation cost.
Yeah, so it's basically what I expected. It optimizes, of course, for large hybrid guns, but that also counts for blasters. What is your current level in Caldari battlecruisers?
Caldari battle cruisers.
Right. Yeah, you can check that on the requirements tab. Under the same area, actually.
Yeah, that. Info requirements. Battle cruiser. Apparently, I'm at level 1 so far.
Ouch. That actually is very, very poor in regards to what you can expect in performance. Because what was your level in destroyers, for instance?
Level 3.
Yeah. So,
Frigate.
you know, you see what
Cruiser
it
level
gives
3.
you per skill level. You know, you get so and so many extra percentages worth of damage per level.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, right now, do you also actually have large Do you have large hybrid turret skills
Let's have a look.
at all?
Don't know. Use equipment. Why are you hiding? Turrets and launchers. Hybrid
You can look
turrets.
at your skill tab for that actually.
True. Requirements. I'm already there now. Not
Mhm.
quite. But it's not yellowed out, so I can learn it.
Yeah, but it
I'm
also
a
says
little
it's
way
going to
off,
take
though.
you 11 days.
I am
11
on
days to learn it is kind of pain.
It is. It is.
Right, how is your medium hybrid turret skill at?
0. I don't even have the skill, but I can get the skill.
Okay, here's something we're going to have to do apparently.
Okay.
So you're going to have to make a choice decision here. What I can do, since I have to essentially repay so that I can continue to skill up this character because I have already spent the month worth of multi-character skilling that I had.
Yeah.
So I'm going to have to fork out for that.
Ouch.
And while I'm at it, I could temporarily toss you a oh my god, what is it called? Well, basically whatever the skill points are called, so you can learn these.
You really don't
So the question
have
is,
to.
do you want to go and get the skill books right now, inject them, and then get the skill points to get this ship right now, or do you want to leave this for later? Because right now you don't actually have the gunner skills to fit even a cruiser.
I'm more than willing to wait, to be honest. It's because it's somewhat I'm gonna need anyway. So it's and plus it is towards the end of the session now, like 10 minutes to go. So it's probably
Yeah.
gonna be a week, maybe 2,
So-
before we do anything anyway.
Okay, so here's what you do right now, immediately. You're going to have to go and prioritize at the top of your skill training list to get medium hybrid turret skills, first and foremost, and intersperse those with eventually the large hybrid guns, and then the battlecruiser guns, and see how long
Yes.
that will take.
I'll do. Into 2, level
Yeah.
3, and then that'll be when I'll buy that one then because I can't train it yet because I don't have the mediums. Over to you.
Like, what I'm saying is, I suggest you go to your actual skill plan and look that over specifically.
Yes. So I got that. With medium cartridge. These are. Right, how long?
Uh-huh.
How much? 3 million? Oh, that's a little spicy.
Yeah, but well, it is the skill books for large
That's
turrets.
true. That's true. Right.
Also, while you're at it, if you can, check all the supporting skills for gunnery.
Right.
Like you will want to have controlled bursts, rapid firing, sharpshooting, all these basics to at least level 3 if you can.
Okay. Gunnery is actually coming up to level 5, which I'm guessing I need level
Yeah,
5 if I need that to get level 1. By the looks of it.
That is the one that's going to take you the longest amount of time. It'll take more than a week.
Yes. So far, if we just knock these out for now, I can always re-add them later.
Okay, here's what's going to happen then. Next
13
week,
days.
it looks like you'll have but next week it looks like you can have the skills for medium hybrid turrets, which means you'll be able to fit out a cruiser for it, or a medium gun using battlecruiser. So that means the Ferox, I guess.
Yes. So we are.
So I guess you'll have to decide until next week if you want to fly a Ferox or a Moa, or wait all the way.
Yeah. What the heck is command burst?
Good question. Oh, command bursts. That is under leadership skills, and that's not something we actually need right now.
No, okie dokie.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a bit 50-50 on this ship. It's
Yeah, the Ferox is a little 50-50. That's exactly what people say.
yeah.
It's a little cute and aggressive, but it's also very boxy, and it's like, why is there so much negative space?
A little
You
bit.
know?
So it looks like it may be the mower short term,
Yeah.
which is so this is pretty nice. It's like a bird.
It is. I mean, the moa is a bird, right?
Good point.
Yeah.
Oh, a lot less turret slots though. 5.
Yeah,
and
of course.
5.
It's a cruiser.
Okay. Yes.
But this is not a problem. Like, what is your Kaldari cruiser skill at?
I think that's at 4.
Yeah, so
Battle cruiser.
once you
no,
have
battle
hybrid
cruiser
guns
is,
at level...
No, battle cruiser is level 1, but it.
And cruiser is...
Let's move.
I think your cruiser skill should be at least 3, because I think you need cruiser level 3 to get battle cruiser.
Yeah, that's true.
Alright, looks like it's gonna be a Moa next week.
Yes.
Do yourself a favor and slot up medium hybrid turrets to level 4 before you put in the gunnery to 5 skill, actually, because it's gonna be more than 1 week anyway, and level 4 is actually very useful.
That's true. Gunnery. Medium level 4. Are you in? And up there you go. There we go. I should do it.
Yeah. You can also, instead of clicking on the plus sign, you can just drag it and drop it where you want it to be exactly. Helps you a little bit more.
Okay, that's cool. Will do.
Yeah, that looks like a good plan. It's just gonna take a while.
Yes. Right, so we'll just generic a bunch of guns. I'm gonna have to do it for each and every one. Oh, drag and drop.
I think you can hold control and double click on something to add it to where it can be fitted.
Ah, yeah, that works.
So you don't have to drag each one.
Okay. So that's gun wise. I don't know whether I need to go for 200s or 250s or even 150 duels.
That depends. Well, 250s have longer range and slightly more damage, but they shoot a little bit slower. It's all about caliber. What you can do as a testing bed is see if you can get 250s on and then a decent fit aside that. And if it's a little too tight, you downgrade the guns to 200mm.
Okay.
You know, because remember you have 4 low slots and you don't use them for much other than, say, damage upgrades. So you have room for things like adding more power grid if you need that for your guns.
Yeah.
So you do in fact have options to just upscale your guns even more.
Oh boy, that power grid.
Oh, yes.
They're gonna need some for power.
Yeah, there's a skill called weapon upgrades that help you specifically to downscale how much power grid you need, because guns are very power grid intensive.
Just a bit. Right.
Yes, a little bit.
Which one is it that? Oh, electronic and sensor upgrade. No, that's CPU. So it will be under here. Yes, I need description. Well, that's certainly nice, but not quite what I'm after. Oh, I bet that's going to be pricey. Oh, not as pricey.
That's probably not the best idea. I would suggest you go for if you're going to do something to add more power grid. Let's see, what was it called? Why is my brain not functioning? Reactor control units. A simple Mark 1 compact reactor control unit is probably your best friend. I don't think you should need more than 1, at most 2 in your low slots.
Okay.
Yeah, because remember, you need some kind of propulsion in your mid slots. I would suggest an afterburner. You should probably not need more than that. Some shields and some cap. Luckily, you have 5 medium slots for that, so you have plenty space.
Yes.
And after that, the luxury, of course, is to see if you get weapon upgrades on it to squeeze even more damage out of your guns.
Oh, power grid maxed out again.
Yeah, just leave that be for now and just fit the rest of the stuff. And then we see what happens with your low slots. So continue with your medium slots as you see fit.
So, something that would improve targeting. What would increase the targeting range again?
I'm not sure you need that, but a sensor booster will help you target faster and longer. That's probably the only thing. Sensor booster.
There we go. Right, what was it I had? Shield harder. It was a hardener that I had on that, wasn't it?
Yeah, a shield hardener and shield booster, a Omni shield hardener.
Omni, was it?
Ah, not Omni, I'm starting to get a little tired myself, sorry.
That's fine.
Multi-spectrum shield hardener.
Multi-spectrum. So that'll be
Enduring or compact are the named ones.
there we go. And then there was the shield recharger.
Yeah, the shield repairer. Shield booster.
I don't want large. Do I want a medium shield booster?
Yeah, medium is for cruisers.
Okay, well, medium shield booster. That leaves you with another slot. Is there any medium ones dealing with power?
Well, right now you are searching them up instead of going for them specifically, so you are actually avoiding named modules. I would probably suggest going for named modules that are easier to fit and do so slightly better.
Oh, this is true.
So, yeah.
Well, I'm just trying to get what modules I want, then I'll focus, then I'll refine it from there.
Ah, yes.
So,
Let's see. I would say if you're just going to go for a basic shield tank, the only other thing you could do with your medium slots is to add just a regular shield extender. You know, simple hit point improvement.
true.
Shield extender. It will take a lot more power grid though, but you already have your low slots busy fixing that problem.
Yeah, and that has gone offline because I don't have enough power. Right. Is there anything that lets me convert CPU to power in the lows?
No, unfortunately no, it isn't.
So that's
But
begin only.
it might well be enough if you simply slap on another reactor control unit. Because at this point, like you say, you can refine the modules. So you take the Tech 1 shield booster and you see if you find a good named one, which fits a little bit more easier and it's more efficient.
Okay.
And then you have a named hardener, a named afterburner.
Right, so depletes in 34 seconds, so it's good. What was that, reactor one? Not reactor, the one that looked like a cube, the item. That increases structural integrity. That's one. Nanofiber structure.
Nanofiber structure does not increase structural integrity, it decreases it and gives you more speed.
Oh.
Yeah, it does the exact opposite of what you think it does.
Let's get rid of that then. Is there one that increases?
Yes, there is. But I don't see how that would be if any pragmatic use to you. Because
True,
right now
'cause
you have only
shielding.
two problems. Yeah, but you only have two problems right now, and that is the fact that you're fitting us a little too tight. So you may just need another reactor control unit in low slots for now. And the other thing is you're not particularly cap efficient.
True.
Sure, right now it says 32 seconds, but it assumes that you're using the repairer, using the guns, and using the afterburner at the same time, and
True.
that's rarely going to be the case.
This is true.
Do you have rigging skills?
I do.
Yes, so you could fix your cap problem or elevate your cap problem by just using capacitor rigs. Triple C's is a good old-fashioned.
The question is, do I have the ability to use that one?
Oh, I think that one comes. Everybody has the ability to use. What's it called? well, basic engineering rigs.
Okay.
So medium capacitor controls circuits increases ship's capacitor recharge rates. It has no drawbacks. Most rigs have drawbacks, but the CCC does not have any drawbacks. It just increases your cap recharge. So if you simply slap on 3 of those, that should be your cap problems very well mitigated.
Yeah.
You know, not perfect, but it helps.
There we go. So I'll slap a couple of them in there. And then maybe a shield
Yeah.
rig. Just to further...
Maybe, but you can also see what you get out of having 3 CCCs
Okay.
first.
I missed that last bit, what'd you say?
I'm just saying, like, what's your capacitor recharge right now? Because I don't see it under the chat, so
Capacitor
you may want to
reach.
move this window a little bit.
Ah. Gotcha. There you go.
Thankies. Yeah, it's barely helped out, but that's to be expected, I guess.
Yeah.
Alright, 417 in minus is just not a fitting that's realistic to fix. I don't think you can fix that even by having 4 power grid upgrades on your low slots, but test that first, just to see if it actually goes. Like, can you get this fitting to work
How would
if
one
you
test
have
it?
4... you try to just set in 2 more reactor control units.
Okay.
You can hold down shift and drag on a module to copy that module into another slot.
Okay. Don't they sort of step on each other's toes the more you
No, not these. Not these. These do not have stacking penalties.
Okay, that's cool.
And holy hell.
Yeah, it's done
Yeah,
nothing.
you're gonna have to downgrade your guns to 200 millimeter.
Radio.
Absolutely.
Is there any way of just quickly? Ah, no, that's just turning them off. Oh, gonna have to do it this way. Okay. Unfit. Okay. Da, da, da. Railgun.
Yeah.
What if I try out these duels, going for the closer option? Since I'm sort of hanging closer to you in as a general anyway.
True,
Maybe?
true. Yeah, because also, like, I can reach out pretty far with pulse lasers, but that's because I'm using laser weaponry, which has a very good overlap between beams and pulses. You don't have quite that luxury with blasters, because blasters have very close range.
True.
Railguns, on the other hand, 250s is more rapid fire versus loss in range, but the MOA should give you a good bonus to range anyway, so if you load up railgun ammunition with iron and things like that, you should still have really good range.
Okay. So
Yeah, try those, but I think you can get away with 200s, to be perfectly honest.
Oh, that's definitely a lot better.
So,
Still depletes in 36 seconds though. Why is it?
yeah, but again, it assumes that you just keep pounding away with
True.
everything. You know, try to turn off the shield repairer, so that you're not always actively repairing.
Put offline. 1 minute and 8, much better.
Yeah, so that's even when you're burning the afterburner at full tilt. Try to turn that one off. You should be cap stable then at
Oh yes.
easily.
Yes. Very much so. And those are pretty much the only
Yeah.
ones I'll have.
So in a complete emergency, if you have to burn everything at once, you got 30 seconds at full tilt.
That's still not too bad.
And- It's not. It's pretty good actually. And another thing we can do, now that we have downgraded to 150s or 200s, we can start removing the reactor control units and see how many we can get away with removing. Because
Okay.
let's say you have a rack of 200s, if you get away with removing all 4, that would be perfect. So
Yes.
I doubt it. One at a time.
Well, we're on to all 4, still stable.
Wow, okay. That's beautiful because that means that you can now use those 4 low slots for other things. Like here's a couple of modules that increase your cap regen, and here's a couple of damage upgrades.
Yes, the damage upgrades definitely. What would that tracking?
Yeah, I mean you're wielding railguns, which is sacrificing damage for range. So if you can already increase how much damage they do, that's already optimal.
Cancer.
Um,
Oh, let's have that one. I'll fit that.
what's the name? Magnetics. Magnetic. Come on, brain. Don't beat it like this. Magnetic field stabilizers. Yes, there you go. Vortex compact magnetic field stabilizers for stabilizing hybrid weapons.
Oh, that's nice.
That is a 9.50 rate of fire bonus.
That is nice.
And a 1.08 damage modifier. That is a pretty impressive bit of improvement.
That really is.
Yeah.
What about that one? 1.8. It's insignificant difference at that point.
Yeah. Remember, these guys do stack, so I would not go with more than, say, 2 damage, 2 tracking. But you can also now see if you can get a module on the lows that helps you a little bit with the cap, because you still have a rig slot left. So if you look at your shield resistances and you see the weakest resist, which is probably EM, you can probably get away with slapping a EM resist rig on your ship to fill that hole.
Okay, so it doesn't go. It doesn't. Basic EM coating. What is that?
You have to remember the filters where you're clicking.
Yeah.
You have to click on your rigs for that.
Oh, that's rigging. Okay.
Yeah, because you're clicking on low slots, which give you armor modules.
EM armor reinforcing. Okay, shield reinforcer. That would be the one. Come on. Get rid of one of them. There we go.
Beautiful. What's your resistance now? It's still
53.
covering over, so I can't see what the I can't see what the estimated.
Dang it. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah.
Okay.
13,700 estimated hit points on a cruiser that you have fitted with mostly Tech 1 stuff is pretty good. But oh, you made a mistake in the fitting. You haven't just turned off the afterburner and the shield. You have literally offlined them.
Okay.
So online, you must online them and see if they still fit.
Ah, I get you.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh yes. You're still going to need a Yeah, gray is when they're just off. Yeah. You're going to need a reactor control unit.
Reactor control unit.
Damn, who knew a railgun fitting could be so tight?
Let's put the capacitor control unit back in.
God, really? Mine is 331. Am I sure that I'm giving you the right module? Let's have a look. Engineering equipment, reactor control units. Yeah, boost power core output.
Apparently it's still stable though, so... Oh, but power grid is minus.
Yeah, the power grid is minus, which means the fitting isn't going to work out. You're gonna have to add one more. How about 2 of them?
No, not enough.
Is that with 150s or 200mm railguns?
Oh, this is 200s.
Yeah. Okay, let's say what happens if you downgrade them to 150s?
You're lucky now.
Do you know what you need? Pause everything you're doing right now. Let's just double check something.
Okay.
Open up your skill menu and go to your, let me see of myself so I don't talk out of my butt. your skills, and you go to engineering. And you tell me what your skill level is in power grid management.
Level 4.
Okay, that's not bad. What is your weapon upgrades?
Weapon upgrades. That'll be under weapons, I'm guessing.
Yeah, that's 3. That's level 3. No,
weapon upgrades,
weapon upgrades
right
is
there.
level 3. Yeah, knowledge of gunnery computer system, including the use of weapon upgrade modules. 5% reduction per skill level in the CPU needs. Okay, that's CPU need. What was the one that give you less power grid management? 5% bonus to power grid output. There must be more than just power grid management. Weapon upgrades. Oh yes, advanced weapon upgrades. Reduces the power grid needed weapons, turrets, and launchers by 2% per skill level. That's actually a skill that not even I have, so it shouldn't be that tight, but it's a skill you may want to have. Though I suspect... Oh no, you can get it to level 3 even as an alpha. And it doesn't take you that long. Oh, if you have the prerequisites, of course.
So I need weapon upgrades. I need that before I can do it. So this seems to be a linchpin for a lot of that's getting bumped up.
Yeah, I would prioritize that because, as you can see, your fitting is extremely tight. Like, you can get a MOA, you can get a railgun MOA going, but right now it seems that if you want a realistically efficient fit, you're going to have to downgrade it to 150mm guns, and that's not exactly the most optimal thing. That is the smallest caliber railgun in the game.
Pretty much.
Well, all mediums, that is. All mediums, that is.
Yeah.
So... Anyway, let's continue with the fitting then. So, right now, you're going to have to live with 150, so you can upgrade later when your skills get better. Right?
Oh, I got some power remaining.
Oh, yes. Now let's see if we can remove the power grid upgrades. Come on, can we take it away, Bolt?
Oh, squeaky. 6.6 remaining.
But that is pretty good, because look at the weapon upgrade module. I don't think that takes more than 1 power grid. The low slot weapon upgrade. How much power grid does that take?
Oh, Biff.
You can right click the module in the fitting and see its requirements. The magnetic field stabilizer in your low slots.
Show info. Attributes. Is it in this?
Yeah, how much power grid does it take?
Power grid card. Where does it say?
Fitting.
1 megawatt.
Yeah, you can easily slap a couple more of those in. So the silver lining is you're using the smallest caliber of railguns on a cruiser, but you get free weapon upgrades on your ship, which makes those guns more dangerous by far. And you even get 1 tracking module on it.
Nice.
Right, so this is not actually terrible, this is actually pretty good. Only thing now is what rig slots are you gonna have, and... Yeah, we know you're gonna get some 30 seconds worth of use if you have to run everything at once.
Yeah.
So you can probably get away with having either capacitor rig slots, or shielding rig slots, or maybe weapon upgrade rig slots. But I think weapon upgrade rigging slots will take a lot more power grid.
Yeah.
So those are probably not going to work.
Probably want to stabilize that at least for this. So yeah.
Yeah, but again, remember the purpose of the ship. This is a mission running fit, and the only thing you need to worry about is firepower and some durability.
That's true.
And you got 13,000 estimated hit points for now, and a native tank, so that's pretty damn good for a cruiser. So if you can squeeze out a bit more damage, that would be perfect.
That's true. What are we looking at?
Oh yeah, on the other hand, it also depends, because weapon modules, weapon rigging skills are a particular thing. I'm not sure you can actually fit those.
For what now?
The rigging skills for, say, weapon upgrading is a particular skill that you may or may not have trained.
Let's see. Hybrid. It doesn't necessarily say whether I've learnt it or not there, does it? Okay, what I
No,
can
but you
do-
see that yellow, yeah, you see that orange skill book that warns you that you don't have the skills for the
Medium
railguns yet?
hybrid turret. Okay.
Yeah.
So, okay, so I'll just throw that on for the shits and giggles. Diminishing return. No. Fitting alert. Power grid
Yeah,
overloaded.
it will cripple too much of your power grid, and you
Okay.
don't have the skills.
And I'm guessing that is due to that.
Yeah. Right. Okay. Anyways, so your rigging is probably best suited for just a couple of cap rigs, simply because it helps you have juice for more action longer. But this is not a bad
Well-
fit. It covers a bit of your tank, it gives you a bit of cap, you have mobility, and you have a lot of firepower.
And I got a minute with the speed boost as well. 34 seconds with a
Yeah,
shield.
So even if your emergency cases are just running the repairs and the afterburner and everything, you have 30 seconds to get out.
Yeah, that's more than enough time to GTFO.
Yeah, also, worst case scenario, I'm going to be dragging along some shield maintenance drones, so I can help patch you up if you take a lot of firepower. Because I've
Nice.
decided I'm going to focus on a gunboat with drones,
Okay.
so that should help out.
Right, ammunition. Where the heck is ammunition here?
Time for me to fit my own ship.
Doesn't show ammunition on here, does it? Okay. Right, so save as Moa Moa. There we go.
Oh, by the way, I keep flopping back and forth on this. I can't decide, so I'm going to have you literally decide for me based on something as shallow as which one do you like the most. And since you are only so happy with Amarian ships, have a look in Fleet right now and tell me which one of those two you think is the prettiest ship.
Oh, I don't mind what you fly in.
No, but see, I want
See.
one of each, honestly, and I can't have one of each. I don't have the money for that. So,
Got too many tabs. There we
welcome
go,
to you
there we
online.
go.
uh,
Honestly, that one's not too bad. Reminds me almost of a Klingon ship, but more advanced and more refined.
people tend to call it the Golden Turkey for a reason.
Okay, so that was a prophecy. The Harbinger. Yeah, I admit I prefer the prophecy.
Cute and compact, huh?
Hmm?
Alright, prophecy it is.
Just going by looks, I don't know about the
I mean, like I told you, I literally want both of them, but I don't have the kind of money for that. Or I do, but that would be some truly frivolous wasting, you know?
There it is.
We're gonna have some standards here, don't we? Prophecy it is.
Okay. To buy all, it will cost me 16.1 million ISK for this ship. Oh,
Yeah,
you
keep
can
in
just-
mind you don't have drones on board, and you don't have any ammunition on board either.
Elysian can use drones as well. Nice.
Yes, it has room for 3 drones. If you have skills for them, it's a different matter entirely.
I've definitely got skills for drones, yes.
Okay, well, you may want to just stack along 3 attack drones just for the hell of it, because it's extra firepower.
Yeah. That's not too bad. Okay, so I just need to do a little bit of offline mining or lower level mission running for some ISK at some point then. Because 16.1 million ISK is doable.
Yeah, if you want it all by yourself. And in fairness,
True.
did we not have mining together where you basically handed me the ore that you mined?
That is very true. I can't
Yeah,
remember.
so I think I basically owe you some ISK anyway, but I can't tell exactly how much now.
Probably not much. It was probably like maybe 1 or 2 million tops. I doubt it'll be
Uh-huh.
any more than that.
Speaking of, have you invested any? Never mind. That's a stupid thing to ask. You're an alpha clone. You cannot put any skill points in barges, so you've mined an
Afraid not.
adventure.
Afraid not.
Yeah.
Though getting skill points in barges is definitely something that's going to happen once I go to Omega Clone.
They are very cute, aren't they?
Yeah, very much so. Right. Okay. Now, what skin am I going to give it? Do I have any of these in the inventory? Probably not. No. What skins are available for her? And the skins that are available for her are meh. That's a shame. Right, okay, so for future reference, how does one load up a simulation now that I've saved it?
You go to your you click on your fitting button on the left side, and you go to the classification. In this case, battle cruisers, and then the race, which is Kandari, and you find your fitting.
Classification?
Named the way you named it. Ah, not battle cruiser, cruiser. Jeez. You're looking in the wrong place. On the left-hand menu, under fitting.
And the fitting?
Yes, like it's. You see the personal assets, and you see wallet and regional market, fittings, and map. It's straight above map. Click on the fittings tab there.
Yep, that brought up this page here.
Yeah. Then you have holes. Oh yeah. Holes and fits.
Holes and fits. Where's that hiding?
It's on the top left of the fitting screen. Then you need to go navigate to the proper categories.
Fitting.
Under personal fittings, it should be. No, not personalize.
So we got fitting.
Oh, you're looking at the wrong tab. You see the highlighted tab like looks like a cube. You're looking at the cargo. You have to click on
yep.
the
Being a dirt.
browser.
Holes and fits. Oh no! I swear I saved it. I swear I got dang saved the thing.
Clearly not. Clearly you didn't.
Well, I know roughly what was on it, so.
Yeah, we know roughly
Right.
what it was. I mean,
Okie dokie. Well, that's a pain in the backside, that.
well, hey, to be fair, you weren't actually done with the fitting because you hadn't optimized which modules you're using. It was just Tech
Very
1,
true.
Shield Hardener, and so on and so forth.
Very
So
true.
you may as well just do that again.
Right, in which case, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pause for a second. I'm going to go to the toilet, so be right back. And then I'll do the refining then. Right, I'm back.
Welcome
Okay.
back.
So. Right, if I can.
One of the things I love the most about drone boats these days is that they have severely increased what you can do with them. Because before, say you flew Galenta and you fly a Vexor, which is the quintessential drone cruiser, right?
Yeah.
The only bonus you got to your drones was the native bonuses to your ship that says your drones will do so and so much more damage. Now
Okay.
you have modules you can fit in your high slots, in your medium slots, and in your low slots that improve the attributes of your drones.
Okay.
So now that I'm basically flying a battlecruiser whose bonuses lie entirely in how the drones will operate and in resistance, I'm basically just building a golden brick with very good little golden bussy drones on it. That's it.
Nice.
Yes. Now, a little bit of meta advice for you, the only little bit I will give, is that you're doing things very clunky in that you're searching up every single little thing.
A little bit.
It is a very useful thing to learn how all these filters work, like your high slots, medium slots, low slots, so on and so forth. So I would suggest you try to do that right now. You know, just click on the high slot filter, find your guns, compare them, and then fit. Hold in, shift, double click on so that they stack up. Sadly, you can't do that to remove them, but it's quicker to just add them.
Oh, as in like
And
a.
that'll help you. Yeah, go on.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
23, 23.
It's Control or Shift to just add like that. There you go.
15.
Much quicker. It's just this will just cut down on the real time it will take you to just build experimental fittings.
Oh, that's fair enough.
Yeah, because I remember when the system first came out, I didn't actually do this, and I did it the old-fashioned way, and it took forever. And so I basically took a buddy of mine to just point out, wait, you're still fitting this ship? Yeah, like, what are you doing? And he had to show me these things. So I'm
Yeah.
basically just telling you to not make my own mistake.
There it is. Right then.
Yes.
Propulsion. Afterburners. I did have the
Now,
one.
I must admit, though, I'm just very surprised on how incredibly power grid hungry railguns actually are.
Hmm.
Because wow, like that fitting is a lot tighter than I expected.
Oh, yes.
I will admit.
Let's see.
Okay, we are done with all of that. Time to add some rigs.
So both of those are very similar. What was these two? So what's the difference between these two? There isn't any difference. It's just fluff at that point.
There is a difference, but they are very small. There is a here. That's another lesson. There is a comparison tool. Now,
Yeah.
exactly where it is, I don't remember, but you should be able to find it. So you'll see exactly what the stat differences are between them.
Okay.
Yeah, because oh, I think it's still sort of a tier here. Like, Clean Tech 1 is Meta 0, right?
Yeah.
And so you have 4 different stages: Meta 1, 2, 3, 4, and then Meta 5 is everything that is Tech 2, and then you have Faction and Subspace and so on. Subspace, Rats and so on is Meta 6, 7, 8, 9, etc., etc., etc.
Hmm.
So the difference in the different metas then, what we call meta modules, is 1, 2, 4, the named ones.
Okay.
And so when it says Y-98 Afterburner, and you have the monopropellant Afterburner, I don't remember which of those are better, or even if they are better, I just remember that their stats are somewhat different, but not exactly what they do.
Yeah. Well, this.
So,
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just going to say that I think one of the few things that are different between them is that one of them are easier to fit than the other. And that is the part that might just matter a lot to you,
Mm-hmm.
you know? So you may want to just double check which one of them are easier to fit, maybe even just fit one based solely on that. Because you're running a very tight ship.
Oh yes. Well, so far this one seems to be the no, just this one, the bare basic 10nm afterburner. Oh, that's two. That explain it. I don't have. Oh, I can run the afterburner too. Okay.
Yeah, you get a faster chip out of that, but also it takes more fitting.
Yep.
Oh, found it. I remember now. If you look at the information on your module, you go to the tab that says variants, and then you click on compare
Okay. Gotcha.
at the bottom.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and then you can just see what the differences are.
Okay, that's showing a hell of a lot there.
Yeah. Now, of course, you have to click which attributes you want to see on the left side, and then drag the whole menu out towards the right to see the different tabs overlaid.
No, not capacity. I want activation cost. That's the one, isn't it? And usage.
Yeah,
Oh,
power grid usage, how much cap it costs to run it, so on and so forth. Speed bonus, I'm sure there's many.
yeah.
No, it looks like I will not be drone rigging this ship. I will be using engineering rigs. Oh yes.
Afterburner. So that would be the one. The YS8. So unfit you. Unfit you.
Oh, there's certain things I don't have yet.
Oh, this was a. It was a shield hardener, yes.
Yeah, the multispectrum shield hardener.
Compare. Come on, compare. Bring up the Why are you not bringing up the compare?
You're doing that thing again. Listen, sorry to say
Yes.
this, but shield hard. Just go through the list. Try to go through the list manually because it gives you a much easier overview.
Yeah. Well,
Specifically in regards to, okay, here's the Tech 1, Tech 2, and the named ones. It's just easier to see because right now you have just a whole bunch of white names, right?
which is why I clicked on
And
this
it even
to bring up the multi-spectrum specifics. So you got these. The
yeah, it
multi-spectrums.
even doesn't tell you exactly what the module is because some of these are just plain passive modules. What you're looking for is the active, right?
Yes. I think
Yeah.
these are the active ones that are going.
Yes,
I think
that
it was
is the active one. I'm just saying.
What was the
I'm
extended?
just saying when you're searching for shield hard, you're getting the white list, not category. Anyway, you can figure that out later, I guess.
Gotcha.
You got the right one here.
Yeah, for some reason the compare isn't bringing up the compare thing.
It's not?
No. Clicking
Why
compare.
the hell would it not?
I'm clicking compare, but it's doing nothing.
That's weird. Let me have a look myself. Multispectrum shield hardener, compact. Let me have a look at that. Variations, compare. It works on my side, strangely enough. Let me have a look.
Because it was
Power grid
it was
usage.
hiding underneath something.
Oh.
Very sad.
Welcome to EVE Online. You have tabs on top of tabs on top of tabs.
Oh yes. Oh, we'll do it. Right. Okay.
I mean, we are playing spreadsheets online. This is it.
Oh yes. Power grid usage. They're all 1 megawatt.
Yeah, here it is.
Okay. So if they're all 1 megawatt.
Okay, meta group.
Okay, we'll skip the factions for now because
Yeah,
they're usually
but
pricey as anything.
yeah, you can search. You can list the group by meta group. It looks interestingly enough. It looks like the compact multispectrum and the enduring multispectrum have the exact same um, resistance values across the board. It's 26.1% for both of them.
The compact and the enduring, yeah. So I
Yeah,
wonder what the
they
difference
have the exact
between
same
these.
values in that regard.
So I wonder what
So what's the difference between them? Let's have a look.
activation cost. One's
CPU
cheaper.
usage.
One's
Oh,
cheaper to
not only that,
activate.
but yeah, one is the one that's cheaper to activate, and the enduring multispectrum one costs 40 in CPU to install, while the compact multispectrum one costs 27 CPU to install. You're not exactly
Okay.
CPU starved, but that could be a very big difference in the end.
As considering I had CPU to spare, yes.
Yes, but then of course comes the question: is it just that one of them costs a lot more CPU to use? Because again, hardening the resistances are the exact same, and that's ultimately what you care about.
This is true.
So unless the one that costs a lot more CPU to fit has no resistance bonuses, is it cheaper to run, or?
Power watt usage, they're exactly the same, 1 megawatt each.
Oh, I see the difference here. The activation time duration on them is different. The Enduring Multispectrum Shield Hardener cycles every 15 seconds. The other one cycles every 10 seconds. And
Okay.
activation cost is the multispectrum one that cycles every 10 seconds costs you 40 gigajoules over 10 seconds, while the multispectrum one costs 32 gigajoules over 15 seconds. So it is more energy efficient. It's not going to turn itself off as quickly when you're starting to run out of cap.
Okay.
Yeah.
So enduring is the better one then. Okay, so reset.
Enduring is the better one, yes, but it also costs more CPU to fit it. But you have CPU to spare.
That's true.
So, yeah, so the Enduring Multispectrum is actually better. This is interesting because I had never actually bothered to be this specific about checking things out, and now I know what the big difference is. This is actually interesting.
Right. Shield required.
I should double check my own hardeners.
Variations, compare. And meta level up. Activation, power usage.
Drones, 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 give me all of the drones. I want to have drones in my bay. There we go.
Okay, I don't think I'm going to be able to afford any medium boosters. I'm going to
What do you mean afford it? Fitting wise?
fitting wise, yes.
In fairness, that is probably something you may want to make other sacrifices for. Because at the end of the day, the active shield hardener is the one thing that can help save your ship.
True.
So let's say it costs more CPU to run, or you may want to go for the one that fixes the most hit points per cycle, and or has the shorter cycle, and or costs less energy. Because of course, the more energy you can convert into shield, the more efficient it is. But it also depends on how quickly it cycles, because, you know, let's say one of them cycle in 10 seconds and give you 30 hit points, the other one cycles in 15 seconds but gives you 35. Those 5 hit point differences probably are not going to do that big of a deal when things are really tight.
True. The difference though is 2 megawatts to 12 megawatts, so it is a big power difference, so I'll have to have a look. Okay, so that is a significant amount of HP difference though. Try adding.
Oh, it's. I'm sorry for laughing. It's not at you. It's been so long since this was a thing. Sitting down and basically just theory crafting a fitting for a ship. It's not something you do every day. It's been a long time, actually.
That is true. Right, what was
Yeah.
that? What was that ranged one called again that I had? One, medium? Range booster?
What do you
Sense
mean,
boost-
range?
Sense booster? Was it sense booster?
Oh yeah, sensor booster. Sensor booster, yes. And again, keep something in mind. A sensor booster is one of those modules that run on scripts. So you can run it without a script, and then you get a basic bonus to how quickly you lock and how far out you can lock. But you can feed it with scripts, which can enhance either of these things, like you can lock further or you can lock faster. Arguably, when we're shooting against rats, locking faster is not that useful as locking further. But that also depends on your guns. Like say you had a full rack of 250s with very good range, odds are very good. With your skills, you'd end up in a situation where your guns can reach further than you can lock thanks to your skills. And then locking further would be more useful. But if you try to, say, load up iron rounds in your railguns, and you find out that the ship's locking range and the gun's reach are basically the same, you're not going to need a sensor booster. And that could clean up a medium slot for you to use for something else.
That is true.
So you may want to check that first. Like, check your ship's stats. What is the maximum locking range on your ship without the sensor booster on? And then you load your guns with your longest range ammunition and see what are their range. Because if those two match up, you don't need the sensor booster.
That will be under targeting, yes?
Yes, and then how long out can you lock?
Does it? 63.25 kilometers maximum targeting range. And
Yeah,
the
63
guns,
clicks. The gun, you have to load ammunition in the guns and then hover over them to see how long it goes. So let's say iron, perhaps. Which ammunition do you use for your best range?
Iron.
Yeah, go to charges and drop in some iron on one of them.
Ah, charges.
No, click on charges. It's another tab. It's another tab.
Yep, I see it, and we've got medium guns on here, so... Okay. Really? Is it really only 33 kilometers fall off range? No.
Yeah, because 150mm railguns isn't very good.
Ah, true.
So exactly as I feared, actually, your range is very gimped. You don't need a sensor booster at all.
Okay. No, I'm fit.
In fact, I would honestly argue that you should probably see, once you're done with all other fittings, I would argue you can see if you can just squeeze out 200mm railguns. Because we're getting to that point where even if you have to sacrifice damage modules, you're probably getting more damage out of 200mm than 150.
Yeah, very true.
You know, even without weapon upgrades, because weapon upgrades are bonuses. They're not, the foundation.
This is true.
Oh my god. How can the Kaldari's fabled railgun boat be such a tight ass? Come on. You even have weapon upgrade skills at level 3. You have more power grid than most. It's not like you're running around with no weapon upgrade skills.
Very true.
Another thing. Well, you have to do the same thing with your guns. Compare your guns and find the one that costs the least power grid. Like, compare your 200mm railguns. Which one of them is less power grid intensive?
True. Yes.
That is probably the single most important factor to you now, even ignoring the damage.
Yeah, very true.
Well, unless it's an extreme value, like, oh, you're gonna have like 200% damage for a bit more power grid. That would be insane, by the way. But
Yes.
I'm getting those vibes now that's probably going to be the case.
13.5. So we'll have you. Still stable. Nice. There's another one that I had that was Might as well throw drone navigation in there then, since I will be running drones on this.
Oh, that's so close.
Oh, reset, then compare, thank you. Level. Remote usage, that's pretty cheap to use as well, which is nice. Bonus. Not sure on the drone one. Will you be using a tracking painter on your ship?
Yes. But
Okay.
you should probably not be assuming that that's going to be very efficient, because that will only count on whoever I'm target painting. No, not tracking paint. Okay, you mixed up your terms there. A tracking paint. There is no such thing as a tracking painter. There is a target painter that boosts a target's size
That's the one.
and makes it easier to hit. Yeah.
Right, okay, so...
Honestly, I sincerely doubt you need 2 of those in your medium slots.
Well,
I would remove one of them and...
well, you see, one's for drones and one's for my guns. They're actually different.
Yes, but on the other hand, you have room for 3 small drones and you have no bonuses to them.
True.
So that's like fitting weapon modules that increases the efficiency of your projectile guns when you don't have projectile guns on the ship.
Fair dues, fair dues. So
Yeah.
we'll just keep that tracking computer then, which
Yeah, 1 tracking computer and will you have room for a shield extender perhaps? That's probably going to be a little too tight.
shield.
Also, you haven't actually swapped to 200 millimeters and seen if we can do that. That's probably going to have to be a priority.
What, the swapping the guns first, or?
I would suggest so, because that's the primary reason for your ship, isn't it? Doing damage.
I can already tell you right now I'm not going to have enough power. It's already maxed out.
Yeah. We already knew that, but the question is, how many low slots do you have to sacrifice for power grid upgrades?
True. Let's get them temporarily turned off then. Right. Unfit. Right, medium. No, that's shielding.
Right. And immediately when you go to the list, find a comparison between the 200mm guns and find the one that costs the least power grid to use. And if there's an equal cost in power grid between all of them, you may as well find whichever one does the most damage. And if the damage is equal, find whichever one costs the least to fire, and so on and so forth.
Yes. Right, so
Alrighty.
activation cost, power grid usage. 158, 158, 58, 58, 58. And they're all the same. It's just the difference is in activation cost is slightly cheaper for some of them. So prototype.
Yeah, of course, unless you go for faction guns like getting Kaldarian Navy guns, but those are very costly.
Mm-hmm.
And not very much, they're not much better on the fitting either, so that's not a big deal.
Yeah. Yeah, boom. Oh, I'm over on the third one.
Uh-huh.
So let's see.
Okay, all 5, and then we see how many power grid upgrades do you need. And we can compare those too, actually. Which power grid is the most efficient at its job?
Rig is not the right side.
You're looking at rigging. You're looking at rigging.
That's because I'm looking at capital. Yeah, I was going to see if that did anything.
Oh, yes.
That made no difference.
But that's a
whatsoever.
capital size module. That's a capital size module.
No, I've just moved. Yeah, Streamlag. I've already gone to a medium one, and it does.
Oh
It
yes.
actually does nothing to the power grid. It just deals with recharge rate.
Yeah, there are no rigs that increases your power grid, unfortunately.
Dang it.
I know. I
Okay.
think there are modules that decreases the CPU use, but we aren't that lucky. You're going to have to sacrifice some low slots for that.
Yep. That was reactor control module, was this?
Yeah, reactor control modules. There is one named brand there, but I think that one's very costly, and it depends to be seen which if it actually improves much.
Oh, good bonus. Meta level. The Mark 1 compact race gives me 12% bonus. Yeah, it gives me an extra 2% of the original 10%.
Yeah, and the cost difference is what? Wow, it's actually cheaper than the Tech 1. That is wow. This is a very nice case of market anomaly.
Yeah.
Because the reactor control unit 1 is easy to produce, like it is piss easy to produce, but people find so many Mark 1 compacts and sell them on the market that pushes the price lower than even the production cost. So that's lucky for you. It is better and cheaper.
Yes. Okay, so
Gotta love Jita sometimes. It is more than twice as cheap.
so 3, and we are good for the current set of guns. But these are
Remember, you have to online your medium rack
okay.
modules too.
They're all online, and I've got 67 power remaining.
Beautiful. Now, since we know that weapon upgrades only take 1 power, you actually do have the luxury of getting 1 weapon upgrade for your railguns on your low slots.
Nice.
And you have 1 medium slot to go. I think that one's going to be a shield extender or something to do with cap, like a cap recharger.
Ballistic controls.
Either of those are good.
Nope, wrong one. Wrong button.
No, not ballistic, magnetic field stabilizers.
Ah, yes. Magnetic field.
Ballistic control units are for missiles.
Good point. Reset, compare. Right, so in this point we're just looking at I'm guessing rate of fire bonus? Meta level, get that meta level in. Right. Vortex, so it goes from 8 to 9.5. Not too bad. In you go.
Yeah, given the fact that the Tech 2 is 10.5, that bonus is actually very laughable compared to the price difference. Like 218,000 versus 1 million. Using magnetic field stabilizers once, you're really paying for that extra little 1%.
Yeah.
It's literally 1% too. It goes from 9.5 to 10.5.
Oh jeez.
Yes.
Right, okay, so
That's 800,000 ISK for 1% damage. Alright. So, comes the question, how are your rigs going to be, and what's the last medium slot going to be? Are you going to focus on getting your shields stronger, or will you get more cap?
what for the rigging?
Actually, as a matter of fact, given you have a little bit of power grid to spare, maybe you get away with a weapon module, a weapon rig.
Oh, that is true.
Yeah, maybe 1. I doubt you get 2.
What the heck is that? Oh, definitely can't use that, but that's pretty cool. Right, rigs.
Oh, that's for a strategic cruiser, a Tech 3 cruiser.
Yeah, hybrid. Okay. Which does which?
Read their description. I think collision accelerator is pure damage.
Drawbacks to this rig. Okay, so that's CPU usage. Decrease.
The hilarious thing is that there are rigs that decrease a weapon's CPU usage, but there is no such thing as a rig that reduces power grid usage, when that is the single biggest choke.
Yeah. Right, so the extension increases the range, but it reduces my weapon's skill. Increase rate of fire at the expense of power need. Probably not going to be able to afford that, but we'll try it. Got 10 power left. So that is with the...
That is still more than enough.
That's with the accelerator.
In fact, can you get another one on?
10% rate of fire. Oh, definitely not. I can try, but nope, I'm 44 over.
Yeah. So we can't push our luck any further.
So what does this one do? Reduces capacity need of hybrid. No, yeah. Okay.
I think the penalty for all of them is that they need more power grids, so you don't get away with getting any more of them on.
Yeah. That's a shame. Thought that one...
Yeah, but hey, you got one weapon rig on, which increases its power even more. And how many percentages does that actually give? Let's look at the stats.
Of the accelerator, 10% bonus.
That's 10% more damage from a single rig. That's actually very good.
Yes.
Given that that is actually also roughly what the module gives. It gives 9.5.
It is true.
So your guns now do 20% more damage.
Nice. And then the adjuster. Use the tracking speed, the expensive power need. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to afford that one. Okay, so...
Yeah. Also, now, okay, so you upgraded your guns to do 20% more damage, and you have a module in medium slots when fitted with the right script, which increases your tracking even better. So you should be able to hit easier, further, and for more damage.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. I'd say this fitting is already very solid. Now, the last medium slot and the two last rigs is basically luxury, including also what you're going to do with the drones. One thing you can do now, if you want, instead of having a cap recharger in the last mid slot, is you can go for a capacitor booster. Those take power grids, so you probably don't get a very big one on. It might not be worth it. But if you want to chew cap batteries like I was doing in the missions, you could potentially do that.
We're going to stick with the smalls for now, I think.
Keep in mind, the bigger the capacitor booster battery, the bigger the battery you can use.
True.
Oh, no, not those capacitor boosters. Capacitor boosters.
That's the boosters, mediums, compare. Get that meta level in. Power grid usage. Oh, yeah, it's
Yeah, that's not gonna fit. Never mind. You're not getting one of those on. The fit is way too tight. Wow, 150 and 130. That's not happening. At all.
We'll see with the small ones. 5 megawatt for the small ones.
Yeah, but on the other hand, like, you can fit it, but also have a look at which size of a battery you can get on those.
Okay.
Because the bigger the battery, the more cap you get for each injection, and the injector has a timer on it. You could very well end up eating tiny batteries that give you just not enough energy to have any meaningful difference.
Say capacitors, capacitor bonus. Meta level. Okay. Power grid usage, but they give...
They are way too costly.
Yeah. So how do batteries work? They slowly drain for the power for a quick boost when you use it, sort of thing, or?
No, regular capacitor batteries just make your capacitor bigger, which is actually a much bigger bonus than many people think, because think of it like this. The capacitor recharger does just that. It increases how quickly your battery recharges. But if you have a small battery that recharges quicker, that is less valuable than having a very big battery that recharges at a normal pace, because you end up having a lot more cap in general.
I see.
Unfortunately, it looks like capacitor batteries may be too costly for your fitting.
Yep, even the small ones.
Yeah, okay. How much is it going to cost you to just slap on a shield extender on that last mid slot? Or just a regular cap recharger? I think the regular cap recharger is just one power grid. We may be lucky there.
Power usage, 1 megawatt indeed. Plus the recharge
Nice.
rate.
Do you actually
bonus.
have the skills for a Tech 2? I doubt it.
Meta level. Let's see, show info, requirements. Yes, I do.
Wow. Congratulations, you're going to get a Tech 2 cap, a Tech 2 module on your ship. That's the first one, actually.
Nice.
Yeah, it's a bit costly, as you can see, but it'll be worth it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, so I suppose we get a cap on this one.
Yeah, capacitor circuit controls should do just fine.
Why is it throwing up the plumbing? Why is it throwing up the... Oh, okay, whatever.
Because when you search, you get all the categories instead of looking for size categories by doing it so manually, like I said. But
Okay.
it works.
We'll get a cap and, I guess, a shield? Oh, dang it.
You should
Let's,
try 2 of them.
Rigs. Hmm? Two shield rigs? Oh, I'll have a look.
No. I'm just saying, you could go for 2 capacitor recharge rigs, and unless you want a shield rig there too. Because on the previous fitting that you failed to save, you had a EM ward, which plugs your EM hole.
That's true.
Yeah, you may want to put that back on. Medium shield rig.
Yes. Medium. Was it an armor reinforcer or a shield reinforcer I had? Would have been a
Shield.
reinforcer. Derp.
Yeah. Medium even shield reinforced to level 1, or Tech 1.
There we go. Rightio. Now save as.
11,474 estimated hit points. For a relatively cap-stable MOA with pretty decent guns. Wait. After you save it, remember your ammunition and your drones.
Yes.
Yeah.
Charges. I don't think I've ever overheated a module before.
I don't think you have the skills trained, actually.
40 to 51 kilometers. Nice. That's a little bit more what I'm used to.
Yeah, and given that you can lock out to 63 kilometers, that's pretty good.
Right. Tracking.
Not just that. Remember, hold down Shift and drag it to your cargo inventory, and then type in the amount you want. Because that saves your fitting with ammunition in the bay.
True. Right.
Oh, yeah, and you may want to remove iron in the search tab when you're looking for scripts, otherwise you're not going to find any scripts for your
Good point.
module.
That would explain a bit. Right. Optimal range, not optimal tracking. What's these?
I'm going to have to restart my own skill training and adjust the skill training plan a little bit, because I don't actually have the skills to use shielding drones, and I want those ready for the next time we do missions. Because the next time we do missions, we'll be doing level 3s, and those are gonna kick us a bit harder than the previous ones.
True. Right, I'm going to stick a range one in there. That puts my range up to... Oh, it's still 51 to 40.
You don't have to do that. Listen, what you're doing now is increasing how far out you can reach with your guns. But so long as you can actually... Okay, I'm explaining in a stupid way, but remember, you are limited by your scripts. If you have turn the on, but take out the script, and then you look at the module and see the bonuses it gives you without the script. Because remember, so long as the module is on, even without the script, it gives you bonuses.
How do I remove the script here?
Yeah, now it has a script, but
Remove
take the
charge.
script out and just see what the bonus is.
Okay.
Remove charge. No. What are the
20.
bonuses without scripts?
Bonus fall off is 14%, optimal range is 7%, and tracking speed is 14%. Okay.
Yeah, that's not very much, but it does give you more tracking speed and optimal range.
Yes.
So you're only limited now by how far out your ship can lock, because you don't have a sensor booster, so you can't enhance how far out your ship can lock, but you can optimize your guns. So if you
might
slap
as
in
well-
a tracking speed bonus, you can only track faster. But if you slap in the optimal range bonus, you can hit further out.
That's true.
Question is, which ones of those do you value the most?
Tracking speed, to be honest, actually hit the targets.
Yeah, because I would say the same thing, because you can hit up to 50 kilometers with this thing.
Yeah.
Which means you can lock them up at 63 kilometers. They get to around 50, and remember, optimal range is still also fall off. You probably already start shooting them once they hit 60.
It's true.
And with good tracking, you might even just land hits at that range.
Oh, yes.
And with the tracking bonus, even the fast frigates, when they get closer, should be able to be hit a bit more.
Nice.
Yeah, I would say this is a very solid fit. All you need to do now is decide which drones you want on board your drone bay and load up the cargo bay with a little bit of ammunition, and you should be good to go.
How would I get drones in there?
It's its own tab under modules, and you're looking in the cargo hangar again. You have to go back to
Okay. Yep.
browser. Yeah.
Okay.
I missed it. Hulls and you go back to modules. The tab for modules.
Modules. Here we go. Right.
Yeah, and then you go to
Filter.
the
Drones.
drone
Okay.
filter.
Okay. So why is it still uploading drones? There we go. Apparently I can only use the Templars. Oh. That's interesting.
Because you've I don't think those take specific skills, but those are for structures, so don't worry about those. Also, because you've typed something in the searching field again.
Yeah, that will make sense. What you doing?
You may want to unselect rigs too, so you don't mess up the filter.
I did. I then turned off drones, turned drones back on. It's still only showing the Templars.
What the hell? Why?
God dang it.
Oh, do you even have drone
There we
skills?
go. I do. I really do. No, it's just...
Oh.
It showed the EM thing there again after deleting it first time. Sorted.
Oh, it was just being difficult, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes more sense. All right, you may want to go for combat drones and light combat drones.
Yeah. So light scout drone.
I guess as is tradition, you could use light scout drones. They're the only ones you can have on board. Or actually, technically, I think you can have one medium attack drone and one light drone. But why would you do that?
3 light drones at that point.
Yeah. Hornets are the Caldari ones, but you could always just use warriors or hobgoblins or whatever you want. They do different damage types, so.
That's currently what I'm looking at, yeah. Well, the warrior does a lot more EMP, which is decent against shields, but I suspect shields will be down before my drones get in there.
No. Warriors don't do. Wait a minute. Are you looking at damage or how much damage they can take?
Armor hit points. Oh, that's what they can take, ain't it? Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
derping it. So,
You'll want
I
to
see.
scroll down until you find damage.
Yep, there we go. So we'll go variation.
Yeah.
Oh, wait,
So
oh,
if you care about it at all, basically in current day null warfare, when it comes to light drones, people usually pick warriors specifically because they are the fastest drones and get to the target faster. But that does not necessarily mean that they are the best drones. For instance, the hobgoblins technically do the best damage when it comes to raw DPS, but each drone does different types of damage. So let's say you want to mix in a different damage. Maybe you go for the one who doesn't do the same type of damage as you. And you use railguns, which do EMP and kinetic damage.
Yep.
So maybe you do warriors to get explosive, or you go for a little bit of Galanta drones to do some thermal damage, for instance. Honestly, I find it to be a relatively small, minor thing, so I'm just going with Amarian drones in my Amarian ship, but you know, that's flavor.
That's fair enough. I think I'll probably
Yeah,
go with the warriors.
Yeah, mix up a little explosive damage in the mix.
Yep. Now, how do I add them?
Hold down shift, I think, and drag to the small drone bay you see down there, or like you did, double click. You see the drone bay down there on the icon?
Is that it? No.
You see simulator history on the left side of that. You see the ship cargo in square
I
meters
see,
and the
yeah.
drone bay in square meters. Yeah.
Yeah.
You can click on those and see what's on board the ship.
Oh yeah. Okay. That's cool.
Yeah, that's also where you add what cargo you want to have. In your case, ammo.
Okay. Fair enough. In which case, then
Yeah.
we'll go back to a. Oh yeah, we had the antimatter, wasn't it? And
Antimatter for close range, thorium for medium range, and I guess iron or lead, whichever is your favorite for long range. I don't remember what the difference between those two are, which again you can probably just compare and check.
variations. Oh, it's only gonna. Okay.
Yeah, you gotta hold down shift and then decide on the volume. Otherwise, you're just adding one round of each. I don't think that's
Yeah.
gonna be enough.
No, definitely not. But what we can do is there's a meta level. Yep. I forgot to dang reset it. Yeah, damn it. Right. So that was lead and iron. I think iron did more range. If I remember right. Meta level. Really? Okay. Come on, add it to, okay, it's not adding, okay, looks like it's going to be difficult. Right, okay, attributes, just going to have to do it the slow way. So iron is, range bonus 0%, apparently. Oh no, that's lead. So iron is 60%. Okay, so description. Iron is 60% increase in optimal range with 30% reduced capacitor need. Lead is just 50% capacitor reduction. So yeah, basically stock just uses less power.
Wow, I guess they changed it. So lead does not give you any range bonuses whatsoever.
Nope, but 50%
that-
reduction capacitor.
But there is supposed to be one other ammunition type that gives you a range bonus, but now I don't remember what it is. Iridium? Check Iridium.
Is 20% increase in range with 24% reduced capacitor.
How very specific. Well, yeah, I guess that's the. Given that I think thorium is 10% increase in range, check thorium, because I'm pretty confident thorium is supposed to be medium range.
Thorium, 12% reduction in range with 40% reduced capacitor.
Oh, yeah. Thorium is basically the energy economic ammunition with only slight decrease in range. Because it's a big difference between reduction in range and increase in range. Like antimatter has the biggest cost in range, but the highest damage.
Yep.
Alright, it looks like you're going with iron then for your long range.
Oh yeah. And then tungsten is 40% increasing range with 20% capacitor reduction need. In all honesty, it's probably just better to stick with iron instead of tungsten. Have the iron and then the
Isn't
iron
wait, isn't
activator.
tungsten then the best range?
No, because that's 40% versus 60% range.
Oh, right, you're right. Okay, okay. Then that's the case.
Yeah.
Okay, so iron, tungsten. No. Iron, thorium, and antimatter, was it?
Yep, that's the one.
Yeah. So basically, you start with iron. Once they get to medium range, you swap to thorium, and once they get to point blank, you switch to antimatter.
Yep. No. Behave you.
Oh, this is another big question. Have a look at how much ammunition goes in each gun. Like, how big is the magazine?
Okay, bear with me a second. Show info. Attributes, I'm guessing.
No. Just hover over the weapon when it is loaded.
Okay. Doesn't say.
Yes, it does. 80 iron. Okay, so that's 80 rounds per magazine.
Oh, at the top there, yeah.
So if you do 5 times 80, you know what one magazine is worth in amounts of ammunition. And then you can just decide how many spare mags worth of ammo do you want to have with you.
Okay. I'll calculate that on the time when it comes to actually buy. But
Fair enough.
I suppose having 10 mags at any given time per gun would be worth it.
Yeah, but on the other hand, let's be fair. You are probably not going to run out in any one mission. So let's say you take an estimated 2,000 rounds of each type
Yeah.
as standard, but you just carry more to the mission site, so you can just reload between the missions.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, what's the worst that can happen? Oh no, I ran out of ammo. I need to go back to the station and grab some more, right?
Yeah. Yeah, thing is, in the past, ammunition control tends to be something that I am admittedly a little bit lax on, so I ended up developing the habit of having more ammunition than I need and forgetting about it. Because I would often end up running out of ammunition mid-mission.
True, and it's not like you need to worry about having space in your ship for loot, because we're going to be dedicating our looting to other ships.
Exactly.
Oh, but there is one thing we need to remember.
Yes.
Sorry, excuse me. We're going to drag with us mobile tractor units and drop them in the missions
Okay.
when we start the mission.
Nice.
Because that means that they drag in the racks as we pop the rats and gather them up, right?
Yes.
We need to carry that in our mission ships.
That is true.
But here's another thing. Here's another important factor actually that I remember just now. You're using railguns, so you need ammunition. I'm using laser crystals, so I don't actually need ammunition in that way. And we're both going to be doing the same missions, because we're going to be doing your missions.
Yeah.
So we can make it simple. I'll just drag the tractor beams with me, and you just focus on ammo.
That makes sense.
Easy.
Yeah, that works. Right, save state.
I'm sleepy and I'm overcomplicating things, sorry.
A little bit, but it's all good. That was probably a good time to call it anyway, if I'm honest.
Just remember to save the fitting.
I have, I think.
Double check.
So I thought I saved it before and it... apparently you should have saved. So, yeah. We will see.
Excellent.
Right. Okay. Browse. Why is there a little cross next to it? It's probably, yeah, okay. It's because, yeah, that'll do it. How do I load this one now? Just a minute. There we go. That does it. Cool. Yep, it's saved.
Excellent.
Right. And on that
Now
note,
you just gotta wait until you have the skills for it.
yes. Repair all, repair. Right. And the skills should hopefully be basically by next week. At least for medium turrets 3 anyway, so yeah. Looking cushy.
Okay, sorry, you're about to quit, but just so you don't mess this up, one last time. Look over your fitting and look at the orange book that says you don't have the skills for all this, and double check that it's only your guns that you can't yet use. Because if it says that there's any other skill that you need, you may want to add it right now.
Yep, browse. Simulate. Just medium hybrid turret. So we're good.
Excellent. Everything is in plans then.
Yes.
That fitting will be perfectly viable for purchase next week.
Nice. Yes. So over the course of the week, I'm going to do a load of level 1 and level 2 missions to earn a load of gold, load of ISK, and hopefully have enough by the time we play. At least that's the idea. Enforce a destroyer skill. Okay. Apparently I just gained a Galenti Destroyer skill book. Huh, that's random. Oh well, might as well inject it. No harm in having it in there. Right. And on that note, for the stream, been a blast. Like, follow, subscribe, and all that good stuff. And ta-ta for now.